Oh my god, that was perfectly timed. I didn't even intend it. What is up, one and all? Welcome back. A happy Tuesday to you all. I hope you had a good day. I had a very interesting Monday, hence the comment about birthdays. Let me turn the IQ on as well. We need to get that sorted. We know it's cool in here, but we need to make sure we got beautiful Heroes of Might Magic on there. But yes, I sung happy birthday to my daughter, I think 5 times? We kind of lost track. The amount of times where the candles got relit because someone else was coming to see her was kind of crazy. And I know that she just went into nursery today with a different cake and she's going to get it sung to her again. So yeah, she had a pretty good birthday. She had a good birthday. Hopefully you guys had a good Monday. We are going to be having a fun one though. We are back with more Midweek muster. And we've got plenty of round of 16, as well as quarterfinals to catch up on. So we're going to be opening up with 3D Clan facing off between B and Scabrain. And then we'll be having a look in at, I think Numu on SAS is ready to roll. Wham versus Voldemar's another one. And then we should have quarterfinals starting to line up from there. So you'll have the Kili versus either Dimo or Starflark. You have Louis MT versus either Wham or Voldemar. And so on and so forth. Should be a fun day. Hopefully we'll be able to get it all done today. If not, we'll play it like by finger on the pulse, whether we have to go live tomorrow. The goal usually is to have one of the semifinals today and then one of them on the day of the finals on Thursday. But we are going to be opening up with some EGC Gorge here. And it looks like we've got an HRE versus Delhi matchup. Interesting. Why? I guess there's not really many other places you could punt Delhi. Like, it is the best map, but I don't know, man. I feel like this is just a hard counter pick. We'll find out, though. So, we'll hop in for our first games of the day. All right, one and all, welcome back to the action. It's 3D Clan at Bloodbath time. We've got B going up against Scabrain here. Just saying that this feels like a little bit of a mismatch up in terms of Civ picks. Delhi versus HRE is really, really hard for Delhi these days. You know, the Pro Scouts meta just embolden HRE. And now they're able to play pretty much the old school build they used to do against Delhi once upon a time when they were actually favored. If you guys remember, there was a time in the meta where Delhi versus HRE basically turned into massing men at arms. And that strategy eventually fell off because the Delhi got a new toy in their arsenal. They got their hands on the Ghazi. And the Ghazi really just ruined the plan of like getting plastic men at arms in Feudal Age. They just got killed. However, nowadays, with Pro Scouts giving this extra surge of food, allowing you to bulk up count very quickly, and also along the way afford other units, such as the Spearmen and the Archers of the composition, I find that HRE looks a lot better in the Feudal Age than Delhi do. And that's problematic here. Like, Delhi is a civ that, in more recent times, has definitely benefited from their presence in the later phase of the game. Like, no one would deny or doubt that they actually have been buffed when it comes to, like, Castle and beyond. But with these new builds, it kind of has a sacrificial point in Feudal against more Feudal all-in civs, of which HRE is one of the kings. Look at the spawn. Yeah, Deer Packs are going to be problematic here. This widespread means that HRE can actually kind of reap that to maximum bounty. I feel as if this is the type of game where Scabrain is going to have to be very active blocking on the Deer, but is going to be reluctant to do so. And usually it's because if you try to play Spears, which is the more efficient form of blocking Pro Scouts, your opponent is just going to play into Archers and chase you down. So you really want to be leaning Ghazi. But the problem with going Ghazi is that the HRE Spearmen are kind of insane. I still am not convinced that it's reasonable to have marching drills for free. Movement speed is just such a valuable and ridiculous element of Age of Empires gameplay. And that marching drills effect allows you to easily dodge the threats, but also engage where you're benefiting most. And not just that, of course, we're watching a B game. So this is... I remember we had a game where Marine Lord was like watching. He was like, this is kind of unnecessary, and I agree. I think in this matchup, going Mind Work, it does give you a more powerful all-in timing, but it isn't necessary to victory. Logic here being is if you go all pikes, horsemen plus spearmen, just blob and beat. I think it does bring its own risk to a certain degree if you're not active enough, but B will understand that. And considering Scabrain is going for your good old-fashioned Dome of Faith, don't expect much in the way of threat pushed the other way. I am starting to wonder if maybe Delhi players need to revisit Tower of Victory in this matchup, especially when your opponent goes Mind Work. Like, you could argue, because your opponent's going Mind Work, do you really want to try to play into their aggression, or would you rather play past it? I think that's the idea of Dome of Faith. But the problem is with Delhi, the way you play past the aggression is by securing the sacred sites. So you have to be active on the map. It's just kind of a catch-all. And for that reason, I'm starting to feel like maybe TOV is being actually slept on right now. I don't know, is that like a controversial thing to say? Like, do I actually have any Tower of Victory enjoys right now? It almost feels like that landmark got beaten to death. It got seen way too much, and now no one ever wants to see it. But I feel like we're already reaching that point with the Dome of the Faith. Like, this thing hasn't been the backbone of the meta again for long, but the experience has always just been, I think, horrible the more that we've, like, dove into the meta. It feels like, to a certain degree, I want to say this landmark almost feels uncounterable, if that makes sense. It just always gives you something. You hate Dome of Faith. Is that because you, like, want to be active? Is that the issue? So I feel like the hate for Dome of Faith is it just doesn't feel like something that you're doing anything with, even though you are actually doing a lot. And what is up? That is a lot. I love that. Appreciate you, Spice. Thank you much for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. God, I'm in that awkward limbo state after being ill, where just I want to cough my guts up, but I can't. Just don't like the playstyle. Interesting. It's weird because it feels like a core element of Delhi playstyle right now, right? Like, if you think about it, you know, a lot of people over the years have just thought, oh yeah, it's the sacred site detail. Oh yeah, it's the elephants. Those are like the key IDs of Delhi. It's not. It's a scholar. There is nothing that embodies what the Delhi are more than this religious unit. It is the be-all, end-all. It's their bread and butter. So this is interesting. We actually have racks. What? That's wild. But why not Ghazi here? I mean, I guess his paranoid his opponent is going to have spin, and understand, but like naturally you want to go Ghazi, you want to poke, and then you can flank raid afterwards. Instead, the men-at-arms get on the gold line. We're about to push him away. Skulls are going to be pulled. There's more in the way from B. On top of that, Pro Scout's just completed, so we're going to have enough food coming in the next several minutes to keep this pump going almost infinitely. Oh, this is going to feel infinite to the game state. Scabrain does at least have the added benefit the Skull's being able to heal. But whenever you're doing this, you need to be min-maxing. You need to make sure you're getting back inside, because every time you're just standing here like this, you're missing out on free technology timings. And that's going to be key to surviving this. I mean, I feel like you need to be rushing the Blacksmith and make sure the Scholars are prior on getting into the melee defense. Hardened status does at least come in for the Spearman. I mean, Scabrain has to know this is not going to stop, right? Like, we're a few months into this meta. You can forgive someone for not really expecting the gang bush or like unlimited men at arms when the Pro Scouts meta first came back. But this build is now fairly known. Obviously, the way that B plays it with the mine work is a little bit less explored, but the idea of just blobbing MAA, pretty standard play. It seems like Scabrain is just trying to use this logic of, hey, if I just keep pumping Scholars and pull them to the fight, you can never win. It's admirable. Let's see if that works out. For the time being, it's definitely doing enough here. He's going to be able to push him away. He was expecting Horseman. I think it's partially that, but I think it's also the fact that he knows his opponent with Rats can open Spearman instead of MAA. So if you go Ghazi, you're counted. With marching drills in particular, you get caught. So I think for Scabrain, it's just about not winning the fight viscerally and quickly. It's just about winning it slowly. So far, it has worked out for him. B, kind of a problematic situation. Might have to consider just actually using the prelates for something other than buffing economy here, which just doesn't feel that great for you. You're not really going to scale prelates the same way the Scabrain does. We do have the archers coming through now. So 1-1-1 build on the way. Does have the option to go into Horseman, but for the time being, it's just about the Pro Scouts. Yes, B. B. Someone didn't get the memo there. A little bit of a body blocker. We'll end up losing one the MAA carelessly. Needs more Scholars here, though. Like, overall, I think this looks quite good for Scabrain, but not if he just kind of, like, cheapskates it with one Scholar. There's a lot of men-at-arms coming. Archers just arrived. Scabrain, he hasn't looked for the next component here, folks. No, it's Spearman and only Spearman. And that's going to be a problem against Marching Drills Archers in particular. No way you can easily catch them. So he now needs to react. Stables has been dropped. Okay, so things can still be good for him. Scabrain just needs to make sure he garrisons a Scholar inside so he gets the double production rate. So you can start vomiting these bad boys out. And yes, they are both free to clan members. Scabrain is a more recent addition. B is, I believe, the longest serving member of free to clan, actually, for Age of Empires. Well, might be actually be in its entirety, because he served with them for years in StarCraft as well. Scabrain. We do not have any Archer play. It's just the Ghazi now. This is slow, though. And Myriad counter's already up to 10. In fairness, he has chipped away at a lot of these guys, so they're not exactly full HP. There is a world in which Scabrain can defend with just Ghazi. He just needs to make sure he's got ample production. It doesn't feel like this is ample production right now. He can afford a lot more Ghazi. B, already seeing it, sensing it, knowing it's coming, has got Spearman now coming up. Okay, now Scabrain needs Archers. This is where it forces a 1-1-1 dynamic. It's problematic as well because, like, look at the Blacksmith decks. This is why B likes the Mindwork timing so much, guys. Over Arkin, what it gives you, we talked about the potential for Horseman Spearman. It's one way of playing it. But just the Blacksmith timing in itself, it eradicates what the Deli are usually capable of, especially when you consider how much time he spent healing instead of teching. Steel Arrow's coming in, not for Scabrain. He's going to start blobbing his own Archers, but I'm afraid he's already at a bit of a disadvantage there. The Undermesh also just guaranteeing that he barely tickles into the front line of B. Ghazi are going to engage prematurely here. I don't think this is the fight that you want. No, remember, the melee defense tech has also been researched. Archers easily able to outdo the healing. Spearmen are going to be sniped down. The Ghazi taken out by the Men-at-Arms, and the Scholars unable to do enough here. The Archers try to cut reinforcements, but too little too late. There's already enough coming to contest that. You will have to temporarily reset as the Ghazi are starting to leak onto the Archers. There's only a temporary reset, folks. The Men-at-Arms count is still too high. Okay, he's just trickling into death now. This is getting out of control. It's 33 military to 15. A third of the army being Scholars as well. You've lost the Archer race, right? Like, that's the biggest concern I think I have here. And for B now, options are on the table. He can either blob mass Archers to win, or you go for Castle Age. Either one is very much viable here, especially when you consider the fact that Scabrain has 0 Sacred Sites, so he's not really a real threat. No need to engage quite so early. What, from Scabrain? Not really. He wasn't being pressured on anything that mattered, per se. He should have had enough food underneath the TC, but I think that's what had him paranoid. Like, right now, he's down to 6 sheep, right? So he might have been freaking out that he was going to run out. But if he waited just for a few more Ghazi, I think he did have his timing there. But he also revealed the initial Ghazi, and B immediately reacted by queuing up Spearman. He hasn't continued because the Spearmen are kind of irrelevant. Like, Scabrain took the fight too early. So Ghazi no longer really a threat. Now Clash coming in. No All Pikes. But it's just raw Blacksmith advantages. He's even got Bloomery now, so it's a 2 damage differential between Ghazi and Horseman. Only awkward thing, of course, is diving the TC, but you don't really need to dive the TC. You just need to keep your opponent pinned. Scabrain is down to 4 sheep. He'll be out of food soon. And once he's out of food, the game is concluded. Yeah, I think like going back for Scabrain, Ghazi a little bit earlier, Ghazi to raid, and then Ghazi to come back to defend. I think I've talked about this before with Scabrain, is like when he goes up against these better players, he maybe just allows them to dictate pace a bit too much. I think that kind of happened here in the other game. I mean, it's very difficult against HRE, I don't blame him in that regard. But he needed to be prepped for that transition a little bit earlier. He got a great fight with the Spearman. I was actually really impressed with the way that he took that. But then there was never an extra step. He just got greedy, moved out. Maybe prematurely, I think you could have been like resetting and having the second wave come. And then still play for Sacred Sites. But it almost felt like he looked at the game state and was like, I've been stuck in my base too long already. And as a result, kind of freaked out a little and rushed. So Clash coming in. Ghazi are going to dive onto the backside. The Archers, more or less just ignoring them as the Men-at-Arms do start to flood in. And they're ignoring them for good reason. The Men-at-Arms are all that really matters now. With Regnants on the way, Veteran C will just be around the corner. Scabrain lacks any real answer to Massman Arms Flood. No, the depressing part is B just kind of stood there and still dominated the fight. GG gets called game number 1, going to the seasoned 3D Clan member. Excuse me. So yeah, 1 win for B. I mean, we talked about this though. Like picking the deli with the Atria in the menu is really, really dangerous. Maybe he thought it was going to be safe for Dry Arabia. That's the only thing I can think here. But now Scabrain is in a tumultuous situation. Game number 2 has to be Holy Island, right? Yeah. All right, we're heading to Holy Island. I'm imagining B is going to be going Otto here against English. No. He's going to go for the old school one, guys. We've actually got Mongols versus English. This used to be one of the very few answers to English Men-at-Arms Dark Age rushes on this map. The meta has developed a little bit. We don't really see that Dark Age rush as much. Let's see what the two have in mind. We'll hop into game number 2. Otto is good against English. Its variance is when it comes to water play. So it's like, it's one of those civs where you don't really try to win the water per se. You just try to play away from it over time. And Sapahi are very strong for kind of like the drive-bys on land. Does 3D stand for diners, drive-ins, and dives? I'm just gonna let you. I'm gonna let you wallow in the corner with that one. "3D stands for you're about to get dicked in 3v3s. No, I'm kidding. Actually, did they win the last 3v3 tournament? They might have. But yeah, English versus Mongols. We don't really see Mongols anymore in this map. They fell off hard. Most people are just looking to play English or Japanese here, with a sprinkling of maybe Juji still coming through. But, excuse me, I think this is more intended as a counter pick. When you look at Scabrain's draft, he had Jean, English, and Byzantines. 3D Clan members have been known to pick Biz on this map before. I just don't think that's likely. He wants to try and save that as a variant option for Dry Arabia as a decider. English just seems way too obvious. And B has gone for a counter pick. And an advantageous position. Like, when you're a game up like this, you can afford to play this way. Interesting opening as well. Does go for the Uvu into the dock. Secondary. Does not go for any type of rush, but that's to be expected here, folks. You don't want to be outpost rushing the English. And the Horseman opening is, I think, a little bit too slow to stop the English from getting dock set up. Like, if they see you opening stables, they just don't get greedy with the dock count and the fishing boat count and go feudal. And then once they got an archer ship, you can't do anything. You know what you guys can do? Something real you can do right now. You know what I'm going to say. It just popped up in chat. Click that link. We're doing an awareness campaign with AMD. Make him happy. If they're happy, if they see a lot of people clicking through and learning about the new AMD cards, they're going to come back and sponsor us again. Which is what we love to see and hear. Makes being a full-time content creator possible. Big shout out to them. It's dangerous destruction death. What if they just really like modern RTSs? Oh my god, that's a lot of sheep. You guys ever think about that? It's like, yay, 3D RTS. Okay, that can't be true. Am I the only one who sits here sometimes and thinks, man, 2D RTSs really was like us as a genre at our peak? It's not to say you don't get good 3D RTSs these days, but like when you think of the number of good RTSs coming out back in the 2D days, it's also just a shame because like there are a few early day 3D RTSs that are bangers, but they look like absolute crap, so people would never go back and play them, right? Like I swear by Dawn of War, but Dawn of War graphically looks hideous because it came out in like 2004. When people thought that like these graphics would be great and they didn't stand the test of time. You compare it to like, you know, old Stronghold graphics or like old Age of Empires graphics, etc. Those games actually, like, in terms of appearance, held a lot better than the 3D titles. Even another one that comes to mind, obviously, is Here's Might Magic, right? Like, Might Magic looks incredible to this day. You can't sell them on AoE4? Sounds like you need to be better at being a salesman. Whoa! Why can't you sell them? Look, dude, we've got a guy with a bow who manages to basically run by sheep and like lasso around them nice little scarves and tie them very elegantly. and then lead them on their way to be butchered. And they're fine with this. I just noticed, actually, like, what is happening with the fold there? I think the scarves are a bit janky. May need to refund. Oh my god, they are as well. That's an oversight. Okay, I've exposed the weakness. We definitely need to get rid of sheep now. Knights Templars work on one. I mean, Knights Templar is like conceptually one of the coolest ideas like you can throw out there in the eyes of Europeans, right? So I would expect that to work quite well. House of Lancaster is going to be an intriguing one. I think House of Lancaster will resonate with quite a few people. Like, even the small details around it, like from architectural, like just, I think maybe even the names of certain things like manors is making me think of Atlanteans. You have male and female sheep? I was more focused on the scarves, but apparently you're looking at other parts of the sheep here. Are there? Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, because you got the horns. Yeah. Even more turtly English, someone called Divine. Dude, like that is the thing. I think I said this when we reviewed the details about the new Civ. I was like, how do you make it more defensive and how do you make it more range-based than English? Like, how is that even possible? What do? Do you say that, like, you cannot use bow? Like, you cannot use melee as the Civ? I think the range comment was just them referring to the fact that there was going to be two-handed hammer wielders that throw daggers and the activatable ability for the yeoman. But, like, defensive, I don't know, man. I don't think the game needs more defensive. So this is interesting. Scabrain went for a transport ship. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so, guys, the thought process behind this is by having a transport ship. When the raiders come in, they can't kill the villager. You can just pull the villager inside and then garrison them safely until you're ready to actually get a boat out here. Whether it's worth 90 wood, I'm not entirely convinced, but like it does mean that you don't get the idle time of walking back and forth. Later on in the game, you'll have the value of going after the relic much later, but you can also have value earlier on if he, for example, moves out and drops a dock on the central island, which I think would be a sick play here. It gives you a lot of control because your opponent won't be able to sneak in unnoticed onto your fishing. It'll also make some of your fishing more efficient by having the dock here instead of all the way back on the coast. And it's just extra healing aura across the battlefield. That's sick. And now, in the meantime, the transport ship, yeah, this is another cool thing it can do. It can go scout. He's already got the scout out here, but he can have a look and see how many fishing boats there are. He can keep an eye on what the first boats are coming out. Yeah. Another thing that I think people don't give enough credit to is transport ship micro in a battle. You can draw aggro onto these things with springle ship shots and whatnot, and they are insanely tanky with 400 HP and no direct counter. Infinite resource gen is a huge problem. Yeah, I'm curious what their thought process is with the manors. Because they pretty much said it's going to be generating resources. I'm like, okay. How exactly? Like a bank thing? Maybe that would be cool. Like, you can put resources inside and it starts to accrue resources over time. I think that would be very niche, though. But, like, that would be risk-reward type logic. So, transport ship, we talked about this. Like, look at the forest drawing. Scabrain is going to arrive the archer ship, but unfortunately, it's just dying. This is not ideal. Scabrain's orders seem to be discombobulated. He would have wanted the Hulk first, archer ship second. Now he just has to walk away. Has got his own demo ship coming into play as well. Scabrain is going to be able to take out the galley. Poor micro by Scabrain. Seems like he's distracted because on land, the pressure's coming in. We've got Magadai. Okay, dude, this is going to be a quick series. This is ridiculous. He's rushing up the outpost. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. One of the villagers is going to go down. The rest will at least be safe. So clutch outpost timing there. Otherwise, he would have been dead. The Keshik was just around the corner. On the water, though, he's suffering. Another boat goes down. Archer ship able to block out against the demo. And the transport ship's almost dead as well. So, like, the jukes and the bait fire that comes from this thing is pretty much wasted now. Ah, he's just so far behind. He won't lose the fishing straight away, mind you, but, like, on land, there's a lot of pressure that's going to be coming in, especially with the 4 tree line spawn. King's going to try to defend, but, like, triple Keshik, good enough. And the Magadai with the Khan arrow, or rather Vision of the Falcon on the front tree line is going to be a death sentence for Scabrain. He's going to have to be switched on in 2 different areas at all times. What's wrong with resource gen? The game is in its best state ever. Nothing wrong. The game is getting in a better and better state the more we nerf infinite resource gen. I'll say that much. This comes from someone as a kid who hated like limited resource gen games, but like as an adult, I appreciate the importance of it. Okay, you gotta appreciate the importance of that. That's outrageous. He had all the time in the world. No, he's distracted. He's getting pushed on water. That was disgusting. The card actually revealed what was up super early there. But Scabrain, limited reactions here. Yeah, it's not just his brain that's going to be scarred. It's going to be limbs to the 7 winds here. Several villages down on the tree line. What is he even doing? The king is just standing there like, well, I guess that's me done. Just going to impale myself and respawn with House of Lancaster where we can win. Okay, this is, I don't know, man. It's weird to me because Scabrain, he picked Holy Island, right? Scabrain usually likes water. He seems to be one of those players that actually, and I know it's weird, I can't believe they exist, enjoys playing water. He sees it as an opportunity to trick his opponent, to outsmart them, to distract them. Here, though, it just feels like he got completely wasted. Right? Like, it feels like he was the one who got distracted. He's the one who just got completely torn a new one. And now we have what feels like a last Ura type effort here. It's going to push in. Demo ships will not find the connection they're looking for. Mongol fishing boats do get hit pretty hard, but who cares? It's not hard enough. GG gets called. It is going to be a 2-0 stomp. And B on his way through for a matchup against Myriad. Yeah, that was quick. I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more of a fight there. But no problem. We've got plenty of series. Neglecting the Roos part that gives away the side. No, I wasn't. It's always cursing talking. Like, he doesn't even need to put Roos in there. He literally, like, every time is just sitting in chat like, and this is why we must preserve the Roos. Because it's a Roos main. And like, this is why we must nerf them. Get the baseball bat. Okay, so, one series done. Let's have a look at Wham and Voldemar. Matchup between the 2 most prolific wallers. Well, actually, 2 of the most prolific wallers. Remember, we've still got Louis, who's just as evil for his walling. So, Gorge Beginner into Socotra and Dry Arabia. Yo, what's up, Goats Bro? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Getting closer and closer to that 100 unique subscriber for the month. Oh, what's up, Goats Bro? I'm checking on my channel now. Yeah, we're 89. 11 more people, and we will have secured an extra 10% of revenue. Whoop, whoop. They can't stop us. Also, to help secure additional future revenue, make sure when you see that AMD thing pop up in chat, you click it, guys. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. All right. So let's get ready for Wham versus Voldemar. That is definitely how it's said. Okay, so I believe. Hey! What's up, Farase? Is that Farase or Farake? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Farakai? So the Lamb review? Oh, yeah, I forgot that released. Thank you, man. No, I had good fun with that. I do need to like add a little footnote on that. I should probably get around to that at some point. I don't know if I was being like overly harsh on the Rising Empire guys. I mean, my feelings like were just in what I was saying, but like once again, it's not easy to run a LAN for sure. It's like praise to them for doing that, but yeah, like there are issues that, in my opinion, should not have been there. All right. Let's get ready for the Voldemar matchup. Game number 1, we're going to Gorge. It's going to be Mongols versus Jean. Oh my, wait, what? Okay, hold on a sec. Did I just say it's going to be Mongols? Hold on. Hold your horses. One and all, pure comedy is struck here. This is the Eternal Wall matchup. Voldemar and Wham's walls. But in game number 1, there cannot be walls. We've done it. We've figured it out. We've forced Wham to not build walls, and all we had to do is get him to pick Mongols. Welcome back. Midweek Muster, number 18 here. At round of 16, winner of this will go up against Louis MT. Yeah, I'm starting to realize there is something warped about this side of the bracket. You've got the matchup of the Wallers into the matchup of the Wallers. The 3 players I just described there are by far the most prolific Wallers in Age of Empires 4. But let's not get too obsessed with that. In this game, it's unlikely we're going to see too much of that. Wham is going to look for an aggressive line with the Mongols. Voldemar is looking to match up with the Jean Pit. Interesting for game number 1 here. Yeah, just looking at like the picks, because they did draft Socotra. Mongols is usually like historically been seen reasonable there, but Wham, he has English, Malian, Sushi. He's got basically like 3 different civs that could work really well for Socotra. I think it's imperative for Voldemar to win this series, looking at his draft, that he wins game 1. If he doesn't win game 1, I don't know how he solves with Socotra. Hoping for the Mass Magadai? You could Mass Magadai. I don't think you necessarily need to, but you can. It's going to begin with the Rax Rush, though. Yeah, and he's already scouted out. Wow, look at the rotation he done. Before he actually commit to the Rax, he wanted to see where it was on the spawn. So he knows what he's going to be targeting here. Voldemar already has more than enough gold. He's already aware of what's coming here. This is a sensible reaction. We see way too often people don't actually bring out the additional workers straight away, and they pay the price for it. By doing it like this, you can get away before the raiders arrive. You can build into your School of Cavalry. You can be ready to go for Pro Scouts if you want to, and the first night. And then you can even, with this type of build, because you've done that so early, delete the mining camp and leave it, knowing that the WAM will not get any resources from it. So overall, very, very solid play. Meters of walls built should definitely be an end game stat. I'm not sure that the UI can actually present that many digits for these two. And we're measuring in meters as well, so it kind of says everything it needs to. Oh man, dude. I gotta get used to this new seat. I like it, but it's also just like, I don't know, do I need to bring the height down maybe? Yeah, I think I need to be more of a dwarf. Because I'm kind of like, the biggest problem I've noticed, I don't know, like if I sound fine like this, I've been leaning in at the microphone a lot recently. It's not good for my back. I shouldn't really need to. It's almost like being able to hear myself is a negative in this situation. Well, I feel like listening to my voice is always a negative. We do have the deletion on the money camp though. 210 gold has been gathered. I don't think you go Pro Scouts without the knight here, right? That feels a bit greedy. I mean, especially with the spawn. Look, it's double deer. Yeah, so WAM can now just pivot. Instead of like rushing an outpost on the gold, he's going to look to outpost rush the west side where all the deer are. Okay, this is sick. And Voldemar's seeing it. He's got to be panicking a little now. He's got 14 sheep to work with. But if this outpost goes up, the Magadai play is just thumbs up. Because you have the movement speed to kite them. Oh my, oh my. So Voldemar, there isn't like a doomful feeling of the game is definitely over right now. He can play into archers. Archery range will be able to save him here. And then you can go for a ram still, because your opponent hasn't blocked your gold. You can also go for knights. But archers are key because the logic here is your opponent has spears already. And he's likely to go Magadai because it blocks Pro Scouts really well. But with archers, you can counteract that. The issue is usually going to be when you have to play wide. This is where this Swarm for Voldemar can be a good thing. Both of the deer being on the west side means he doesn't necessarily have to play wide. It doesn't mean he won't be able to contest the enemy deer, but if you 50-50 split this map, I think you're more than content. Maybe still deer from the other side? It's very difficult to do unnoticed. I think you can just rely on getting your archers out to begin with, follow up with knights, break the tower, and then get the goodies. Really obnoxious placement as well. Puts him on the edge of the berry range, just stripping away additional resources. Like, Voldemar was quite unfortunate with his spawn here, guys. He got double berries one side, double deer one side. The boar is kind of close, though. I guess you could see that as a positive. And it's even hidden next to a stealth forest. And there we go. Archery range beginning. Remember, we still have Jean as well, so like any fights you can actually garner are valuable here. Wham wants to try and minimize his clashes where he's at risk. And that's where Magadai can be like a double-edged sword. Very powerful unit in the right situation. But we've seen how it can backfire because they are glass cannons. What makes it worse still in this matchup is not only do they backfire for being glass cannons, but because they're expensive, they're also a great XP farming tool for Jean. And we do have the correct form of Jean to easily snipe them down. Yeah, and notice how he just ignores the state of the deer. Yeah, because he's going to try to contest the other side. Unfortunately for him, Wham is already a mile ahead on this. The deer shove in pretty much all the way through. I wonder, does Wham actually go pro scouts here? If you can get this deer pack right next to the Gur, you could actually just circumvent it. And that gives you a more aggressive all-in timing. Voldemar is going to be taken away from the east side deer, and this is also probably going to make Wham think twice about pro scouts, just because how much later his time is going to be. The range Jean is going to see what's happening here. Divine Arrow of the Deer. Come on, do it. Do it. Okay. Lame. Oh, nice smite there. Does get one kill. Oh, was that a misclick from Wham? No way did he want to be that far out. Okay, well, we do have outposts coming in, but First Blood has been drawn. A critical First Blood as well, considering that Voldemar was behind on villages ever since converting Jean. Alright, ones if you think Wham's going to win this game, twos if you think Voldemar is. And we talked about how badly Voldemar needs this win for the state of the draft. It's off to a good start. He can get 3 deer stacks eventually. He starts to clear out the outpost, but once you've got all the scouts together, plus 1 or 2 knights, you can just go in and burn down the tower. So all in all, I quite like Voldemar's position, but Wham, he's doing that build, isn't he? Yeah, this is the fast castle build. Dare I prematurely say fast Imperial? It might well be. He could be stockpiling all the stone, and that gets you sprint on placements. And sprint on placements makes you very difficult to dive for your opponent when you're fast imping. It has been the build that's been taking over. It feels like with the fast Imperial Karganet builds that the Mongols have been doing, if you aren't ready for it, you just lose. You have to react pristinely at the highest level. I think we've seen players fall victim to it as well, where they just like try to go for their own greed instead of punishing the greed, and it just loses them the game because Karganet is worth like around about 600 resources a minute in unit generation. Oh, Voldemar. Luckily, not enough spinning in there to actually really threaten. So we'll just run by. How do you guys feel about the Mongol fast imp build, by the way? I'm of a mixed opinion on it, because it is kind of nice to see Mongols getting some play again and a new build coming through. But the flip side is, it is so anti-interactive, it makes it pretty lame to watch. Like, we're almost 10 minutes in the game. Yes, we've done that initial outpost rush, but like the fallback plan is now to just sit here. I imagine we're going to be looking at step read out. Not really much of an army to upgrade with Kurotai. It sucks. No one should play it, so you can keep doing it. This is why Faye is angry. People have started to look at Magadai seriously. That was meant to be a thing. I still remember casting the Magadai versus static emplacement game. I lost brain cells in that game, and in case it isn't obvious, I can't afford to lose brain cells at this point. But you know what I could afford to lose? Frames. I've got so many of them. See that popping up there, that AMD link? Click on it. Took Pro Scouts, now Spirals, next will be Magadai. I mean, what have you really got left at this point? No, really, like, do you want to start TC rushing, maybe? I think it's time. The TC rush needs to come back. Get a step ahead. It's like the Spinman are actually kind of stuck here. No. Okay. You know what? No nerves of steel here, Wham. What the hell? All he had to do is just stand still and hold his breath. But he blinked. So a little bit of XP in the pocket for Voldemar. But Wham has done exactly what he needs to. Like, look at where pressure is. Like, how is it that Wham is going Castle Age and he's the one diving the enemy gold? That's crazy. Gets himself a kill. Backs away. As now Wham ahead by 5 workers. We've got some gaps in production here, folks. Yeah, mathematically, the lead doesn't add up. Wham only has 2 additional worker kills, but yet he's 4 ahead. Now, you can equate one of them to the conversion of Jean, but you're still talking about a villager that is a giant question mark here. I do not believe, yeah, no textiles either. So just kind of inexplainable. All right, moment of truth. Are we going to build or are we going to tech? It looks like we're going to build here. So we are going to be seeing Keshix plus what? Crossbowman? Or do you just go Magadai? I mean, Magadai begin to scale quite nicely in Castle, weirdly enough. Still a situational unit, but like it preps you for that Imperial timing down the line. Usually the best way we've seen the Imperial rush builds work is you just kind of scale units for a few minutes in Castle or a few minutes in Feudal, and then you stop. Now in this game, Wham didn't really scale that many units in Feudal Age. He needs to add more in Castle Age to justify the play. Flash coming in. Keshix have been upgraded, by the way, so this is not the most ideal of fights for Voldemar. He has numbers, which is why Wham's a bit resilient or resistant to the idea of fighting. But with the double production on the way, we should see him looking to contest. Voldemar. He's going to start pressuring. Good news for Voldemar, there is no range units other than the Khan to snipe Jean. And the Khan would take a very long time. So a lot of XP to potentially farm with here. Bad news is Voldemar's not really in position to dive deep. And Wham realizes it. This is 100% great discipline out of the Canadian. The only way he loses that position is if he overreacts. You know your opponent can't actually commit underneath the TC. It would be way too expensive with a Feudal Age army. Same with the gold that's now protected by the outposts. For Voldemar, he needs to start trending upwards, right? The longer he stays in Feudal, the worse I think it gets. We actually have him adding in Spearman, so he's committing to the second age here. And you can kind of see where it's coming from. Like, the logic is you built an army this big, you want to use it. Otherwise, half this army is already irrelevant because the archers aren't going to keep value. But my concern is, like, what's your attack point? What's your win condition now in your mind? I guess he's just looking to blob high enough to dive in. In some ways, that can work. You just keep scaling knights like this. Eventually, when it comes time to dive, your opponent's going to have way too many villages and not enough places to keep them safe. My concern is with the step readout. Surely Wham has the ability to get more than enough Keshix to hold this back. Does need to sort his undermesh. Blacksmith tech is on the way in. Like this, Wham is thinking about intercepting reinforcements. He's realizing that Voldemar is not willing to dive too deep. You know, I'm wondering, are there male and female wolves as well? We had this about the sheep last game. We know that the deer are different. I don't think there's any difference between the wolves. But like, how would you know? You have to play high view and have like 5 of them attack one villager. Alright, Voldemar, this is just death waiting to happen. I think at this stage you just want out of the age. He feels like if he does it, it's just such a waste, right? Like, what have you achieved? I mean, in fairness, first scout wise, he done okay. I don't want to say he done well. I'm surprised he's not trying to go for that flank resource. The scout did see the villagers out there. I think from Voldemar's POV, if he goes for that attack on the flank, he's forfeiting the good position here. And he's just going to get slapped in the back. Now, some of us like being slapped in the back. We even go, ooh. But in this situation, it would be painful and not enjoyable at all. No. The backstab that would come through there would basically just wipe him. He's trying to keep pressure on the production to make sure his opponent can't just outscale. Wham. Definitely starting to feel a lot more confident with this spring on placements arriving, though. Alright, ones if you think Voldemar is going to go age 3 before the game is over. Twos if you think he's hard committed. Because this feels like someone on a collision course with an iceberg right now. You're like, Voldemar, we need to abandon ship. No! I have right of way! That cube needs to chill. Voldemar, it's going to kill us. No. If we hit it hard enough. I think he's finally realizing that the iceberg maybe is a little bit more stubborn than he is. Resources are being stocked up. He is going to begin Castle Age. Meantime, the Knights are riding in. This could be big. He needs to be quick about it, though. The Keshiks are reacting, and he didn't bring the whole army. Oh, no. No, he needs to get out right now. I'm glad he realized it. Without the archers, the Keshiks will just win this fight. Chase is on. Nave Speed Arrow does get activated. Crossbow's shown as well, so Voldemar realizing what he's up against will see value in upgrading the archers to veterancy. Meantime, Keshiks are going to flank raid. Won't get too much done. He got 2 extra worker kills out of it, though. Voldemar hasn't actually teched up yet, guys. You're like, whew, dodge that bullet. And I'm sure he'll go back in his hole and he'll wait there for me to get cast. Why is he not going back in his hole? Why is he... Okay, whew. We're safe. He's definitely not going to attack me. I think he's getting an inkling of what's happening here. Like, Voldemar spent a very long time looming on the edge of the base. Why else would you back off? So, tech up is about to complete. Wham has started to stockpile again. However, I don't think this is about being overly greedy. You can already see what he's doing instead. He's targeting relics. He just got a lot of breathing room. He's looking to manipulate the map. Hey, you know what would be nice, by the way? Like, you know, I'm thinking of Mongol mains. I'm so thoughtful, I know. With the expansion, you know what would be pretty sick? If, it's crazy, hear me out, they let the shamans double produce again. Whoa! Did you guys know that's still a problem? Yeah, it is actually statistically impossible for Mongol religious folks to be born twins. You can't double produce them. It doesn't work. Nice charging. Voldemar, he may have Castle Age, but he's probably going to have to go into Arbitria next, isn't he? It feels bad, right? Like, you're against Mass Knights. Wham should be quaking his boots. Like, if you're looking at this, you're thinking, oh, wow, this guy can't build walls. You're loving life right now. But Yam always makes things so freaking awkward with cavalry, I find. Can if you get the Imtech? I'm not sure. The Uvu interaction is really weird with the Mongols. Yeah, I think they broke that like a year ago. Shamans just weren't able to double produce anymore. Never got fixed. Okay, this is just toxic. Alright, guys. We've been misled. You know how I'm always saying how Arbitrary are the best crossbowmen in the game? I was wrong. The Springald Outposts are the best crossbowmen in the game. Oh my god. He's already up to 9 towers. TLHF? We do at least have level 3 Sean in. So that's good news, because otherwise she would have got sniped straight away. So at least he doesn't have that liability anymore. Shaman are going to get scouted trying to move out, but 2 relics already home. Wow. Crossbow Sketchings on standby. This dive can prove risky. There's only 1 Spring on placement. That's the good news here for Voldemar, but he needs to get beyond it fast. We dive in. Maneuverability does get him away. And now things get a little bit weird for Voldemar. Yeah, he feels it. We talked about this, like the whole logic with the cavalry. Should be easy to dive, right? But Yam complicates the matter so much. Keshik are now sneaking around the flank again. Wham is building a lead here, folks. Yeah, this is just obnoxious. You know, like, Wham tries to pretend that he's not a defensive player. The way he's played this game has wholly been defensive. He's pretty much just willing Voldemar to overextend so that he can come in and just poke him every single time. And it's working. Like, the lead is built now. It's an extra 8 kills compared to what Voldemar's been able to achieve. Make it 9 now. And only cost him a few Keshix. Yeah, I think Voldemar's sensing it as well. If he keeps trending in this direction, he's going to lose the game anyway. He needs an in. We're talking like, hey, my dad works at Microsoft. I can get you in, levels of in. And then you find out that their dad is actually Bill Gates. It needs to be something big. It can't just be like, you know, a token effort of like, yeah, you can come to the cafeteria today. Now, Voldemar needs a 2-year plan to be the head of digital distribution in North America for Microsoft. Clearly, step 1 would be downloading the Opera GX browser. So then he has an advantage over everyone else browsing the internet. Step 2 would be upgrading to a full AMD setup. Now, I don't know, we went full sellout. And we done that for a reason. Because Voldemar just sold himself out with this dive. It's only 12 nights. Wham, he's starting to stockpile resources for good reason. Like, Voldemar... Dare I say siege engineering may have changed the state of the game for you here. It just feels like over time, these outposts are just winning the game for Wham. Now, Voldemar does have Guildhall to fall back on, but you're seeing that Wham is rushing Imperial Age for that reason. He's aware of the threat. He doesn't want to lose that race. Oh no, Crackety's here to talk about Mongol Imp. Crackety, we revoked your license to talk about Mongol Imperial Age. After what you've done the other year, you're only ever allowed to talk about TC booms. Thank you. Voldemar has a macro issue? I don't think it's a macro issue. I think it's a commitment issue. He wasn't sure where to attack here. I think for the approach he took, genuinely just 1 or 2 rams fixes the problem. Yeah, Karganet now coming in. Voldemar just needs to dive now. He doesn't want to. The sprinter placements have been killing him. There's even additional ones hidden behind the TC. But this is the only option left for you. Imp Mongols with trade. He doesn't even have trade. Like, I just want to emphasize to people, this is not a trade build at all from Wham. Wait, hold on a sec. Whoa, hold on. Karganet has not been completed. That's a lot of crossbows, though. Mangoes as well. Remember, Wham hates mangonels, but he always builds them. He's gonna hide inside the crossbows. I mean, this is just death. Look, he's overexposed now. The Spearman went the other way. The Kesh is coming the backstab. And there's only 8 Spearmen here to defend. Both sides are gonna lose an army, but one player's gonna be Imperial. Mango also just getting repaired. It's just the toxicity of the towers. Static defenses, in my honest opinion, remains such a toxic component of Age of Empires 4. Wow, look at that. He committed wholeheartedly and died to emplacements. We used to complain about outposts on our resources. Now we're complaining about Mongols building them in their own base. Oh. Is that a golf clap or is that a boo? I'm really not sure on that one. It feels semi-booish, right? Static emplacements are still way too freaking good. Can we just, like, agree on that? They are still insanely good. All right, game number 2. We're going to be heading to Dry Arabia, actually. We talked about this, right? Like, he needs to win Socotra, or he loses anyway. He needs to win game 1, Bravo, or he loses Socotra. Because the draft is, like, really stacked against him for Socotra, specifically. He doesn't have a good answer there. Like, maybe Byzantines, but, like, I'd favor English or Shushi there. So, let's hop into flip the score around. We'll get ready to roll. You like that base defenses are relevant? I don't like how much they do, though. That's always been the problem. Like, against someone trying to chip raid, sure, granted, I get where you're coming from. Like, yeah. You know, we can start the recording with this as well. All right, one and all, welcome back to game number 2. We're going to continue the controversial discussion about defenses and my problem with them here. As Wham has taken Juji, Voldemar to the Byzantines. Voldy has a problem, even if he wins this. I don't like the look of his draft for Socotra. So, we were just talking about static defenses, and Romanorum was saying that he likes that base defenses are relevant. I get where you're coming from, right? It can be silly when you watch those games where like base defenses do nothing or they don't exist. I'm not saying that base defenses should be irrelevant. I am saying that base defenses are too good against extensive pressure. Does that make sense? Like, you have to build a ram to answer them, and sometimes that's not even good enough against like HRE. I find quite often where base defenses look silly is when you relentlessly commit into them and you still lose the game. Can we maybe agree on that? Because we just watched a Mongol player spam outpost to defend himself. We can see the same thing again, potentially. Juji are just as good at that type of outpost spam with this. Meditation Garden on like double stone is broken. It's so damn good. In fact, yeah, he can set up here. If he notices this is going to be insane. 48 food, 50 stone, and then you just hand cannon slits, which is even more toxic. I mean, people done the maths, I think, a few months back, and they realized that in terms of its cost as well, DPS-wise, hand cannon slits almost perform on the level of Springalds, which is crazy. He'd buff Siege, not nerf towers? Maybe. I think like the tricky part, dare I say, it maybe makes more sense that as you like garrison an outpost or whatnot, the emplacement gets more of its strength. Does that make sense? Does that seem more reasonable? So it's almost like because the Springled emplacement is unmanned, you could give it a very low attack speed. And then, as more units garrison inside, you could buff the attack speed. I kind of like that idea, because then it is like, oh, the trade-off is, because I need to defend myself, I'm going to garrison. This guy is going to be here for a while. As opposed to what we see now, where people just like line up 4 outposts of Springalds and no one's inside. I wonder if that's maybe the happy median. But a medium meditation garden here. Nothing too crazy. Just went with 25 gold, 36 food, and probably about 30 wood. Guys, I just realized we're in game number 2, and Wham can actually build walls. He has a Civ that builds walls quicker. But he has an open spawn, so unlikely we're going to see him just secluding himself in a corner here. There's a very, very exposed northwest side. Nerf mechanics? No, so like that's the thing. The way I envision it is the change that I just suggested, where you make it so that like sprint emplacements are lower attack speed when there's no one garrison inside. Yes, it's a nerf, but like I think the way it's a nerf doesn't feel like you're hampering someone's playstyle. Like for the purpose of like I need this thing to defend myself, you're still gonna like if you're that type of person, you're still not gonna actually be hurt by the change. It's just for people that rely on outposts that don't impact their economy. Right, like if you want to rely on outpost defenses, in theory, the trade-off should be, I'm going to idle my villagers to do so. But like we see it time and time again, where just people build 5 sprint replacements and they don't idle their economy at all. They just have an impenetrable line. Maybe like an alternative way is just buff trebs. Maybe trebs just have better accuracy and that would fix part of the problem. Because I feel like when people see mass outposts, they don't react with trebuchets. Focusing on this game a little, though, we are going to have pro scouts coming for Juji. It's just inevitable. Juji always love pro scouts. Byzantines are an anti-pro scout here. So win conditions here, Voldemar is looking for an attack pan. If he can find his timing to go in, he could do some irreparable damage and then tech behind. I don't want to see him playing passive. We do have the Limitane beginning, like we've seen the Javelin follow-up. Lombos can actually make a lot of sense. I kind of like the Limitane into Lombo build against Shushi in particular, because it blocks the stables play, and then when your opponent tries to play into Palace Guard, you have a high base damage unit against PG, but also if he plays into the Jugunu, Lombos can kite them as well. And yeah, be careful with the bracket links. Reminder, some of these series are live, some of these are recorded. What do you guys think we're going to see with the DLC, by the way? Like, we're going to get some other changes with Civs, right? Do you think they'll finally change some of the Byzantines? I was thinking about this. Maybe it would be intriguing to see something around the landmarks change. Because some of that hasn't really been given much thought here. We're in a Pro Scouts dominant meta right now. And yet, Byzantines are so powerful for their olive oil, they don't engage with it. Even though they have methods that would enable them to do so more freely, such as Hippodrome. Right? Even then, we just don't really see people bother with Hippodrome Pro Scouts. Speaking of the PS, already coming from Wham. I like this. He's open with a PG. Voldemar hasn't actually got into the mercenary step yet. He is going to be longbows, though. New animals would be cool. Yeah, I've been hoping for that for a while. In some ways, I like kind of see the biome system we have as a kind of negative. Because it would have been cool to have had like different resource types attached to biomes. You know what? We could have got like more delicate biomes that are pretty and really extravagant. And then we could have used these new 9070 XT graphics cards to show them off. I will say that our GPU does a really good job with that. It's kind of crazy. I just noticed when you actually get really close on the map, the ambient noises become insanely vibrant. Do you guys know that? You never notice it when you're zoomed out here because the volume, like it's localized volume. So like if you imagine a 3D environment, something over here in the bush is going to have like a small hitbox around it that has a kind of waxing waning effect on this audio as you get further away. See? Why do I have unusual colors? Because my PC is different. Don't be racist. No, we added a little bit of vibrancy to the game. I think I've talked about this in length. Like, I actually think most people prefer the game like this. The default color scheme is a little bit gray. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of people that actually use the digital vibrancy settings on their PCs. So, PG coming around. This is getting a lot of value for Wham. Voldemar can't actually contest this. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that we hit the concern I had, right? Like, he got the deer shove in. That's really cool. But he's going for Castle Age. Now, we said Castle Age is part of the plan, but there's meant to be pressure. There's zero pressure. And now what can happen is your opponent can just mass Lancers. Or he just upgrades full PG. I quite like the PG idea. He's already got a lot of them in the field. He'll get a dive point here. And Voldemar, because he's got Lombos, insanely slow moving. If you have good Lombo quantity, you can actually contest PG relatively well. You can't rush that quantity when playing Byzantines, though. It's not like when you play English and you've got this double council hall effect for minutes and minutes on end. Yeah, like, digital vibrancy is very helpful. I think it was called an AMD. I haven't had to tweak the settings, actually. I've been happy with it. But the other one that I've noticed is, like, those type of settings were really helpful for dark games. Because I feel like we went through a time where games were way too dark for no reason. But I think the bigger deal is going to be, I'm talking with Gigabyte about maybe sending out one of the new OLED monitors. Because those things are apparently incredible for how they made the pitch black look. Alright, so BG are going to have to back off here. Honestly, Wham just wants to keep him checked in his base. This has been a very inactive 10-minute game for Voldemar. I don't like it. He's second to Castle Age and he's not present on the map. And your opponent just went for Shaolin Monastery, which means relics are about to get hoovered up. They did a netcode and server overhaul to cut lag in half. Does your dad work at Microsoft? Is that the source? Is the source dad at Microsoft, or is the source ketchup? Kappa. I don't know. I've lost faith in us getting like a netcode rehaul. It would be incredible. But I think there's a lot of people who ask for things like netcode rehauls and everything else, and they don't understand how hard those are to do. You essentially end up rebuilding the game from the ground up. It's like, you know when people, like, they play a game on Steam, like, wow, this game's great. I'd love to see multiplayer added to this. And the devs are like, oh, we might do that. the reason they will not commit is that, like, it would be much easier for us to just wait until we make insert game name number 2, and then we can have it there as a foresight. Because otherwise, you're pretty much just rebuilding the entire code base from scratch. Source, a guy who's actually made, like, multiplayer games. It's not as easy as people think. Not with most engines, anyway. Some people do just have the capacity for it because they were very suboptimal with the way they coded their game in the first place. But most don't. And, like, the difference here is, obviously, we're talking about a game that already has a multiplayer system. You'd think that would be easier. It's actually kind of harder. Because now, instead of just, like, adding a new system on top, you now have to go through the old system, comb it all out, and add a new system afterwards. So looks like we've got 2 new plus lancers coming. Interesting. Yeah, contesting the crossbows. Lombos are still going to be a problem here. The big issue I do see for Voldemar is he can't just camp at home. He's got one relic coming in safely, the one that is retracted, but the rest are going to be in Wham's purview. This is going to be a 4 relic game. Very easy for Wham to just follow up, especially with this Pro Scouts getting free deer stacks by going into Yuan and getting the Pagoda effect. What do you guys think of Voldemar and Wham's playstyles here, by the way? So, my feeling is that Wham is playing into what makes Voldemar comfortable, because he does this advantageous. Because we've seen Wham can play the aggressive line, right? He almost was able to crack Beastie in a Grand Finals series by being aggressive. So Wham is capable of rising to the occasion for aggression. I do think that Voldemar has a little bit of a reputation for being very comfortable. Like, you know, we call him Voldemar for a reason. It's not that he can't play aggressive lines, but every player has this kind of, like, leaning to the faction sort of thing. You're either a defensive player or an aggressive player. You know, there are people like Vortex, for example, that if you tell them they can be aggressive, they're smiling. And there are players that if you tell them they can just wall up and play for later game, like Louis, for example, oh, they'll do it every day of the week. And the thing is, with these two contest each other, they know they're thinking about mid-late game. I think Voldemar is more willing to admit that, whereas Wham is still very much of the belief that he thinks he's a very aggressive player. We've even teased him about it before because we talked to him about it. It's like, no, I don't think we're like that defensive. It's like, look at your game average length, yes. And we've even said, like, even when we're complimentary, I think, like, we said about him the other week, like, Wham, you're the only guy who, like, starts walling so early when everyone else won't, and you somehow make it work. And it was a compliment. It's like, well, I don't know how you do this, but you make it work. And he still almost seemed a little bit offended, as like, walling? How dare you suggest that I would use this defensive thing? We talked about the pagodas, guys. It's coming. Meanwhile, Lancers are still poke raiding, so Voldemar just kind of contained in his base. He has at least made some progress with Olive Grove transition, but it's underwhelming. It's only 11. Have a hard time against Biz on the ladder. If you play aggressive, you lose units. If you try to out-tech them, you lose. Yeah, because they aggro you. Like, this is the thing. Byzantines are actually very tilting for this detail. They're able to be greedy while fielding an army that is actually comparative in size to most other people's at like 9 or 10 minutes. I think they are, excuse me, in a way, the most polarizing civ in the game because of that. Like, for most civs, it's a gives and takes of, oh, if I want to tech, I can't build army. But these guys, because the way Oliver works, they just end up with a premium army while still being greedy. Voldemar coaching a laser, you could feel laser resisting the late game. Oh, dude. I'd be there right with him. I think that people probably figured out when it comes to me, like, I am not a fan of, like, Call of Duty camper mode for the late game. I want to find a way to party hard. Go fast. So got Dally Horses on the way. It's going to be Mass Horseman plus crossbow switch now. Interesting. Makes a lot of sense. Your opponent has got nowhere near enough Limitane. Way too many range units. Nesta Bees, yeah, I was about to say, is also a very easy way of winning this fight. Oh, Wham's going to do it to him again, isn't he? He's going to just camp and tell him to come in. And Nesta Bees is just like a death sentence waiting to happen. If he gets 3 of those things out, the Lombos are gone. So Voldemar has to be very careful about this. He hasn't got any cataphracts, so no way of quickly sniping to them. No supervision on the Nesta Bees, so they are taking a while to arrive here. Chuganu, good micro there, good targeting. Cavalry's going to scare him off. Voldemar, overwhelming military lead here, but he's not committing in. First Nesta Bees did just come out. Remember, we have got the triple pagoda, so plenty of resources in reserve. Wham even has the berries sitting behind still. I think Voldemar is just trying to find the timing where Wham would switch into farms. But it's too soon. He's not out of food yet. Now he's got a double berry patch to work with. Second Nesta Beast has arrived, and that should be enough. I don't think Voldemar can go in now. He's got barely any melee. It's a choke point. It would kill him. He has to back off. And this pains you so deeply right now. Just watching this, I can feel the frustration, the blood boiling in Voldemar. It's like you wanted to go in. You wanted to end the game. But just 2 siege weapons was enough to scare you all the way back. And this is interesting, right? With the changes they made to mangonels, fundamentally, the win condition of siege camping changed. But there is still an exception to the rule, and that is Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees is still just as toxic as it was for stagnating games, so delaying an endpoint. Wow. Now he sees an opportunity to just go flank raiding. Cavalry's going to be moving out. And the reason he doesn't need him at home is Voldemar's army is still way too heavily range-based. Ram does need to be careful not to throw away units for free, but ultimately, now he gets to take the chill pill. Jiangnan is on the way. He's prepping for the farm transition. Timing could not be better. It feels like Voldemar needed to be ready to go in again. This is possibly the worst moment to have to back off at. But without any clean arts and Nesta Bees, like, what else was he really meant to do here? Instead, this is now fully turning into a macro game. Second TC coming in for Voldemar. Now, he does at least have the system buffs, which is benefiting him a lot. Should be easily able to get into the 4th level soon. At which point, he should eclipse the effect of the Imperial officials. Negative is going to be the fact your opponent has triple pagoda online. This is generating 750 resources per minute. It's insane. Horseman switch would be the ideal thing. Voldemar's economy is not like crazy for it though, right? I think that's his paranoia. He only has 16 olive grove still. But I see where it comes from. Like, theoretically, Wham doesn't actually have Spimmin to defend because he doesn't want Spimmin. He can't afford Spimmin. If you build Spimmin against Lombos, you lose. So to defend the Nesta Bees, like, realistically, he needs something akin to Palace Guard or Horseman. Now, this might be the biggest problem for Voldemar, is if he plays ponies now, he actually loses to these due to Dali horses. Not only will they out DPS you, but they'll live long enough that you just won't access the siege. What change did they make to mangoes? They made it before Season 9. So remember mangonels, they had the damage nerfed in Castle Age. They don't get broken until adjustable crossbars. And the trade-off is spring orbs no longer counter them. And yes, horsemen are much better against jabs. But spears are kind of a nice catch-all. They're fairly tanky, they don't die fast. They're a very good jack-of-all-trade type unit. In terms of like cost efficiency, it's very, very difficult to beat Spearman. Hello. Army moving? No. Rams walls. Okay, so both of them being slowed down by the walls here. But keep in mind, Wham doesn't have much torch power, and the Nesta Bees are moving in already. Gets in position for the first volley. We'll shoot it out. Has to back off here, but it is 5 Nesta Bees in total. This may be too much. No. Voldemar, if he dives this, it's going to kill him. In the meantime, the dive comes in on the TC. Heavy losses on the economy. He doesn't realize it, though. Continues the commitment. No melee left. Voldemar has to walk away, and he just realized what's happened here. The villager lead is out of control. Wham! Almost 20 ahead now. Voldemar dead now. I just don't see how he stops this raid. By the time it's done with him, he's going to be down to maybe like 35, 40 economy. And behind this, Wham has gone TC rather. TLC, that's something different. Tender love and care into his granary setup. This is brutal, man. You spent 20 minutes in this game to die like this. Villagers are just going to try to dodge death, but I think Wham is ready to go cruise mode on this. Big harassment on the economy, not just the kills, but the idle time. Like, Voldemar couldn't even think about making this a tech race. Wham just got the keys to the kingdom. He can go for the Imperial. And what is up, Yakimo and White Walker? I see you both. Thank you very much both for the subs. Let's keep those subs coming in. We've got some numbers to make up for now that we're back from Germany. Plenty of content to consume. The type of sub in this game is about to be less about subscription and more about submitting. Voldemar, head is fully in the dirt now. Oh god, I just realized what this is setting us up for, guys. The last time we had Louis MT versus Wham, we had some of the most absurd walling for an hour I think I've ever seen there before. We're on track for that to happen again. I do think that Wham's playstyle works better against Louis than Voldemar's. Although there's some similarities. So we'll probably get a closer set. At least in that regard. But this game, man, I don't know. Like, game one, I felt his frustration. Game two, I can feel his fury. Because it felt like Voldemar really was trying to end this game. But Nest of Bees. The biggest knob job in AoE 4. At this point, Voldemar is just kind of processing. I would not blame him if he GG'd out the moment he hears the tech up. Does the Sushi Horseman tech affect their attack speed on torches? I believe so, yes. It's probably the best use for it because, like, I've talked about this before. The attack speed increase on most units feels really weird. Because melee units getting attack speed buff isn't actually as impactful as you think. Because a lot of the time they're moving. Especially Horsemen. And Juji Library. Wham, he was actually going to go for the Temple of Sun. He switched over. Interesting. Is he maybe thinking of getting the terrible Fire Lance attack? Mangonel placements can prove quite toxic here. Oh my god, could you imagine if Voldemar came back in this game now through outposts? Nah, let's live in a realistic world here. It's 34 worker losses to 11, and he's still losing more economy. Army's going to come all the way home. Like, this should have been the point to dive the other way, but for the last 10 minutes almost, it just felt like the issue is this. Maybe 10's the stretch, but it feels like it's been oppressing him for that long. These Nest of Bees have made the game impossible for Voldemar to close. So he's just playing for the late phase. In theory, if Voldy can get to Imperial Age, he can get something better, something more powerful. Because then he can get his hands on the Royal Cannons, which are great for taking out... Okay, we're not even going to get there. He just calls GG. He doesn't want a single minute more of this. Defending OP? Excuse me. Okay. Sup, Kodak Black? Thank you, mate. I have to be conscious, though, like, if every single person wanted to, like, add me, I'd have a very bloated friends list and wouldn't know where to begin. I think that's a bot. Probably a bot. But if it's not, thank you. But, yeah. Alright. So, let's have a look here. We need to update the brackets, don't we? So quite a few of the pictures are getting painted now. Let me update this quickly. So we just saw Wham versus Voldemar. It's a 2-0. So Wham up against Louis MT. That should be an epic one. We watched B 2-0 his teammate. So he's through and up against Myriad. Myriad making quarterfinals again. Big Pog. I guess, should we have a look at Numidon versus SAS next? That sounds like a solid one. By the way, if you guys want to do me a solid one, we're up to 155 users. Come on. Final haul. All right, I want to hit 200 before the end of the month. I'm greedy. If you guys haven't yet, we've been using Opera GX for most of the month. Definitely recommend checking them out. It's a really cool browser. You can see us actually using it right here in the background. So love the default black mode. It's got a built-in ad blocker, which is actually as good as any of the ones I've used in the past. And I know a lot of people have been having issues with like uBlock on Chrome. It's built on the Chromium engine, so it's as safe as any of the major ones. But it also has handy things here, like up here in the GX control, which you can't see because OBS captures weird. I can limit RAM, I can limit CPU usage and network usage. So like I have a lot of control here. You can also, by the way, strip this down to like its bare bones and actually get really good performance to save a lot on RAM, etc. By default, it's bloated with some things like the ad blocker because most people want ad blockers by default, but you can easily remove them. So yeah, exclamation mark Opera GX if you want to check that out. You can help me out by, if you go and download it and sign up, it lets them know that I sent you. But now, let's get back to the games. We're going to be looking at Numidon versus SAS next. Let me get the draft for that one. Hey, Sacred Grove got picked. Love that. So Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Sacred Grove. Oh, thank you, Crackety. Also, big reminder, final stretch for the AMD integration. That one's even easier. When you see it pop up, click the link. It lets them know that I sent you, and it lets them know to come back and sponsor more, which we love because we are powered by AMD anyway. So it's a perfect match made in heaven. And also, I definitely think people need to have a look at the new 9070 XT graphics cards if you haven't, guys. Like, it's insanely good bang for buck. Honestly, I feel like AMD won this generation. Nvidia still has like the top performing graphics card at the absolute upper end, but in terms of like bang for buck, etc., and improvement over previous generation, AMD to me is the winner. All right, game one is going to be, let's have a look here. Where are we going? All right, so we've got HRE versus Ottomans for game one. I don't know, dude. Am I the only one actually enjoying all these Ottoman games at the moment? Oh, wow. You're going to give me $5,000? Oh, no problem, dude. Do you need my mother's maiden name as well? That should probably help, right? I wouldn't want, like, the payment to get, like, pulled up. Hold the phone. We got a fun one here. Want to know? Welcome back to the channel for more Midweek Must Action. It's Ottman time! Oh, dude, I'm enjoying Ottman games. I can't believe it. I didn't think it would ever happen. When this Civ got nerfed in the ground and we said farewell to the Great Bombard meta, I was over the moon. I was howling at it. Someone would think I was a werewolf, but now I'm actually enjoying the return to discoverability. It's going to be an interesting game as well, considering they're up against one of the most oppressive feudal age civs in the game right now, HRE in the hands of SAS. And it is going to be a Dark Age rush. So, what's the thought process here? Is it a concern that Numidon is going to try to go for Castle Age? Because we have seen that's like a classic and really popular build. Like, Ottomans love to just rush towards the Third Age. Is it necessary here, though? I mean, because my thought process is in the current meta, we've actually seen the Ottoman players feel a necessity to engage with Pro Scouts more often than not. In fairness, your spearmen are going to keep value as you age up. And this also does protect your own Pro Scouts play, because the logic here for SAS is that he will bloat more spearmen in Dark Age, and then he'll block his opponent from getting the deer shove in. So I think it can actually be worthwhile here for SAS to do this. He'll probably stop at like 4 or 5 spearmen. Don't need to go crazy here, because for Numidon, he went for the military school opening. So his is all about a slow timing to get the deer shove in. It's not about being aggressive. In fact, what I love to see from SAS, and there we go, stab the deer down. Push them further away, stab them away. Oh, and there's that link I was talking about, guys. I've got to remember to link that on the YouTubes as well, as you guys did want to help out. Remember, we're doing an awareness campaign with AMD. That's the link I said. If you guys click it, it actually helps out the channel immensely. Go learn about some awesome new graphics cards, while we try to learn some new Ottman strats. So we are going to see him slowly moving off the gold. This is weird, though. Yeah, this is very weird. Oh, no. Numidon? He's going to build an outpost. This was an incorrect reaction from Numu. He didn't know he was getting out. He didn't know he was getting spear rushed here. He thought this was going to be a casual feudal play because he only had 2 out on the gold. So very revealing. You didn't even see it in the way that he scouted. He didn't check down the center whatsoever. Wow. A huge oversight. And now as a result, you're going to have to build one of the most heinous outposts. It's going to have to be like, what, right here near the TC range. Not a great feeling. You need to make sure that it's close enough to the TC that your opponent can't torch at you as well. So you're probably looking at about here. Or you could be very ambitious. I mean, in fairness, this many villages, your opponent should be able to outburn. Sass would benefit from attacking right now, but I think he's just trying to get the freebie of the mining camp. Damn, if Sass had an outpost coming off the back of this would be like curtains. I don't think he was expecting this much value out of the opening play. But it helps Sass a lot as well already. The idle time allows you to compete for the feudal. You force your opponent to invest 100 wood into a subpar outpost placement. And although you spent a lot more on your play, we talked about how this is going to be valuable in feudal anyway for the Pro Scouts follow-up. Wait, are we just giving Jiggly like credit for everything now? But we also have to give him like credit for all the failures as well. I think that's the way that works. And it is just going to be a standard Arcan. A decent placement as well. Does Sass just go for like a fast castle build off the back of this? I mean, this is a disastrous start for Numu, I'd say. His timing has been crippled pretty hard. Credit to him on the knee-jerk reaction so swiftly to minimize the damage. Like, we do have Twin Mirror coming in now. I think Numu is going to play aggressive. And I love that. That's sick. I genuinely think like this is the way you want to play this. I've been seeing way too many Sultani trade network builds, and I think it is overrated to the extreme. I'd say at this point, it's actually costing Ottomans more losses than it's gaining them wins. Madrissa gives you presence in the age. It is ballsy to try and do this against HRE, though. Sifda is infamous for being one of the most threatening of feudal age. KP always so negative? Yeah. Like, that's why I don't have, like, COVID or, like, any STDs or anything, because all my tests are negative. That's what you meant, right? Can you cheese your way through plat with HRE tower rushes? Yeah. I like, if you aren't in shambles in the way that you do outpost rushes, yes. I think you can get, like, free platinum by doing it. But, like, the thing to keep in mind that I always emphasize to people, there's a very big difference between tactic and a strategy. HRE tower rushing is a tactic. It's not a strategy. Right? You do it to achieve something. So you need to envision what you're achieving with this. So, for example, some people would actually find it much easier. I think most players would actually find it much easier to play the tower rush into fast castles HRE rather than playing tower rush into feudal aggression. Even though like, at the highest level, I'd say that has a better success rate. So Deer Shove in here. Sass is actually still going to be going for Pro Scouts. He's just made the most of the spear situation. Overall, I quite like his position in this game. Other side of it, Numu is not going to be mirroring, but he is going to be going fast castle. Okay. Now that does surprise me a little bit. I mean, Sass is allowing for it, right? He's kind of opened the door with the full back off. Tower rush is just a tower rush? I think that's like Italy outdated. You played in 2021 and then took a break type brain though, right? Like my feeling on that type of mentality and thought process is there was a time when tower rushing would just GG the game. And it was more due to frustration and people not knowing how to play out of it. But with the way that AoE 4 has evolved, I don't feel like tower rush is just end games much anymore. But like, I'm talking conch level. I think if you go down to, you know, gold level and plat level, most people will just go GG out of frustration. But you're kind of coin flipping, right? Because there'll also be people who will be the opposite and say, oh, dude, you've annoyed me. I'm going to play this out. Like, we've all experienced that type of gamer where you do something toxic and their reaction is, well, I'm just not going to leave. Okay, so Sass is actually going back for aggro play now. It's too late. Numu is just going to go Castle Age on his ass. I wonder if Sass needed to pro scouts this. I mean, he's eating through his food quick, right? But he's got 11 sheep and he shoved the deer in. I think there's a fair argument that, like, maybe delaying pro scouts and just going for the aggressive timing would have paid off a lot more. Numu, in the meantime, is just going to be backing off. He did go for the Imam point. But this is sick. Yeah, it's just spamming right now. You can't beat this. You need more archers. I feel as if Sass got completely bamboozled by this. So Numu, 12 to get him up into the Castle Age. Likely going to be looking at Lancer immediately. And Sass's reaction has to be Castle Age. You can't play Feudal into this now. You haven't got enough archers to dive at all. Some people still GG out when you tower rush in gold. I mean, it doesn't, like in Diamond Robber, it doesn't, like, surprise me. Some people just don't want that experience. Like, you guys have simmed me like that before. Do you remember when we played Battle Aces and I queued into, like, Vortex? And about 3 or 4 minutes into, like, him pressure playing with, like, the really cheesy wasps at the time in that game, I just surrendered and said I couldn't be asked. Like, I literally had, like, 3 games in a row where the moment I saw wasps, I just GG'd. Because it wasn't fun. Like, for some people, there's no fun in solving that problem. There's a saying that like the World of Warcraft raiders have that I love, and that saying is too many calories. The whole logic is like that will cost me way too many calories to solve. Whether it's a thought experiment or like a raw, you have to micro, macro, click, etc. Okay, so tech up's coming through now for Sass. Regnit's on the way. Map control is decent. He did actually pin Numidon back into his base. But Numu snuck out. We've already got 1 relic coming wide. And the second one won't be happening yet. Imam did already get taken out. But love the fact he went straight into Springolds. This is smart. I've seen way too many people waste time building a mango. It's not worth it, guys. 1 mango versus having 2 Springolds. I'll take 2 Springolds every day of the week. They're more mobile. They're really good against these smaller armies because there's not enough power to dive in and kill you. It's just like having 1 big fat archer. And also it kind of diversifies your investment. If you have one Mangonel versus 2 Springolds, and your opponent like just finds you slightly out of position, that Mango's going to go down. If it's double Springold, 1 Springold is likely going to survive. And this is tilting. Like, you don't want to dive this at all. Is he going to try? I don't know about that one, dog. Your goal and you play the land to see which new ways you can embarrass yourself? That's the spirit. But dude, this is why I've said I'd love to have like a 1.5 multiplier, even if it's just to watch games back. Two's sometimes too quick. But like, I feel as if I would actually go back to doing low elo casts if we had more control over the game speed. I still want to see a competitive mode where like the speed of play is 1.5 to see if it's actually good or not. Sass does have knights coming. He's winning the relic race, actually. I don't like Numidon's approach to this. I kind of see where he's coming from. Like, you know, you're against a bunch of March Drills units you couldn't rush out. But no flank raids, no attempt to get out on the flanks whatsoever. He's just been sitting here waiting. Numu, it almost looks like he's doing a fast Imperial build, which is freaking wild. He hasn't even set up the military schools yet. Glad he's finally going back for those. Sass have 4 relics now? This man's about to have a field day. We didn't even highlight the hilarious irony of Numidon picking Ottomans against Sass. Sass is Turkish and Ottomans is like one of his favorite civs. So the fact that he got picked away from you and now is getting used against you is actually quite comical here. Am I the only one looking at this wondering how the hell Sas could ever lose? He's in a really good position. Numu, oh, he might be reinvesting here. Okay, he cancels. He did have the veterancy for Sapahi coming. I don't think you can compete quick enough by scaling Sapahi here before Ichiru would get Imperial. So nice Argon after march all the way home. We do have Janissaries now getting scaled into. Sas already has the answer with archers coming. He's fully reinvesting, so we're not going to have any greed play from him, even though he's now got 4 relics to work with. And part of the reason is Sas doesn't have farm set up yet. That's also another reason why he's leaning into archers, to try and circumvent the issue of the deer will not last forever. It's also just very good against Otto due to Janissary play. I am keenly concerned that Springall's going to just take a dump on him if he's not careful, though. Because some of you looking at this right now and going, KP, why would you think that Springall's going to beat mass archers? Like, they only get bonus against melee infantry. Ah, good eyeballs, astute viewer. However, interesting thought for you here. An archer has about 60% of the health of a melee unit at this stage. These are early meta arms of 120, they go up to 155. These spearmen have 110 health compared to 80. So, although a big chunk of the damage is locked behind being melee, even the base range damage, when you make that comparison, the fact that, like, yeah, you're losing, you know, about 40, like 50, 60% of your damage, whatever it's going to be. Sorry, 40, about 30, 40% of your damage. The fact that your opponent has that much percentage less health means you're killing them at an equal pace. Yeah, I've, like, watched so many fights where Mass Archer loses to Springald, and it's almost comical at this stage. It's not really one you'd expect. Ottomans need to get Sapahi out to pressure during feudal. It depends on your win condition. If you're going for a fast castle, you usually just kind of circumvent Sapahi altogether. But because of the way Sas is like reacting to the Janissaries, you're seeing that there's a way that Sapahi can feel good again. You need to be ultra careful against HRE because of the Spearman and Marching Drills. But once again, that's why Numidan has just had Springles toggled on in the Imperial Army the whole time. It's kind of funny, if Springles weren't as good as they are right now, we actually might finally have a meta where more players would see the Imperial Palace as viable, the one that gives you extra Vizier points. But even with the Mango nerf, the fact that Springles actually do quite well as they bulk up here makes Mehmed Imperial Armory still too good. And I'm so annoyed about it because I was so hopeful we'd finally reached a point where there'd be a different landmark than this thing. Sadly, we have not reached that point. Sass on the approach here. We do have Inspired Warriors coming in. Has to be very, very careful about approaching these jokes. Because you're going to funnel in, and it means that the Springals are going to do maximum damage. So positioning is key here. You can't rush this. No, instead, I'd rather he focuses on the sacred sites. Sass has a very clean win condition here on the map. Doesn't need to throw it away. Numu. I mean, there is like a number in mind here. You get towards like 20-25 Sapahi, they start to become a very scary force. Especially with the way that they engage with the second line. Like, you can essentially micro to use your second line with attack speed buff. Sass getting a bit too ambitious here. Oh. Gotta be careful to pay attention. Janissaries, it's just kind of a crazy unit. You just feel quite chill, look away for a second, look back, and you're 10 cavalry down. We just have to show them so much respect. Springles. Yep, that Lance deck was definitely dead. Flash now coming in. Backstab from the cavalry. But that's a backstab on the Janissaries. And just one knight's going to be able to hold it all back. So wipes out the cavalry. Sass is losing this. Oh my god, it's such a brutal wipe. What happened to the army? I can't believe that he just went from in control to to Control-Delete in a matter of seconds. Oh my dear God. What did I just witness? I think that's like the quickest I've ever seen a sizable HRE army just disappear. That backstab was... Oof. Then like there's no hesitance there. Numenar's like, oh, that's cavalry coming at me from a very thin choke point. Let me just send like 2 melee infantry there. And then just let me just Janissary him to death. And then the Springords afterwards? Oh, man. That was wild. I can't believe just how quickly everything just melted. And I've seen plenty of Janissary in the past. Even Renal's like, what the hell? Oh, man. What do we call that one? Something to do with the outpost. No, not outpost, but yeah, kind of the outpost at the start. Okay. So 1 game down. Numenor right now has got to be checking himself for bullet holes and be like, huh. That was like 20 times easier than I thought. Game 2, Dry Arabia. We've got Malians versus Chinese. Could you just outpost rush the Malians here? I mean, China's reasonable at it, right? I guess we'll find out once I just check something. All right, I guess we'll find out. Let's hop in. Give me a sec, guys. All right, just had to clear my throat. Okay, game number 2. Chinese versus Malians. I mean, Pro Scouts is the prerogative usually. Gold is... Oh my god, dude. Actually, what is that spawn? I mean, he's got 1 really safe gold, but like, this is cursed. Double 4+ tree line. I think like he should be overall okay, though. I'd be surprised if we get an outpost rush now. In fact, Numu... Yeah, it's just going to be a chill pill. He's going to play for Feudal Age. Shouldn't HRE archers only be seconded LBs for Janny counter? Yeah, if you don't like headbutt into them. If you kite the range, but like, I don't know. That game 1 left a really bad taste in the mouth. It just felt like there was an unnecessary A-click. And I think it just completely cost him the game. Like, Sass is probably like reflecting on that game going, okay, why did we rush the end? Like, yes, your opponent's kind of approaching sacred sites, but you also just have a lot of leeway. And instead of making your opponent play towards you, you essentially played into him still, right? It's a very rough game. But, opportunity to reset. In fairness, Malians have been looking kind of better and better as the months have been going on here. China, still very strong. I don't want to say they've been figured out. I think they're still a very dominant force. But I'd say in this matchup, like, you can play anti-Pro Scout fairly well. My only worry is in this game, it might actually be a negative to do so. Look at the spawns. We talked about the gold. Look at the deal locations. Both of them got retracted. So this should just be a 2-2 split, which is a dream for Numenor. It means he doesn't really have to contest at all. It could be even scarier, though. Like, there's a world in which Numu just tries to take his deer away. Because you can basically send spears over here, and then delayed follow-up spears to defend here. Last 2 times you got barbecue rushed as Malians? I don't know, man. Like, what do you want me to say? Build your Saharan trade network more aggressively. You know how you stop someone barbecuing you? You Saharan trade rush them. So, like, what you want to do is you want to come all, like, the way over here. You want to drop on the gold here. And then you want to build a marketplace here. And then you want to trade all the way past their base to the trade post in the corner. And that is what we call establishing dominance. So, Mansa coming in. Imperial Academy on the other side. Pretty much everything standard. Who's going to take the aggressive line here? I mean, if you're Gully Deco, everyone just bullies you, so... Apparently, China will take the aggressive line. I wonder if there's any sort of, like, no Pro Scouts build you could do here where you just walk out on the deer. It's unlikely, though. The problem is the mill generates way too much in the Imperial Academy. you want to be using it. Like this, at its core for China, this is the thing that's still making this Civ busted. I think Imperial Academy is in dire need of a revamp. And the only people who should really be disagreeing with that are Chinese mains. This does everything for you. I feel like this one landmark fills in every gap in the plan. And also, it is just the go-to for 99.9% of games. You only really see a Barbican when you've, like, really screwed up. You know what I want to see more of? There's AMD graphics card. Click that link. Now, seriously, guys, did you know you can help the channel out by just clicking that link that just popped up? That's all you have to do. Sushi seems to get banned more often. That's because Sushi is very good all around. And they also have a bit more applicability on water maps. Some of the competitive maps, also with the meditation garden spawns, makes them better. But, like, don't mistake that for China is, like, underwhelming at all. Like, if you get in the hyper late game in particular, China just feels better. And I think that this is the problem I take with it. Like, Imperial Academy fixed the one weak point in Chinese gameplay, which was early game. So, Scout shenanigans here. Sass, it's only Vanguard Scouts. He hasn't upgraded them. That upgrade is on the way, though. But at this stage, Numu doesn't really need to touch gold. We have got the mill to just generate plenty of taxation alongside the lumber camp. And now we are going to get the military units coming in the racks. How do you change it without making it useless after they're 4 Imperial officials? Part of me wants to say, like, supervised does too much at its core. It's like you have 2 approaches, right? You either take something away from supervise, or you take something away from Imperial Academy. One thing I did suggest is this Imperial Examinations tech gets moved into the Barbican. So, like, you'd have to actually commit to Barbican to even get this extra tax gold carry. And then maybe by default, you could decrease the taxation gold carry to, like, 30 from 40. I think that might, like, do a lot here. You know, if you want to keep it simpler, just revert the discount. I don't feel like this landmark that everyone always builds anyway needs to have a 30% discount on the Imperial official costs. It's already so beneficial because remember, like, compared to Shuji, you're not sacrificing a villager to build an Imperial official. Like, we've talked about this in many competitive games before, where it's actually more beneficial to lose a taxman than lose a villager. Because the taxman, you can just replace from a separate building. You don't lose economy. So, Pro Scout's coming in, by the way. We do have it on the way from Sass. Sass has gone for the Archer Warrior Scout comp. I mean, count as a spearman, right? But your opponent does already have stables for horsemen. And we are getting an outpost coming up in the goals. So it looks like Numu doesn't want any part of this. He just wants a fast castle. Sass going sofas. Why? Your opponent shows spears. I guess it's a little bit better now that he's showing horsemen. Was he expecting like an archer reaction? I mean, sofas are nice if you can skim the age. They're horrible if you're playing full commitment into field, though. The whole idea of Sofa is kind of similar to Shuji Palace Guard in Feudal Age. You want to build a few, force a reaction, get out into castle when the unit actually becomes good. Same thing with Sofas. Why? Because they got buffed. Oh, wow, with that logic, you know, I can't argue with that. That's like when they buff Fire Lancers by 1 health. You're like, I must pick them. Oh, wait, what? I don't know, man. He feels like double deer stack home equal GG, so he just calls it. That was premature. Okay. I'm double checking to see if there's a remake and there was a second game, but I don't think there was. I think that was just a very underwhelming end to the series. He wants a pause? No, that's it, guys. That was the GG. I don't know, man. I think he just felt like with a spawn and double deer stack into fast castle, he wasn't going to be able to do anything to stop it. And thus he just wanted out. At least that's kind of how it feels. How's my daughter? She's 3 years old. Yeah, that was like, I don't know, man. That was just a weird GG out. Okay, so with that in mind, that means that Numu will be going up against Myriad. Good timing as well, because I think we do have that series available. Wow. So let me just quickly update the brackets. We do enjoy some good old Numu versus M-Lord. Daughter's going to be born in 2 months? Oh, that's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Yeah, they really do complete the puzzle. They can be a lot of work, though. I think, like, the problem I have is, like, I love spending time with Freya, but also at the same time, she's not an age where, like, she can appreciate gaming, etc. And I just, like, I kind of wanted to just get to that stage, you know? So we could just game together. That's when, like, I know I'll be, like, peak dad 24/7. Making the next generation of gamerers. So... I think... I just want to be conscious of time here. Because we have got... We've got a series live. In fact, let me update it now. Like, we might as well. Because, like, we're not going to be able to... Actually, maybe? Nah, it's fine. So, Numu versus Kili is going to be happening in 45 minutes. So what we can do, we can catch like 1 or 2 of the games from the Myriad Numu series and then double back afterwards. But let me just update that so like, yeah, you guys can see. So, a full-time Roblox streamer. Damn. I was just going to like make her learn Heroes of Might and Magic, you know? She can, like, live my childhood, you know? Doesn't get a say in it. Okay, so we'll do some of the Numu Marine Lord series. Let me get the draft. Oh, actually, okay, better idea. Apparently, there's a chance that Numu Kili will play earlier than expected. They're currently in a ladder game. So what we might as well do is we'll do a little bit of ladder watch between Numu and Kili so that we're ready to go with their series live. Okay? And then we'll come and do Marine Lord versus Numu after we've done Numu versus Kili. Okay? Excuse me. TWC watch. What is that? Wood? Let me switch scenes. Let me reset everything. Toggle draft off. Being a gamer while your dad is a gamer, streamer is heaven. I mean, like, can we say that imperatively? We don't know for sure, right? Because, like, who's like in that situation so far? Custom matches that already got here? Yeah, I've talked about this before. Like, some of the matches we catch are live, and some of them were played earlier. That's just the nature of open scheduling. But the reality is, like, 90% of the matches people haven't seen. Which is why I do kind of roll my eyes when people are like, is this live? I'm like, dude. Like, but my favorite one is... Okay, let's use an example from the bracket. My favorite one is when we're watching, like, B versus Scabrain. I'm like, dude, none of these guys are streaming this. It doesn't matter. It's a new game. Let's watch it. Let's have fun. Okay. Oh, and let me remove the name cover. We're good. All right, let's have some fun with this one. One and all, we're doing a little bit of ladder watch here. I don't often hop into archipelago games, but because these two have got to play my midweek muster after this in a BO5, I figured we'd warm up by watching on the ladder and then be able to hop in to the tournament series straight afterwards. We are going to use the 4x speed just to catch up a little bit. Also because just in the other game, let's be totally real, it's just going to be about getting feudal H. There's not going to be too much elegant happening outside that. Bastards versus OTD is definitely an interesting one. Order of the Dragon just a very dominant pick on Archipelago historically. Bastards were more of a fringe pick. And Kili lost his scout. I think he deleted it, if I'm not mistaken. Most players delete their scout because of population efficiency. When you play as Order of the Dragon, because of how quickly you fill up your like count with everything being expensive, it's usually been seen as efficient to just delete the scout. With most civs, actually. So tech up's complete. We're still on the 2x speed here. It looks like Yardi went camping. We'll be scared away, but has got the fishing boat to repair. Kind of feels like a waste that Numu actually popped out the demo like that. The Dumu's demo is not working out too well for him. Nice clipper there, but it's premature. Sproneship is at least going to go in for the snipes. He's not able to get any of the worker kills. I don't like that, though. So Kiliardi, I mean, both of them kind of made the same blunder at different points. When you commit a demo like that, it needs to be worth the kill. Like, if you're not getting the kill, you're just wasting resources. So, unfortunate position to be in. He's going to keep diving past this. Numu has got double demo, though. Yeah, man, the sails has to be used to get out of this. We're going to go back to the 2x speed. I think we're like 2 minutes away from live. Demo detonation on point there. Gets one. Almost gets the second. Falls up beautifully. Sick micro by Numu. Kiliardi. Let me force back. Yeah, just such a nuisance to be having to dive past all these docks, right? Like, you never know what's coming out at any given time. Dumu's doing a really good job of using this edge to his advantage. In the meantime, he has pulled his fishing all the way back to the safe side of his base. Kiliardi, I wonder, it's really expensive, but could we maybe just see him go for a transpo and military unit play? Like, 2 gilded archers goes pretty hard here. Number connections are there again. Counterplay coming in. Kiliardi. Oh! He goes for the fishing boats! That was sick. Numu at least minimized the losses. Demo connection response good. Kiliardi. Some smooth moves. But now feeling a bit smooth-brained here. He's going to start to lose a bit of control. Yeah, I don't know if that was really worth it for him. And, you know, the counter pressure. Now Numu, just look at what he's trying to open the door for here. A little bit of gold gathering needed, but we've got Castleys just around the corner for Benny Boy. All right, and that is us officially caught up to life now. Kiliardi dead? It doesn't look good. But he's got double demo. That's kind of one of the more interesting dynamics of like water, I guess. I know some people don't like this, but you know, one thing you can't really take away from demo ship plays is they have the ability to turn a fight around, unlike any other unit in Age of Empires 4. Some people like that, some people hate that. From a spectating perspective, especially, I kind of like the idea of having more elements that can turn a fight so brutally. Unable to connect there, so Numu on point. He's got 11 on the gold. We should be seeing him look for the tech up probably by about 13 minutes at this pacing. Kiliardi's trying to keep him honest to the age by forcing a reinvestment, but like gradually the food income is just getting too high. What do you guys reckon? Ones if you think Kiliardi's going to win, twos if you think Numu is. Now, considering the time of the day, no one has the old man sleep nap time buff. They're kind of even in that department. Ambassador OP. They do have some interesting things. In fact, one of them that we haven't talked about so far is the Teak Mass. It's like military boot camp on water. It means in equal numbers, Numu will win the fight. And that's before we talk about the fact he's fighting underneath his healing aura. Kiliardi does at least get a strike there, but notice the demos are stockpiling up. Numu now on his way up to age 3 with the military wing. All made possible by the fact that he went culture wing. Like, we didn't talk about that at the start, but by going for that, preservation of knowledge did make the tech up notably cheaper. Look at that. A very healthy 270 resource savings. Demos. The classic, although I don't think it works as well when you basically park them next to the enemy economy. But this became more and more popular, right? Just put the demos on the far flank, wait for your opponent to forget about them, and then come in for the full sandwich. It's all about pinching from both sides, and that's exactly what it's looking to do. But Archer ship reaction is going to be there. Nicely done. Demo's not able to connect. The other attack on the south side, not good either. What? He lost all 3 of those demo engagements. I gotta be careful, man. I get too excited, my throat's gonna go. That's ridiculous. He failed the north, he failed the south, and then he failed to react in the center with his own boats. That might be hurt for Kiliadi. We needed it most as well. Does have the military advantage, but he's got a bigger problem coming. He needs to solve for this Castle Age issue. Wild. I can't believe that. I don't think Kiliadi even suspects Castle Age, because who would make that type of attack while teching? It just doesn't add up in your brain here. So many demos lost, you think, oh man, he must be reinvesting the age. There's no way he's playing greedy. Kiliadi about to get the bad news. Makes it kind of a sticky predicament as well. There's a lot of docks he has to worry about, so you can't just dive in and mop them all up. There you go, folks. Tech up complete. Armored hulls as well as Spring Crews now on the way in 30 seconds here. Courtesy of the Abbasid Golden Age. Speeding up a bit. Okay, no, he actually didn't even get the next tier. Kiliadi, he knows the only way he can win this fight now is mass demos. It's the classic. When your opponent is going for castle and those techs are coming in, you're just losing a slow fight. A slow loss if you play Springwood into Springwood. Demo is the grand reset button. But right now, it doesn't feel like he's getting the wallop he needs. Everything coming in, even now the extra hammocks. The demos, remember, they got additional damage now. Big hit! No reaction out of Kiliadi. And he's getting awfully close to the horizon here. This is danger zone. We're in the twilight. Archer ship's getting the one hitters now. Demo's coming in from behind. Need to be careful of that remainder. We'll almost lose another boat. But Kiliadi, you can't help but feel we've waxed and now we're waiting. I think he's lost all momentum here. Feels like it's going to be GG's curtains closed on Kiliadi. Yeah, Kiliadi, I think he just needed that final wipe of the demos, but even then it's the clear up in the docks. This came down to the initial dives, right? When he bypassed, the great move by Numu was shifting his economy south side. It completely removed all pressure from him. And now, speaking of pressure, the Camel Riders! He transposed them in. Gilded Spearmen are being built, but this is so expensive for a guy who still needs castle. And he's about to get pinned. Archer ships. Whoa! Okay, a little bit crazy there. Kiliadi gets some good hits. But he's lost water. Despite that attempt to redeem himself, he has nothing left navally to defend himself with. And I think at this point, we're probably moments away from a GG call. Told you, these demos, they can just turn it around like that. Unfortunately, this trickle of demos is just not good enough. Not against the teak mask plus the armored hulls. Baglers with almost 600 HP takes way too much to kill. Like, if you think about the mass involved in this, a Springwood ship is going to cost you 340. A demo costs you 160. It's going to take 2 demos to get a kill easily each time. So, to kill one of these Springwoods, you need to double demo. You're almost paying the same to remove from the board. Because your Hulks can't compete. Like, we're seeing what happens. Every time he builds them, they just die. Right, so with how quick this is, I wonder if the boys are going to be playing straight away. I think so. I think Bailey's probably gone for a little bit of a quick break. And then when he comes back, we'll be hopping into our best of 5 series between Kiliadi and Dimmick. All right, it's a gigi. Yeah, so guys, let me have a look, see if we've got Drafty Poos ready. I don't know if it's going to be one of Ben's long breaks or what. I don't think he's gone for food. Kiliadi is in lobby. Okay, guys. Kiliadi is queued again, so we're going to catch Kiliadi's game because Ben's gone for a break. But we should be into their series after this one because that was obviously a little bit quicker than was originally anticipated. Hello. Oh, there's our bracket up to date. Right, by the way, when this pops up, this is the AMD link. Be sure to go check it out. Honestly, if I didn't already have a 7900 XTX, I would have messaged my AMD guy about getting one of these. I think they're hard to come by. The stock is a little bit difficult to find at the moment, but if you guys do see these come in stock near you, the new 9070 series GPUs, check them out. For the time being though, when you do see that link pop up in chat, do me an incredible favor and click on it. It does help the channel because we're doing an awareness campaign with them this month. Whoop, whoop. I'm hyped to see what they can do with the new RDNA though. I'm definitely curious about UDNA, which is going to be the GPU, CPU, like, mishmash together. Which is rumors are rumbling about like next year for. But genuinely, with the improvements I've been seeing this gen, I'm really excited for the next generation in particular. Dare I say maybe AMD fully takes the lead? Honestly, wouldn't put it beyond them. All right, let me check on YouTube chat as well, make sure I'm all caught up there. Yeah, we're good. Oh. Excuse me. I'm still, like, it's so annoying. I swear, whenever I get ill, the cough at the end lasts so long. Insanely long. It takes forever to get rid of. Oh, another thing for you guys. The sale on these Corsair chairs is still running until end of month. So if you guys like this chair you've been seeing me in, this is the TC500 from them. We've got a panel down below that you can click in. And there we go. There's the link that I was talking about. Click the one that just popped up in chat. So check that one out now. Let me know what you guys think of the cards as well. Like, has anyone actually bought one? Like I said, they're very hard to come by, which is a good sign. I don't feel like AMD cooked the launch. Like, it wasn't one of those cases of we didn't make much stock. It's just I think everyone just flooded to get their hands on them straight away. Which is always a good sign. Never had an AMD. Neither had I before I switched with the 7900 XTX. Like, I was actually quite impressed, though. I've got a video on YouTube where I went over this. Like, I do think that for some of us, because we've just been, like, Team Green for years, right? We almost just drank the Kool-Aid a bit too much at this stage. Like, they've done actually a really good job with the last 2 generations AMD cards, actually. So, always would recommend checking them in. And competition is important. Like, there's no denying, like, AMD is absolutely destroying, like, Intel in the CPU department right now. But I do kind of hope for Intel's sake they're able to catch up a little bit. Just because I want, like, people to have viable options on both sides. And it's like, I don't know. AMD could become, like, the #1 powerhouse at this rate, right? Like, I think we know that certain stock values have been overpriced. That's starting to come down a bit. And then with AMD dominating CPUs and now being very competitive with GPUs, I don't know. I feel like the next 2 or 3 years for AMD is just going to be like the golden age. AMD APUs are amazing for the price. Yeah, like, I'm not surprised, right? They're the ones that get used in all of the consoles. Like, PS5 is AMD. I'm pretty sure Xbox... Which one are we on? Is it still Xbox One? That's the AMD Jaguar. And I think the next rumored, like, PlayStation is definitely going to be AMD as well. Right, so this should be Kili's last warm-up game. I was just getting confirmation from the admins, because, like, apologies on that, guys. We thought that they were going to play straight after this one because they didn't communicate it very well. Someone didn't, anyway. But we should have this game, and then immediately afterwards, we should be into a draft between Ben and Kili. AMD has a bigger market share in GPUs in Japan than NVIDIA. That I didn't actually know. That's interesting. Is that like a recent development, or has that been for a few years? I wonder if there's something cultural to that. All right, let me... Oh, I should have checked who this guy is, by the way. So, AV4 Worlds. Kili. 21st in the world right now. Ranked 109th, so, like, not too bad. Okay, so we've got the classic French cavalry spam on both sides. One and all, welcome back to Legends from the Ladder here. We're checking in on a high-ranking game here. Kili 21st in the world. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. 102nd in the world right now. So 2 top elo players. We decided we'd catch this one because after this game, Kili has got a competitive set up against Numu in our midweek musters. So he's getting warmed up right now. And what better way to get warmed up than a good old French Knight spam off? I feel like that's like one of the best ways. That has to feel like one of the best ways. You just get your micro switched on, right? It's confirmed that the Knight Templars are going to be similar to the Dutch with the banks. Is it confirmed? I thought that the British were going to be like that because House of Lancaster has the Manors, which sounds banky-ish. No, I think the thing with the Knights Templar, the thing that's going to make they're going to be comparative to, is the idea of what Age of Empires 3 had, where you called for shipments. It sounds like, because of the fact that you each age make choices which get you access to certain unit types, right? The way that I'm kind of envisioning Knights Templar, the more I've been reading it, it just kind of sounds like Byzantine's mercenaries gigabuffed. Is that the Pilgrims? I can't remember if they call them Pilgrims. But like each age, you're going to recruit different civs in theory to help you, right? Conscript their efforts. So for example, somewhere in there, there's going to be Venetians. Because we had the mark of Saint Mark, the Venetian patron saint. You can see it in the trailer where he's got the fleet fighting, and the flag looks like it's red English, but it's actually Venetian. But then you've also got like the potential for what? Spanish with the javelin throwers on horseback. So yeah, there's a lot of cool little details in there. And then you've got obviously Teutonic Knights. So Teutons, which makes a lot of sense. Lithuanian Cav, maybe? I don't think it was Lithuanian Cav we saw there with the hammer picks. I think that cavalry might have been the Polish ones. I don't know. I feel like you just save winged hussars for actual like Commonwealth gameplay. But I'm hoping that this is like a preview of extra civs coming. Like maybe Venetians is in the work, and also Teutonic as a like separate faction in some way. Like you gotta get something out of there, like Danzig or like Poland or Lithuania. So socks coming in both sides. Remember, boys and girls, it's always socks over cocks here. Chamber of Commerce is the quickest way to lose this game. Even though we've seen some people experiment with Jean, I just don't think it's worth it here. You just lose the night fight. You'd be too slow. You want a good turtle civ. I'm sorry, what? We already have those. Have you seen English for most years of this game's existence? Have you seen Byzantines spamming mangonel towers? I don't know, man. I feel like historically AoE4 has had more turtle civs than aggro civs. Look at the spawn, by the way. Because Pro Scouts, we haven't talked about it yet, but Kili has a really, really easy spawn. A little bit more divide for yellow to try and guard both sides. This can be beneficial. Kili could try to get like 2.5 deer stacks because of this. You want a 15-minute imp civ? Why? That's just... Why? Sorry to judge you deeply, but why? We said like that's one of the negatives of Mongols right now. While it's cool to see Mongols have like a new style to play into, the sad reality is, oh my god, like they just want to rush Imperial every game. There's no such thing as a good turtle civ. That's true, because when you do it, you feel bad. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the I'm a naughty boy sort of thing, you know? Wall's going up. Interesting wall as well. Oh, this is sick with the gate. I love this. Yellow can just basically Benny Hills back and forth through the gate when the first knights come through. Now, at scale, this sucks because when your opponent has like 8 knights, he'll put 4 on one side, 4 on the other. But when he has 1 or 2, much easier to use this to just dodge the plague, right? Just make sure you don't have to overreact. Now, one thing that is going to be kind of a negative here, this type of wall is actually better for Jean than it is for French. Because the French aren't going to have a ranged unit, but Jean already does. That's something that Yellow's going to have to play around, is if Kili does go full offensive with Jean, the wall's going to be worthless. Because although it stops the Knights, it's not going to stop the snipes. What are you guys expecting, by the way, for the upcoming Kili Numu series? What do you think the score's going to be there? I was just checking the data for Yellow. It's a fairly new account. Season 7, they were Diamond. Season 8, they finished 300th in the world. And now they're 109th. But this season alone, guys, they've played almost 800 games. Crazy. They're actually usually a team player as well. A lot of team games mixed in, but even there, you know, it's not like an insanely high rank. Dare I say, new players, Pog? Only 800. Wait, how many is Faye up to? Let's go ahead and judge Faye. She opened the door for this. Faye is at 1,146 games. Oh my god, can you please touch some grass? Which is fitting, because you just had an archipelago game yesterday. So you need to go touch some grass. Too much water. 1,146 games. Do you do anything else with your day? There's grass in game? Yeah, but it's like, it's very dead looking grass, you know? I don't think this would feel healthy to touch. I feel like this would just hurt me. Okay, so Kili looking to hurt someone though. He is about to take the Knight lead. Yellow's slowed down. He's getting distracted. More walls as well. I don't mind the walling if they go offensive, but if they're doing this and then they're still going to play at home, I think it's just a waste. The whole concept behind walling here, by the way, there's kind of like multiple phases of the French mirror matchups where both of them build cav, right? So in this game, they're neck and neck. Neither one wants to like give over the lead by converting to spears. You need a lot of spears as well. But like, you can make spears work if you go and attack. The problem with the current meta and why it sucks is with pro scouts, when your opponent sees you go spears, they just go castle age. So the best way to play this is genuinely knights, knights, knights. But if you want to add in a defensive layer, the value of walls is immense. Very low budgeted investment, especially if you get good spawn locations for it. This spawn was a little bit weird in some ways, I feel like. But you can see by comparison, Kili sucked. He had to go for an outpost, which feels horrible here. Very expensive and just doesn't really let you spam the gold as much. 1,100 times 20 minutes is like 15 days? 15 days? Is that all? Yeah, I checked it recently. I don't know how many hours people are up to on AV4. I'm now at almost 3,000 hours on the game. 3,000 hours! I don't know about touch grass, I need to touch boob, touch anything. Okay, but you know what? Like, I'm realizing what makes it even crazier is it's 3,000 hours, and I think game time played is under 100. Yeah, at this stage, like, I don't think anyone has casted more games than me. And I don't know if that's really a positive. I don't know what it is to enjoy a game anymore. As in, play it. I am just the eye in the sky. Okay, so things have been pretty chill so far. They're both very hesitant. We do have additional walls coming from Yellow. People asking who Yellow is. We just went over this. We don't know the exact identity, but they are a top 100 player. And a recent addition there. Clearly, they are getting their practice in for when Knights Templar drops, and it's most definitely a French... No, it's not going to be French. I think Knights Templar, the only thing they'll be like, it's a French civ, is they want to variant it somewhere for whatever reason. And I think it will have the choice to get French Knights in Feudal Age. And that'll be it. The fair part is, like, Kili was saying he wanted to do this game before playing against Numu because he needed extra warm-up. Like, so far, we're just chill vibing. There's not really much in the way of like warm-up action happening. I feel like this is the civ he doesn't need to warm up on. Like, this is one of Kiliadi's signature civs at this stage, it would be fair to say. Oh, this would be a great fight. Oh. If he took it. Yellow? Hello. Quick reactions for an old man here. Kiliadi will go to back away. And wait. Okay, old man reactions are really kicking in there. He was so focused on the one group. He didn't have his reading glasses on. He didn't see the second group. 4 workers down is huge at this point. That's 10% economy lead extra. This is rough. I mean, it's a 10 eco lead. And yellow lost nothing for that. He needs to be a bit careful about this. I don't like hanging around for this fight. It's just not worth it. Like, that chip damage actually cost him more than he gained. But if he looks for a direct fight in like 2 minutes time, it should just be a wash. Kiliadi's in trouble now. He has to roar out micro. I don't know. I'm quite impressed. I think from Yellow's POV, like, he took a very defensive line, but found a perfect time there. I was worried he's being too passive, but now I'm worried for Kiliadi. Needs to be careful. You can't fish for the kill on John too quickly. We'll peel 1 or 2 knights, but I don't think it's worth it. Just focus on the numbers. The numbers might not be on his side right now. 14 to 13. Clubbing him down fast. Hello. It looks like Kiliadi's going to lose the fight. Divine Arrow is just not coming in quick enough here, and he's also fighting close to the base of yellow. So we'll have to back away. A lot of XP has been gained here. Also, a lot has been lost. Your opponent's got a 10 village lead. I think we maybe had some skip TC production ever so slightly there. But the worry now is, like, Jean's going to be lost in the retreat. He needs to keep clubbing down. Low HP on the Knight's going to make it impossible. Does get the level 3, but it's level 3 range Jean. It's good over, like, trickle raided, but all-ins is where it's going to struggle. So he needs to make sure he gets that second group of Knights going. Yellow needs damage now. Like, while Kiliadi is weak on count, you need to find villager kills. This is probably the best opportunity you're going to get. A little bit of hesitance sets in, though, and ends up just losing more. If he wins this now... I mean, theoretically, like, yellow should just be able to scale now towards third age. My worry is Kiliadi's not going to let him do that for free. Although she's very flimsy, very vulnerable at this stage, even on horseback, she still hits pretty hard. 15 base damage, and the Divine Arrows does half the HP of a knight. So yellow does have to show some respect. I feel like he needed to break through. He was so close here, but not able to go beyond. It just means that Kiliadi now kind of just gets that breather, a crucial point. Let this be a lesson, folks. When you make this type of commitment into a Jean army and you don't focus fire her down, you need to make sure it's a rapid follow-up to attack. So he's going to have to stand his ground and afford gold here. Jean, not able to do anything to the economy, though. Be chased down. Low HP, but yellow now kind of just focused on defending. His lead's disappearing. I think Kiliadi is gonna take this. The economy lead is building over time, right? French just build more villages. The divine restorations, the high DPS of Jean, and this 4 gold. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong for leaning Kiliadi on this one. He just pulled out the bag. Just needs to be careful not to force fights that are not worth it. Yeah, you see yellow's just trying to get cheeky there, baiting her in. If you can get that kill, it's huge, because 500 gold is way too expensive right now, but Kiliadi's going to be able to back away. We definitely have chivalry on both sides. Now after a reset, you know, this is the thing. At this stage, yes, there's a notable villager lead, but it's a bit deceptive. The consecration is offsetting a decent chunk of this. Triple stables consecrated, not to mention the TC as well. And to make things even better, I love this from Kiliadi. He knows he has to take risks because of the linear motion of things. If you just play deer and deer, and your opponent has more villages, over time, he should win. So he goes out into the boar. The crazy thing is yellow doesn't even seem to suspect it. Yeah, I think after that last fight, he's gotten way too passive. Kiliadi barely brings any knights here. He's got more. I think just baiting him. Oh, wait. Is this actually intentional? Yeah, so Kili, he's healing the knights at home, which is low discount. But I think also part of this is if you show a small army, Yellow's going to think about all-inning you. Because he's going to think you're attacking. He can only react to what he sees. It's a pretty smart idea if that's the case. And then when your opponent comes, you're going to ungarrison all these injured knights that are full HP. The fight then just favors you. Because remember, it's like, at this point, with them being neck and neck on knights, is where do we fight? Because wherever we fight, that person, like whoever's base it's in, is going to have the full force. Other person's not. Yeah, like down to the berries. She's taking bigger and bigger risks now. It looks like Kili is maybe considering Castle Age. Gradually, anyway. Even find some stragglers. You can't really afford to forfeit this area, remember. It's all the gold he has. That's coming in. Kili, not impressed by the numbers. Neck and neck. But he's got Jean Dunk, remember. He can even summon the riders if you choose so. Outpost just not really making enough of a difference. Divine Restoration hasn't even been used yet by Kili. No, he can just pump it right now for maximum HP. And there we go. There's the summons coming out. Riders join the fight. Still no Divine Restoration. I don't know why Kili is like doing this the hard way. But at the end, I think Jean is going to be the only thing left standing. New knights arriving. Oh my god. Dare I say level 4 Jean? Reminder, Divine Restoration was only used after everything pretty much just got wiped that actually was missing health. He still wins. Damn. Alright, Kili. Old man flexing. Freaking Popeye just squeezing the spinach out of the can. That was kind of crazy. Why? What do you mean why? Like what? Why did the French player call GG? He was in a losing position. He was about to lose access on his gold and get pushed off the map. But why have you guys not clicked that link? The one that just popped up in chat. Click it right now. Also, click this link. Go download Opera GX. Both of those things are free to do, and both of them help out the channel. Okay, so it's almost time. I think Numu hopped into a game as well. What we'll do is we're going to use very handy Opera GX to catch the end of his game here. Because there's no point trying to catch up in game. I think... Oh my... Bruh. That's what I get for turning the ad blocker off and trying to be helpful to people. Reminder to subscribe. Buying an AMD Radeon is free? No, but learning about the new AMDs is free. That's what it is. So those don't know, like with AMD, we're doing what's called an awareness campaign. The expectation isn't like, oh, you buy and I get commissions. It's click the links. They know that we're able to get people to look at the products. And then with the Opera GX one, part of that is based on getting downloads as well. So, you know, not just about downloads, but helps a lot. So if you guys download that, it means that we can get them to come back and sponsor again. And that is free to do. You download, create an account, all free to do. So we're just checking on Ben here. Looks like we've got Feudal all in. No, he's saving towards Castle, but like this is scary. His Olive Grove count is good. Delhi have got quite a lot of Ghazi there though. And that looked like an overextension to me. Oh, I forgot. We're still really big head in this mode, aren't we? So if we bring ourselves down a little bit. Alright. Yeah, for those wondering, basically we're just going to catch Ben's game like this instead of hopping in-game. And then after this, we will be ready for the competitive series. Because my feeling was that this game was going to be done in like 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe try to like watch it in-game. I guess we could. Just in case this goes long. I'll speed through to live and then we can watch it in-game. If it's still going. My feeling was that he was just going to go Castle Age and then just like wipe. But he did. I don't know. I think he overextended there. Where is it? Gorge. There we go. He's got a new PC. Sounds like the perfect device to install Opera GX on, so you have a new browser to go with it. All right. So I'll hit the fast forward. If Ben just survives this raid, he should be in a very, very powerful position. I don't think Delhi attacking behind this. It seems very unlikely. So he went longbows, right? Lance Nectar going to be nice against the Mass Spears. Mass Horseman's kind of interesting, though. Was this Ben trying to not go Pro Scouts again, but like he finds himself to ponies anyway? Which is like a very intriguing combo, I want to say. Alright, do you guys want to watch from Ben's POV or should we hop in game? Because we're co-op live now. So why was Numu going Masked Horseman anyway against Ghazi? That's quite surprising. I guess he was trying to block the delayed Pro Scouts, and Horsemen are the best unit for doing that because they move fast. And wrap around the back could actually be a big deal. Archery is being set up behind. So he's expecting Delhi to go castle. I think he's getting ready for a crossbow switch. Yeah, dude, just on-point instincts. And there's Horsemen. I think they might actually have Expilatores, so that can be pretty quick kills. No real reaction either from Delhi. Like, where's the army? He pulled it way too far forward. The reinforcements are now arriving. The Ghazi should be able to protect this in the end. But good out of time achieved. He's throwing away like a trash unit. He's getting paid to do it with Expilatores. Remember, that's the one that gives you bonus damage against workers. Also 20 gold when you kill them. So, overall, a very, very good exchange for Ben. And yeah, we can get a replay of the in-game, the move that we talked about that he made that felt a little bit funky. So this is what I was talking about. So this is a position. He's getting like ready to start stockpiling. Numu thought that he could crack it though. It's just so difficult against Delhi. Like Delhi done really well here to like have plenty of skulls to pull for heal if need be in the fight. But you don't want to do it straight away because of lombos. Like if you pull them too early, you just die. So Limitane are going to muddy the fight a bit. Overall, the Lombo mass is just not big enough to end the game here. What Ben is trying to do is keep his opponent pinned while he goes for age up. And you can see, Specialega Prakis Plan Lanings realizes what's happening and contests it. Just a good read from Blue. So Ghazi are going to put it aside. Limitane do not want to engage. He does give free reign for the Horseman to go in though. Ugly engagement now. Blue basically sandwiches himself. Okay, so like Numu got a much better fight than you would have expected here. Eventually this is going to lead to him running away. Because it has to, right? Like the healing, the production of Delhi, the second wave coming is just going to kill you. But like I think Ben, in an ideal world, he would have found his way to start stepping away from that. But it just looked like way too good of an opportunity when the Horseman got on the archers. Good standing ground there by Delhi though. Like realizing the scholars can actually just kind of carry him through. Numu done a really good job of sniping them down. The reason that's important is if your opponent's now trying to rush Castle Age, he won't be able to pick up relics because he doesn't have any scholars. Alright. Do you guys want me to take you back to Benny Vision, or shall we play it through from this POV? I think we can play it through. We know he's going to pull back, right? He's going to go for the tech. The good job by Blue to immediately move out after that fight, realizing what's really happening. I think he knew the tech was coming, but like you can't end the game. You can't commit to your opponent. But you can at least take synchro sites to catch up. We'll see the game live. We are literally like as live as allowable here. And yeah, don't expect anything from Siege Engineering. This is just Blue being like, okay, I've got the ability to research. There's nothing left to get. Might as well do this. All right, ones if you think Delhi are going to win this game. Twos if you think Byzantine are. I mean, we're heading castle on both, right? With Western contract, I think Delhi can do quite well with War Elephant spam, which is why Numu is going to set up the archer ranges, because he's going to be paranoid about that. Like, War Elephants can ruin your game. Now, the thing you have to be careful with as Byzantines is quite often when you start to do that, you have Lombos as well. You end up leaning way too hard into ranged. And if you get too much range, you just have no frontline to protect. So it's really important for Ben to kind of make sure he's allocating enough resources into frontline. Which landmark did Blue go? He went for good old Dome of Faith. I'll be following up with the House of Learning. Horseman Raid is now going to be on the way around the back. How did Voldemar versus Wham turn out? We don't talk about it. It was a 2-0 no. Oh, whoopsie, wrong scene. A 2-0 no. Yeah, he didn't have a good time in that one. Yeah, I think the way I describe those Voldemar versus Wham games is like both of these games should make him tilt. I wouldn't be happy with the games I had to play there. By the way, Blue here is ranked 143rd in the world. We didn't get around to talk about that as we were catching up. So far, I think he's like playing okay. That defense was pretty impressive. Numu is now going to go for the raid. That is a cardinal sin, though. Not having textiles here, it feels like a mistake. Blue is just going to have to commit. Gazi do now arrive, but very difficult to keep those villagers insulated. Remember, with the Expilatores, they die actually quite quickly. And the payday along with it. It's going to pull a few scholars, more villagers coming in, so eventually Tech Up comes in. And learns his mistake. Now has textiles on the way after losing 6 villages. Blue's MSN? What, has he got like a smurf? He's a kid with no pocket money. Can he actually afford multiple accounts? I don't know about that. Okay, yes, it is. So this is one of his smurfs. He actually has... His other smurf is a higher rank. So rank 38th on his main, rank 35th on another smurf. And this one's ranked 148. So I still feel that we should be entitled to chuck blue paint over smurfs at events. I feel it in my bones. It's an integral part of esports that we should be allowed to engage in. Can we all agree? I think so. Men at arms now. So technically, Numu should be going into crossbows because of what we talked about with war elephants, or even just lancers, right? He's not. He's going Limitane LB. I mean, if you can hide this long enough, this is going to be brutal. Ben could just lose the game because of this. If you get up to like 40 men at arms that's uncounted with home blades coming in, you're like heavily favored. Lanchnectar? Lanchnectar will struggle against men at arms because they just kill you so fast. Heavily armored, right? And getting enough Lanchnectar is so difficult. To make matters worse, your opponent's still building archers. Archers destroy Lanchnectar. So Numu is going to be just bludgeoning the front of the base here. Decap? Okay. Decap check. Thumbs up vibe. But the relics is a thumbs down vibe. It's going to be 4 relics for MSN. Now Warlord coming out. Face the attention. Allows the Gazi to get in. But the other Warlord went off, and he didn't pull the additional relics, so a little bit of a difficult fight now for MSN. They'll send in the MAA. A few villagers also get stuck in the fight. Second wave of archers is on the way, heavily delayed to arrive, but this push feels doomed to fail. Numu is going to have to cut and run. Yeah, a little bit rough. Another Warlord as well. He's getting cheeky here. Has got additional scholars, so he can just keep pumping Warlords and forcing attention on Numu. We'll be able to snipe them out one by one, of course, but it buys enough time now that the archers will be able to defend. Okay, very expensive fight for both, but I think Numu took a little bit of a worse beating there. He at least pinned the Scholar countdown, so there's no risk your opponent rushes Imperial Age here, and also a lot of Castle Age techs are going to take a while, but the key one's already coming in. 40 seconds for Home Blades, 2 minutes for Wedge Rivets, and Men-at-Arms are still not counted. So Numu, does he consider going for the crossbow counter? It's weird to me a little bit, actually, that he's going back to Horseman longbows. It's almost like he's looking at this and going, okay, I beat this comp, he's going to change it. Right now, he's just sticking to the standard. Ben has a big problem. Horseman, I get where he's coming from because of the archers, but he definitely needs to get those crossbows in. I'm glad he's actually reinvesting them. His food income is good, but it's also in an exposed position. We do, however, have disgusting toxic mangonel outposts in defense. Oh no! All it takes is one, guys. Mangonel towers are just disgusting. Just a single one is immediately like, nope, this is a bad idea. We're gonna leave now. Cataphracts? I don't think you really want cataphracts here. Like, what are you getting from cataphracts? If your opponent had siege, sure. I think for Numu, the RSA Springles. I mean, Springles is like not too bad. You can just win with longbows against archers. But like the MAA is still kind of a key concern. But that's what we were talking about. Like if you do longbow crossbows, you just kite. I think he's just going to try to longbow crossbow. And you just basically keep just enough melee to frontline. But you don't overcommit. It gives you more efficient trades over time. MSN's going to need a switch because of that. Tower Elephants goes pretty hard here, but he's going to be paranoid because of the Horseman. Like Numu is doing Horseman intentionally to keep his opponent off of Tower Elephants. How many mango emplacements do we looking for? How many are you allowing me to have? Why stop at 4 or 5 or 6 when you can have 7 or 8 or 9? Honestly, just having 2 is good enough. Like, nobody in their right mind wants to dive double mango emplacement. It just kills you. They're just obnoxious all around us as well. I've watched mango towers with fortified outposts almost beat a ram, which is just sounds so stupid to say out loud, but siege damage, yo. I like how, by the way, these two were meant to, like, Numu and Kili were meant to have started their competitive series by now, but they have staggered, kept each other away. It is quite comical. All right. Sacred Sight's locked in. I think you just go for a keep drop. And then you turn it to a staging point and like try to start trebbing down all this. He can get the keep drop. Like the army size difference, there is definitely a window here. He needs to be fast. Right now, Horseman raids are hitting the back instead. Mango Tower's range, infinite. No, I'm kidding. They're pretty lofty. 8 tower range is nice. It's more than enough. The problem is, like, sometimes Mango Towers look like they've got 11 tower range because of the way they track shots. They just follow you all the way to the ends of the earth. Okay, so Siege Watch Drop coming in. Why is it all the way back here, though? Castle Drop's going to be there. This is what I want to see. Honestly, like, you could play 4 or 5 Springolds and then back it up with Trebs and just push in. I actually quite like that idea because Springolds work quite well against these range units as well. It's a little bit tricky sometimes against Lombos because Lombos are on the fringier range. And the issue with that is it makes it harder for you to like pen shot all the way. But when the line formation all the way at the back, you just walk in, shoot, and you're going to hit melee, crossbows, and longbows. Watching underdogs feared to attack with big advantage. I mean, part of this is like his army is disingenuine. It's just archers. It's not like this is 40 crossbows and 40 men-at-arms, right? It's 67 archers. The other issue is genuinely the mango towers. That's why he's not diving. I do think that he could have took a bit more of a flank raid approach and starved Numu's economy a bit. He's definitely hurt himself from not doing that. In fact, if you think about how Ben has got like back into this game, he done the flank raids. He did attack. That's why he has a lead like this. Village Fortress is also late to get queued up. 3.5 minutes out. Where are the scholars? I guess he's got a lot of them in production, maybe? Oh, wait, no. Bigger problem. He didn't... No, he did Wi-Fi. Okay. Yeah, but... Oh, okay. He doesn't have enough mosques for them. So, Wi-Fi and wireless OP together. The only thing this man is missing now is a built-in VPN in his Chromium-based web browser to hide his identity. Good thing Opera GX has got him covered. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Awesome raid. We have got to push him from the high ground here. Trample! Good damage done! Body blocker is a beaut as well. Numu now with the military lead. He's getting ready to surge here now. The castle is going to be slightly problematic. The Kairos siphons are already being prepped by Ben. Cataphract also uncontested. He doesn't have an answer to them. I mean, earlier on, I think Cataphracts wouldn't have been good enough, but with the amount of raw DPS behind them, all they need to do is tank their way through to victory. Benny Boy with the dive, finding maximum impact here. He can just bypass, ignore the castle, and go for the economy instead. After which, I think we could be looking at a very easy GG and finally us getting into our Kiliadi Numu series. Yeah, this is a dive that won't stop now. He tried to back off towards the castle because it's only upside the blue has. And that's not going to last very long now. Kairos siphons are coming in. Cheeky wall lols, Numu will betray himself as he actually gets converted. Yeah, it wasn't quite quick enough to stop all of the scholars. But now the concept is like you fight here, your army gets wiped, but Numu then has an extra wave coming. You have nothing. Blue has half of the food income, if that. And the farms just got idled out. This is over. So Benny Boy, pretty impressive from his position. It looked a little bit shaky. For a moment, it looked like maybe MSM would pull it out of the bag. But those mango towers, always just so cursed to deal with. Makes it so simple for Benny Boy to cruise on through. All right, GG's to Mr. Ben. That means we have got our series ready to roll. So, excuse me, let me get the draft up. Looks like the boys did just complete it. Perfect timing. And also, while you got a second, click on that link that just popped up in chat. Go, 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 go. This is your moment. Learn more about the new RDNA 4 9070 XT. Honestly, I'm not even capping. I think I actually, if I didn't already get a 7900 XTX sent to me by them like last year, I probably would have went in for the new one. I think it's actually worth it. All right, 5 games. So Gorge for G1 as our default map. We've got Dry Arabia drafted as well. Here you go. You guys can have a look. Sacred Grove, Big Pog. Love some Sacred Grove. Definitely not biased as the creator of the map. And Basin. Apparently Basin's relic spawns have been a bit funky, so you might have to reassess that. Avli might have to do some more work. But I know I said in the past that I would not revisit that map, that I thought that map was terrible. The reason I did is that actually Avli at some point did fix my issue with it, and that he moved the sacred sites further away from the bases. That was the problem with that map that made it suck, is on Basin, originally, the sacred site win condition was impossible because it was way, way, way too close to your base. So I'm glad he did fix that. It makes it more viable. Without that change, I just think it's like a trash map. But you fix that, and all of a sudden you have something that's completely viable. got banned for a moderator not giving you a book that you won? Don't have that problem here. We don't read books. Definitely don't give them away. All right, let's get ready to go. Looks like they're already hopping in for game number 1. Best of 5 as well, remember. He'll win game 1. No, I can't check Discord right now. We busy. Well, I don't know. It's quarterfinals time here in the Midweek Masters, and this is a fun one. The Battle of the Old Men. Numu up against Kiliardi. Jean Byzantine to kick off as well. Isn't this like one of Kiliardi's favorite matchups when it's the other way around? He loves being Jean into Biz. Almost poetic that he's going to be on the receiving end of the pummeling for once. Let's see how he kind of borrows his way out of the hole. Gorge to kick us off, remember. We are doing Gorge this week. We kind of keep it safe and simple after people just like burn themselves out with unique things in the land that happened in Germany. Need to figure out what map we're going to be doing for next week, actually. I'm stroking my chin on where we want to go with that. I'll figure it out. But I was thinking they were saying in chat, and let me just double check this. Like, it can't be right. So it came up in chat that Kiliardi hasn't beat Ben in competitive at all. Is that true? I think statistically that might still be true. Yeah, so I just had a look. Okay, no. They are tight. They're tight. It's 6 wins, 4 losses. So Numu, he beat Kiliardi on LAN, remember? That was 3-2. But before that, in Ladder Hero, it was a 3-0 for Kiliardi. Yeah, and Ladder Hero was like reasonably balanced. Then before that, KPMM 15 was the last time they met up in our tournament, 3 circuits ago. And that was a 2-0 for Kiliardi. Honestly, guys, like looking at the results, Kiliardi's meant to win in KPMM. Kiliardi has beat Numu the last 3 times they matched up in KPMM. The only, like every single time they've met in the Midweek Masters, Kiliardi has emerged the victor. Numu in the earlier editions at least took 1 game, but in the most recent match, the 15th edition, it was a 2-0. On top of that, you do have to remember that, like, when you look at the results for this year, it's Kiliardi favored. If you look historically, it's going to be Numu favored because in the early days, it's pretty obvious. Kiliardi, like, you know, he won't mind me saying, he wasn't up to scratch. He couldn't compete with a player like Ben. So, Grand Monterey coming in up against School of Cavalry. Everything is pretty normal here. We are going to be seeing Pro Scouts play. Sheep haul overall, not too bad for Ben. He ends up getting 13 sheep, 14 on the other side. So they neck and necked it. Would love to see Numu just try to shove this deer in, remove it from the equation. It's a very popular play to just basically get 1 deer stack for free while you wait for Pro Scouts. Kiliardi could do the same, and it's actually a bigger deal here. Because you want to open spears anyway, sometimes you see people opening and leaning racks already for the Limitane, and then the initial 2 Limitane shove this in before the first night comes out. Unfortunately for Kiliardi, I'm not sure he was really expecting 3 on the School of Cavalry. Maybe he was expecting 1 plus Jean, which would have given a delayed timing, allowing you to get racks. Instead, it's going to be a bit more reactionary. We have got outposts coming in, and the racks on the south side. Numu has the upper hand while drunk. That's true, but it is like, what, 4 p.m. where he's at? And I think he maybe has to babysit Aster a little bit later today. So, probably not that drunk. If I had to guess. Like, can we get, like, a pint check? Did anyone see him drinking on stream? I don't think he's been drinking on stream. In fact, I don't think I often see Ben drinking the booze on stream, now that I think about it. He's very child-friendly. Yeah, it was quite comical, though. For those that didn't know, does anyone know what happened when these 2 matched up on LAN in that 3rd place match? They were having pretty much a beer race, apparently. Every single game, new beer, new beer. Apparently, I think Ben was like averaging 2 beers a game. Kiliadi says that he was keeping up, but I don't know if that's true. Kiliadi, like, I think he maybe had 1 or 2 beer, but there's no way he kept up with Ben. Ben was just chugging him. I remember, like, I was working out back, finals day, right? Like, and we're just getting prepped, like, really hype set between Hera and Leary. And he just, like, comes by, just clinks one over, goes, beer number 7, and then just walks off. Oh, dude, I love that guy. Out drinking a Brit is rough. It's funny because a lot of people say that we don't know how to handle our booze. But, like, the comical part is that's true of the people who act like they can handle their booze. It's the ones that just nonchalantly do it that you need to be worried about. Those people will drink you under the table. Those Finns can drink? Yeah, but the thing for Kiliadi is, like, his liver is 90 years old. So at this point, it's probably just filtering, barely managing to filter dust out of what he consumes. It can't handle the alcohol. Difficulties of age, man. Lombo's coming in, by the way. We do have the Limitine shove-in that we talked about. Shots fired? Yeah, just not like the shots you consume. Kiliadi doesn't want them. Once again, his liver couldn't filter it. We do have Melee Jean, by the way. Interesting against Longbos. Usually you just get kited and killed, but it's because he wants something to address the Limitane. I love this as well. Notice what Dumu's doing. Like, he doesn't have the ability to hang around to actually kill the deer, but he's trying to delay it long enough the first scouts arrive for pro scouts. Sean, there we go. Front line, brace. Nice, he baited out. That was nicely done. You want to force this Limitante to stab you, because if they're stabbing you, they can't brace. So then the cavalry gets a free hit. But dude, Kiliadi's giving over so much ground here. Like, you're seeing what he's doing here. Dumu's like, okay, a little bit closer, just a tiny bit closer. Cleave, maybe cleave. Okay, that was a jackpot waiting to happen. He didn't take it. Right now, this is just mind games. Dumu is freaking out that he's going to get grabbed by the villagers and the spears and just die straight away. Because the whole idea is if you use the villagers to grab Jean, you can then pull away and the Limitane take over. But for Kiliadi, he's aware that if he does that, then the knights aren't being braced. So they just backstab you and kill you. Very, very delicate balance right now. Longbows now arrives. So this is where Dumu's going to have to give way. He didn't come for additional deer, though. I don't actually like this for Ben right now. I really thought he'd be rushing out with the scouts to take away the goodies. But he split. He went for all the different deer locations. Right, he took one from the enemy side, he took some from his fort, and then he took the safe behind. Now, good news is Jean does move quicker than the longbow. She can run off. Bad news is it's going to be very difficult now for her to fight. And this is also why most people, especially against like English, do not go melee Jean. You die before you even reach your opponent. B is the greatest invention by men. I don't know about that. I think Biru is overrated. There, I said it. Take me out back, shoot me. Honestly though, like, I'm a cocktail guy. If I can like get drunk but also enjoy the taste, is that not a bigger win? Some people don't like to hear that hard truth, but it's fair. If you're saying unsubbed and you haven't had like porn star martinis, woo-woos, all the glorious whiskey sours that you can get your hands on. If you haven't had proper cocktails and you're saying unsubbed, you need to like, fine, you need to take that sub revenue and have a proper cocktail. You'll thank me. Scotch on rocks. I mean, it's not really a cocktail though, right? I say, take that and try like whiskey sours, you'll thank me. That's coming in. This is a really good fight for Ben. Kiliadi, yeah, his reactions, it adds up with the belief that he's 90 years old right now. Those Limitane turned around at the speed of a slug. Like, if that was was it KFC advert? No, it was Burger King advert where you, like, turn around Neville. If Neville turned around with the speed which Kiliadi did then, you would have had to wait another 15 minutes until the next ad break to see him turn around. That was rough. He's lucky that a lot more didn't happen from that. Dimu could have actually got like a second hit in there and then taken out the Lombos. I mean, if you like the taste of beer, that's fine. I just find like the taste of beer is quite... There's nothing in it. When I have like proper premium quality beer, like Bavarian beer, like I get it. I guess like, oh, that's not too bad. But even then, like compared to a good cocktail, it loses every day of the week. I think wine has grown on me a little bit more, but wine can still be rough as well, like compared to cocktails. My taste buds are just, no, don't go for it. Watermelon beer? That just doesn't sound like real beer. That just sounds like someone had a lot of like Red Bull watermelon alcohol mojitos, and then you had them pee in a bottle and you drank it. Like watermelon beer is not a real thing. So Golden Horn Tower coming through now. Kiliadi, bit of a shaky position here. Ben's not too far away from his own tech up. Could he dive? I don't think so. What worries me is this. This has just been sitting here. An extra 2,500 food for Jean is a dangerous thing to give over. The more taste they add to beer, the worse. Wait, what? I mean, I've had, like, flavored ciders. They can be quite nice. Recorder Lake's really tasty, but, like, obviously it's insanely low, like, alcohol percentage. White or red wine? Youth me would be, like, white wine all the way, especially because I prefer chilled drinks, but, like, maturing me can start to appreciate red wine a bit more. I think rosé is actually the really nice mid-ground. Okay, so tech up is coming in on both sides. Numu, he could actually just prioritize relics here. Kiliadi, look at the split on the map. It's 2-3. So you can easily just lean one side. Kiliadi can't contest both. And the cool thing about doing that is Numu can still harass like this. Like the weakness of being the static army, right? Is you just can't rush everywhere at once. I mean, like red or white wine if you're not eating though, right? If you're just like talking the thing to get blasted on, I think white just probably makes more sense for a lot of people. Red to me is more like a meal wine, I think. You at least gotta have someone to nibble on with it. So what is Kiliadi seeing as his win condition? Hunker down, play long con. Olive Groves are gonna win out here. The problem you have now as Numu is you put yourself on the clock the Royal Institute. Now, Kiliadi doesn't know that, but he can't rush out to discover it. I do love that he's got cataphracts coming, though. Because what he can do is he can use these as active raiders. Oh, I never checked how you guys gambled, by the way. 76% for Ben. I do think part of that is leaning the Jean pick more than anything. Like, Byzantines, this is one of the matchups I think that they can feel a little bit funky in. But I think he's got past the most uncomfortable phase. When you look at the value, the intricate value of like both their armies, I would put Kiliadi's higher. Especially the Lombos that are about to vomit out. The problem with red wine is you can't eat it with seafood. Ha! Luckily I don't eat seafood. Whoop, whoop. Only canned tuna, baby. It doesn't seem like Kiliadi is progressing. He is. He's progressing here. Like, the goal is to get more olive groves as time goes on. This is classic Byzantine brain. Like, don't come out, just play at home. He's now eating the deer as well while inflating cataphracts. I actually don't mind the strategy. The whole idea is that when you engage, you've got a three-fold lineup, and your opponent has a two-fold. So the way this works is like origami, where you are meant two-fold to the pressure. Oh, I don't know where I was going with that. So, like, the whole idea here, like, it's very elegant, like origami, because, except, I guess, if origami allowed you to smush people, the cataphracts will break the dynamics. So when you go to engage cav on cav, the cataphracts will dive past onto the archers. And that leaves the knights stuck with the limitane. And the lombos are still guarded. So, like, he has a dynamic advantage here. And what's worrisome for Numu is Numu can't even be like, oh, I'll just go Springles then to protect myself. Against cataphracts, that's just death. You're going to lose them as well. It's like, I actually don't mind what Kiliadi's doing here. It looks weird because he's building cataphracts and not actually attacking with them. That's the one thing I would change, is like peeling off one or two of these catas to raid is worth it. You don't want to take them all because you're going to need some of them for the main fight. But just a handful would be worth it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure seafood's meant to be white wine, right? I don't know if some people would do like rosé or not. So Relic Race Kiliadi is at a slight lead here. In fact, he's gonna get the free 2 split. And he has now secured the 8k gold. Very long system coming in. But we'll be able to connect. Yeah, he's only level 2 system still, which is a little bit of a shocker. Usually by now you'd expect 3, if not 4. But he's only now moving over the stone. So we are going to see him actively rushing that. This is a really smart way of just inflating your economy at this stage. Now that you're at 50 plus villages, the percentile increase matters drastically. Why? Explain why Osuzu have bonus against... What, you mean Ozutsu? Do Ozutsu have bonus against elephants? I think that might have been an oversight, but that's kind of comical because Ozutsu are like notoriously bad right now. That could make them good again. I mean, dude, if that is actually true, that's a kick W. Nice, just circling around. Dimu might be able to fish a target over here. Ah, great reaction by Kiliadi. Going up to 4 outposts, so we'll be safe. Even panic rushing them. Yeah, needs to make sure he pulls villagers back, otherwise they won't gain in time. Dimu knows he's going to be a little bit too late to this. Yeah, so backs away. And what is up, Veteran Wolf? Not backing away from that credit card, I see. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you and welcome back to the Swarm. All right, this is feeling like a long game now, which is actually good for Kiliadi. Remember, Dimu went for the Royal Institute, so he's all about peaking in Castle Age. And the longer this castle goes on, the more olive groves come in, the more mercenaries appear. It just gets better and better. What's up, Trapjack? Appreciate the sub, mate. Get those Prime subs in. Choo-choo, mother duckers. I know you got them. So use them. So arbitrary switch is interesting. Lombos can do quite well there if you kite. It's still awkward because, like, overall, this is probably one of the most tanky range units you'll find in the game. They have got Gambesons for the melee armor. They've got Pavis for the ranged. But Lombos can kind of edge you. So you really need to have something else to kind of frustrate your opponent. But what Dimu's doing well with this comp is he's prepping for the late game. When you get into Imperial Age, if you have to go there, with level 4 Jean, these things turn into Gatling guns. And yeah, I imagine like the reason is you are getting the bonus damage is because they added it to like bombards and like the mini bombard, I guess. Kiliadi, the one weakness he does have is the olive grove count is really slow to inflate here. He needs to get a lot more in the next like 3 minutes to feel content. But Dimu has his own issues. Like both of them are in a similar position of if they lose their army, they can't replace it. Hello. What about if you lose your economy? This could be big. The houses are going to scout it out early. The reaction out of Dimu. Kiliadi's intentionally going deeper. He could go for a big trample here if he wants it. And there we go. He's going to turn around for it. In the meantime, raid on the gold. But bigger wallop into the tree line. Dimu's going to be the one losing economy here. And reactions coming in. Army is going to be able to get there in time. Outpost burnt down, but bigger losses at home. Cataphracts. They even go for more. They have got the trample still. We'll just walk by the other side. Meanwhile, the knights slow to pull away. Heavy losses there for Dimu. Kiliadi overall got to be happy with that exchange. In fact, yeah, Dimu not keeping track of them. Almost sends the knights in again. This is just so toxic. Teardrop shields is an insane ability. He's running quicker than the knights. Kadas. Yo, what? He hangs around for more. And he'll find him. Textiles will at least make it a little bit harder, but Cataphracts hit like a goddamn bull on steroids. He'll hang around for a few more kills. We'll eventually lose the cavalry, but I think Kiliadi has to be happy with the outcome there. Now a 12 eco lead. Okay, and that gives Kiliadi the spacing to go greed. Second TC on the way. More farms are going to be needed, but now the onus is on Dimu. He needs to attack here. No longer can he just sit still. This is turning into a pretty cool game to actually open the series with. It's also very surprising from a playstyle perspective. You wouldn't really anticipate Kiliadi to be playing defender. Usually he's renowned to be the aggressor, but he took a full defensive line here. And it's paid off in dividends. Let's have a blocker on the berries. Looks like Knight's getting in position. The outpost fortified does have the Magnell placement. He needs to dive deeper. Any delay is just buying time for Kiliadi to get the defense in. Villagers will have to pull away. Meanwhile, Army just camping here. We'll find a few extra kills. Obviously, just a little bit too slow. Kiliadi slow to respond here. Not ideal. Numu getting more than he probably should, and with the biology, with the raw bloodlines, it's just so difficult to bring these down with small trickles of troops. Adding a TC after a good raid, but losing the raid army? Yeah, because Numu didn't have that many knights, so he wasn't friend. Like, most of them have been cleared now, right? So he thinks he can get away with the greed now. I would say it was probably more worth it to add in the olive groves first, but the trade-off now is he's able to go aggressive with the army while building up new villages behind. Because if you lose a few to, like, a counter raid, you don't care. But Numu, he's just stuck one TC. Any losses are unacceptable. This army, too big to directly clash with right now. We have got him looking for the sandwich. Lamatane. Well, that's an overreaction. Don't really need that many on the backside. There's only like 3 or 4 cavalry units here. Kiliadi will get sandwiched. Numu should have the firepower to push him away. Jean, in the meantime, getting an insane amount of XP out of this. Love and life. Archers able to clear house. Second wave is on the way, but it's going to be too late, I'm afraid. Kiliadi is going to lose the backbone of his army. Numu getting a much needed win in the fight. Now, big problem still remains economy. It's 2 TC versus 1. I believe he did actually scout it with the knights. He knows more olive groves are now on the way. Kiliadi is going to start reaching that scary scale point. Numu needs to go on a counter-offensive here. His choices are counter-offensive or 2 TC. And 2 TC feels very dangerous here because you don't actually have much food. Kiliadi, meanwhile, losing a lot of Lombos, pretty difficult to kind of recompense on, right? Like, remember, there's only so many of them you can get with the olive oil limitations. Lombos feels like the thing that you can't really afford to lose here. Especially now that you're just trying to mirror crossbows. Crossbows that will just lose to arbitrary. I mean, Numu, he's pulling it together, and it's not easy to do so at this stage, folks. Remember, yes, he's got the real Bloodlines effect, but the trade-off is there's no get-out-of-jail-free card from Guildhall. And that's usually the best way that Jean plays into the late phase. We do have a keep drop. Kiliadi. The problem here with this castle drop is, like, technically you've already expanded on the flank, so you're quite exposed. And Numu, love this. He's going Sacred Sites. Gonna try to put some economical pressure on Kiliadi via just not only gold, but also timer. And to the point of why Kiliadi didn't snipe the villages when he had a chance in the fight in Numu's base, it's like a classic. He's just sitting here to idle the farms, but also, you know, if you go after only economy and you're not killing any military, then the military lead for your opponent at the tail end of the fight is even bigger. I think he was a bit paranoid about that. I love that we've got the commitment to Jean's riders. You don't actually see it that often. Numu is one of a kind with that. Not many players actually actively commit. Remember, a while ago, they made it more viable when they moved the unique units to the respective production buildings, because they used to require castles to be built. Great change for Jean. Numu, kind of a mixed bag when it comes to the performance of these riders that we've been seeing. This matchup, I see where he's coming from. Great against the crossbows and does reasonably well against longbos. So actually, I kind of support this. In fact, Kiliadi right now just doesn't have an answer to it. Just coming in. The Mango Towers maybe is the one answer, the closest thing you could argue. But even then, 275 HP on these things. And yes, they are expensive, but they can be worth it in the right situation. They're a variant unit. use case is variable, not always. In the right circumstances, they can do a lot. Backside stab is not going to work out, but he is just moments away from hitting the farms here. And we do not have many Mangonel placements on the olive groves. Great break as well. Just breaks the aqueduct, ruins the assistance. Onto the farms now. I mean, Kili, this is slowing down his rescale. This is painful. Looks like Numu is going to back off temporarily, but look at the resources. Benny Boy getting ready for Imperial Age. Not really a point in the game that you think would have much value when you've already got Royal Institute and everything else ticked. But the Arbitrary can really start to carry from that point onwards. Especially with the fact that Jean must be getting close to Mecha Jean form. He's going to start to back off. Fates Kili out again. One reactions to pull away. Cavalry are going to try to brute force it. Now, there's not many Limitane. The other thing about what Dumu's done here, this is kind of like when you add in a few men-at-arms and mass spears. By adding in Jean's riders alongside Royal Knights, it muddies the fight for the crossbows. They're wasting a lot of shots on units they don't counter. Just gets him a lot more runway in these engagements, while keeping the effective DPS at front line. And, well, now we've got a new front line. Jun de Blast goes in. Valorous Inspiration getting activated here, so Gatling gun mode for all. And that should be the wipe, the crack of the whip. As Numu is going to strip Kili in this opening game. It's just a good position he was in. Temporarily, but now undeniable. Numu parks himself on the farms. Jean births a cannon. And births Benny Boy a win in this best of 5. Good timing by Ben. Solid performance in G1. I think looking back at that game, the army dive on the backside may have been ill-advised. I feel like Kili was a little bit slow to get his full Olive Grove transition online to enable and justify that type of play. Had he maybe had the Olive Groves already when he went for that play, you'll see him reboom. But without them, you just saw how slow the remass was. Great read by Ben to not just sit back there. Fully exploited the fact that like his opponent had thrown away way too much. So only the first game. They will be getting ready in a sec for G2. What I can do, we can look to run some ads. I'm going to run like a minute and a half ads, guys, so you guys don't have to worry about them, okay? Why not Eastern Contract? Why would you Eastern Contract? Is the better question. You don't really benefit that much from Eastern Contracting into French Knights because you just get outnumbered. In theory, it's nice for like initially sniping Jean if you can get the count, but I feel like it's very risky to thread that needle. Camels? You must mean Silk Road. Eastern is not camels. Eastern is Keshiks into Gullums. So Silk Road could maybe make sense there. Reason why he'd go for Western instead is like... Usually when you feel like you can camp a location, I would say Lombos feels better. Javelins to me works more when you feel like you're going to have to be more mobile and be pushed away, etc. But when your goal is like a linear, move slowly to one location, stay there, LBs tend to feel a lot better. And I think that's what he was going for. Is like when he's camping in his base, which is what he was doing, Lombos will just feel more substantial because your quantity is going to be higher than Javelin count. That's also like a negative against Knights is like Javelins and Lombos against Knights have the same HP, right? The difference is I have more raw entities, so I'm basically spreading out my risk. Is if like Knights jump me and Lombos, let's say 4 Lombos die, that's unfortunate, but it's less painful than if 4 Javelins die. And then there's the later phase in the game. Is like, we were saying you can either play Javelins into Arbitrary, which can kind of work, but Lombos into Arbitrary is, once again, if you're like turtling and defensive, you can stay just out of range of them and keep poking them down. Okay, so I think we're just waiting for Ben to get back still. I should have ran a longer ad. But it's a perfect opportunity to remind people to click the Opera GX link. What? What does that do, KP? It helps out the channel immensely. You can get your hands on a sleek new browser, which, by the way, did you guys know it has the GX corner? We can tell which games are coming out. If you do use my link to download, it credits me with converting you across to Opera GX. You need to basically download it and create an Opera GX account. And that way they'll know I sent you, and maybe we get them to come back and sponsor more AoE4. But have we got any good games still to come out this month? AC just came out. I feel like there's been mixed reception to the new Assassin's Creed, but financially it seems like it's been a success. Mini Royale. What's this? Oh, it's like an Army Men game, but in a Battle Royale setting. I love the Army Men games. Did anyone else play the Army Men games as a kid? There's loads of different ones. There's like Air Attack, Land, Sea, and Air, Army Men 3D, Sarge's Heroes. There's even actually, do you guys know there's an Army Men RTS game? Wasn't bad, actually. Atomfall? Oh, yeah, I forgot about Atomfall. I'll have to take a look at that. It looks promising. Because, like, the thing that, for those who don't know of Atomfall, it's kind of like Fallout in England. Now, what was interesting about this is that a lot of people feel scammered out of Fallout in England anyway, because there was a mod being created, Fallout London, but then out of nowhere, Bethesda, for no reason, released like a patch update that fixed some small UI issues that completely ruined the entire work of like the London team. All the stuff they'd made just didn't work anymore. So I think for a lot of people, like, this was pristinely timed to kind of fill that hole for them, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Army Men RTS was sick. I like this. So this game, oh dude, this game's so old. I played this on PS2 actually. Yeah, the whole idea is like you're in the garden and you can build all your different Iron Man units, and you gather from like plastic. You can gather from the remains of some of your units to get resources to build new units as well. Looks like we're into game number 2 though. So let's get predictions rolling. We'll hop in. Yeah, fun game. You can get this on GOG actually. I don't know if I'd go back and play it. I feel like this is definitely an example like nostalgia does it for you, you know? But let's get ready to roll. Looks like game number 2 is ready for us. Alright, one and all, welcome back to the Battle of the Old Men. One and all, welcome back to the Battle of the Old Men. Kili versus Numu, game number 2. Early lead for Benny Boy, but do not count the Finn out just yet. His performances against Numu in the Midweek Masters have been dominant. He actually has 3 overall series wins, no losses whatsoever, but chinks appearing in the armor as Numu takes the early lead here. Kili will try to get us back on track swiftly with his HRE. Now, I think it would be fair to say at this point, Kili might be the single most aggressive HRE player in AoE4 on average. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else who so consistently just full-on device sends it. And I'm coming up dry. And you're even seeing it in this particular game where he's going for a D-rush against Shuji. Not something you often see. And unfortunately for him, we might get a stark reminder as to why. He hasn't scouted the enemy base. No, he was greedy about this. He wanted sheep. So he went wide. He's going to arrive very late and discover that actually it's not a Ford Gold at all. It's a retracted. Oy. And 97% predictions for Numu? Damn. I wouldn't... that's just harsh, man. Kiliani's not that bad. HRE is definitely not that bad in his hands. So, like, what's the dynamics of this matchup? Win conditions vary, as they quite often can, but for HRE, I think you can play an all-in, fully blown feudal. Mine work actually feels like the type of choice that can go really hard here. I just don't know if you want it against Shuji because of the ability to just bypass the edge. Like spinning on, wrapping around. Now, this is intentional. He could have snuck by here, just outside of TC range. But Kili didn't want to get seen. He also isn't quite sure of the TC covers, but like he didn't want to risk going by one of the 2 tree lines and being seen. He wants to get as close as possible before springing the trap. And looks like Numu is aware. Scout does reveal what he's up to. Medigarden just around the corner. Meantime, double Spearman. He'll be able to push him off. You shouldn't really be able to get kills here, though. so Benny Boy, it's going to back up. Remember, this is not China, so you're already building an Imperial Official, so although it's a little bit annoying and you can't rush Pro Scouts, you can still survive. What is a little bit surprising is the fact that Kiliadi couldn't really stop a meditation garden going up on the gold. And instead of Numu getting that gold trickle, he actually prioritized the food. Yeah, this is a very underwhelming Medi Garden, but you have to make this type of choice when you're up against Dark Rush. If you come out, you just die, even in Sushi. So Kiliadi's got to be loving life. Like, he only built 3 Swimmer for this play. I think that's very cost efficient. If he was up at 5, I feel a little bit bad about what he's invested. But Numu now has to react with Chuginu straight away. And that means that you can think about going into Horseman. Like, this actually could be the perfect mind work game. Moment of truth. Kiliadi was about to fall asleep at the keyboard. That just reminded him. Oh, yeah, I need to drop off gold. Yeah, no manual drop-off kind of pains a little here. Yes, almost 600 food, and it is... Wait. Okay. Why does he do this to us? I think Kiliadi just likes the physics of crumbling buildings. It's like, wow, technology's come so far. In my days, we had like 2 pixels to represent destroyed buildings. Now you can see things. So yeah, just going for standard Arca play. Mine work could have actually worked pretty well here. I am a bit gutted we don't get it. But I think in his mind, the real paranoia here is like if he does play mine work, Ben might just go castle. My counter argument is like with what? Numu just doesn't have any food right now. Like you've blocked his gold, his pro scout timing is going to be abysmal. He's sitting on what? 11 sheep? That's not great for a fast castle build. Not against HRE that could be like playing pro scouts all in feudal. LEPG is definitely interesting as well. Against HRE Spearman, it feels a bit odd. Like against a lot of civs, it makes sense, right? But against this particular one, they just move so quick. In fairness, this is still Dark Age, which is why you're seeing there being a little bit slow. But that's going to be fixed soon. I believe Ben is now going to be the Pro Scouts. Kiliadi, the timings feel a little bit off, right? He's sitting on a lot of surplus resources waiting for Feudal Age. So he definitely didn't get the timing he was looking for. Overall, this should have been pretty catastrophic for Numu. Kiliadi should have been in position to start picking up the first deer in like the next 30 seconds. But instead, now he's going to be heavily delayed. So tech out completes. He's definitely have to be Pro Scouts here. He's only got 5 sheep. There's no way you like avoid Pro Scouts with this build. Especially considering we're in the middle of peer pressure meta, right? Like, because he does Pro Scouts, I have to do Pro Scouts. Yeah, it's quite comical as well, because Numu on the ladder has been avoiding Pro Scouts like the plague. Get him in a tournament game, he can't resist temptation. Man, arms reaction out from Kiliadi. Numu's loving life, though. He's just pinned him in the base. He now gets to move for all the deer he needs. And remember, he has got the supervision, so if he wants, he could be vomiting out scouts. Chooses just to go for the standard production speed. I think if Kiliadi was just like sitting here reviewing the early game, he'd probably just be blunt about the miss macro. It feels like he had a timing in mind, and then something went wrong. He just kind of lost track of it a little bit. That has definitely kind of hampered him. I think he would have been in actually a pretty scary position if it wasn't for that detail. But game definitely not over yet. Pro Scouts, soon to complete. He's already got scouts on the way. And in fairness, he has got a really easy spawn to play. Double deer on the south side should be very difficult for Numu to contest. I wouldn't be surprised if Kiliadi just moves north side and blocks Numu's second deer. And sometimes watching like early melee bouts is very comical. Like stab and walk away. Okay, I can't get you now, but you can't get me. Okay, I'm gonna keep walking. Okay, and I'll stab you again. I remember some people suggested the idea of like the MAME effect. So for those that like have watched Asian mythology, you probably know what I'm talking about. There's a few players once upon a time when Myth first came out, they were recommending maybe that would be a good way for AoE4 to go. So like if you get hit by melee, you get slowed. Here's an intriguing idea. Would make missteps in fights feel insanely more impactful. Fashion offside. Numu is going to get most of the goodies here. Kiliadi, wait, why are we not even picking a deer up? I mean, he'll be left one. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't take these sooner. Wait. Ooh. Them's the goodies. There we go. So he does actually snatch them away. He has got troops nearby. Men-at-arms count favors him. Numu now switching into the Chukenu. But horsemen are already on the way from Kiliadi. He's read straight through this. A little bit dangerous. Like, your opponent has already shown PG, so you could switch Spearman at any second. A bit of a gamble, actually. Like, I think, yeah, he got seen as well. So that's a problem, actually. Like, Gilyadi, this would have been a sick play if he just hit the horseman a bit longer. But Numu can now just react into Spearman. Horseman, in the meantime, are just going to jump straight on top of Chuk. Ben seems a bit reluctant to switch into those Spearmen. Maybe he just thinks this is a bit of a bait. Like, okay, he's just trying to actually force me to switch over so that he then has mass archers against me. Did we saw a horseman before this engagement? Sure, but like you're seeing more now. Right, like, so here's the interesting dynamic to think about. When in this meta, when you see someone build a horseman, it doesn't mean they're playing horseman. It means they're pro scouting. That's the kind of crazy thing about the current dynamic. It's another reason why like I've been quite harsh about my feelings about pro scouts being everywhere. One of the negatives is it like it makes a production building choice disingenuous in a negative way, if that makes sense. Like you just build it, and it's not because you necessarily want horsemen, it's because you want to actually get economy. Like we've seen a lot of players as a result of that, they'll build like one horseman and bait you to overreact, and then they don't use it anymore because they only want pro scouts. This is a viscera fight. Kiliadi. Oh my god. How? That's insane. Numu just got so much deer value in this game. Kiliani, plastic swords and no way fighting right now. This is a bad position to find yourself in. The Finn has at least been setting up farms, but Numu can now beat him to Castle Age. And he has map control, which means relics are going to be very hard to come by. Oh my. Is this going to be a Frio week? Numu definitely in a very dominant position right now. We're getting a day up against either Louis or Wham. Chikanu. Bit overextended. The PG are going to take over here. I think Numu needs to be careful not to throw away too much here. He's going for a tech behind this. This isn't the all-in. But it is a good pin. He's going to back out range to the outpost now. And Shaolin Monastery just got queued up. Now, the scouts, they're going to be body blockers here. They're just there to absorb hits. Both of them do have an army that's valuable to upgrade. No doubt about that. My concern, my key concern right now, is the difference in tech timings. Like, look at this. Numu is going up for 15. There's no way you can compete with that. You could at least prep prelates prematurely as Kiliadi and take relics straight away, but I doubt he's likely to do that, considering the pressure he just took. He doesn't know how safe the army is, how safe the map is, or how not safe it is. Aging up, discussing. So when you type disgusting Civ like that, all I can imagine is, you know, the meme where he's like, "You're all disgusting," and then it zooms out and he's. You know the scene I'm talking about, right? The one where he's basically just got a boner. Oh god. Usually when people go disgusting, that's all I can think of now. You're all sick. Like, wait a second. The move, just trying to draw attention home. Kiliadi still hasn't completed the tech up yet. This is rough. PG upgrades in. This is exactly what you didn't want. You wanted to complete tech before you took the fight. Plastic swords now versus real. Numu is going to back up just a little bit here. The Chikanu aren't getting upgraded, but it's just about the PG spam. He's pinned him. He's got lances already on the way. Behind this, relics are going to start getting pulled home. My concern is Kiliadi's looking at probably one, maximum two relics in this game. I think it would be generous to say he gets 2. Tech up complete. So can at least now get the veterancies. That's going to be enough to scare Numu away. But we've got 3 bald boys in the field. And we know what they're going to be gunning for. He's already banked 1. 3 more relics seems so easy to attain here. What did Kili do wrong in this game? I think he didn't really need to go into the men-at-arms flood the way he did. It kind of felt like he was already leaning more defensive after losing the battle over the deer. And by adding in the MAA, he just guaranteed he was stuck in his base. I wonder if like a second outpost and just a small wall would have done more. What's the reason Chiganu is so much better than archers? Quite simple, actually. They have a base damage that is only slightly lower than archers by 1, but the trade-off is they attack 3 times. So what that means is against a lot of different units, you end up doing more damage than you would otherwise. Even against heavily armored units. So like a Lancer here, for example, you have 4 damage, I have 4 armor. Oh, wow. I'm only going to do 1 damage, right? Because you can minimum reduce damage down to 1. Not true. An archer would do 1 damage, but a Chiganu would do 3. That's the issue. That's what makes them so much better than archers. Now, to do 3 times the damage, you'd think you'd have to pay a lot more. You don't. You pay the same raw amount of resources. So pushdown coming in. All the other relics are on the way home. Numu is going to be 4 relics versus 1. And he's got Dali horses coming through. Oh, God. This is going to be 2-0. Kiliani's just getting outnumbered. And he calls it. Immediate GG. Kiliani, not known for wasting time. No, it's not going to be a down to 6 villager game. But it might be a 3-0 at this rate. Ben is on fire. Oof. Horrible series for him so far. Not having a good time at all. So Shushi getting the win there. 2-0 up now for Benny Boy. Might just be a clean sweep. I think I'm going to have one of my liquid drinks. I'm hungry. Okay. So, Kiliardi, what's he got left here? Dude, he's already been used. Like, he's burnt most of his best picks. He's got China still. Do you base in China? And then Dumu's going to do what? Order the Dragon or French? Is basing good for China now? It's been so long since we've seen it. It's a very different map than the way it plays now. I think it's okay. I'm going to run a minute of ads, guys, so you don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? So, give Numu the win. I need to get my... Give me a second, I'm going to make a shake. If you say nerf IO enough, the algorithm might pick it up. You can always hope, right? Oh. Dude, I can't wait for the patch to get here. I don't know, like, is anyone else feeling it? Almost like we had the LAN. Now people are waiting for the expansion. I feel like a lot of people maybe are just a bit burnt out right now. I don't know if I'm, like, imagining that. Oh, Mother Duck, I just realized, like, there's way too much in here. Yeah, we'll go more. Why is China banned instead of Sushi? It depends. Some players prioritize the Sushi, some prioritize the China. On this map pool, I think China has like some good value. I think like Sacred Grove actually might be good for China because you can just forward Barbican one of the deer stacks and block your opponent out. Also, that Barbican would block the central ramp, right? But like it varies. So let's get ready. Templar castle options are out. Are they? I didn't hear about any blog posts. Broken? Maybe we look at them a little bit later. Let's get to live. Let me start predictions for you guys. He's basically just been picking everything that looks like an OP pick. What an all, welcome back to the series. The OP picks are not working for him. Kili now at risk of elimination here in the quarterfinals of KPMM. This would be the first time ever that Numu would have beaten Kili in the midweek musters. They have matched up 3 times prior, and every time the Finn has had Ben's number. Nice morale booster for him, just shy of when the DLC releases. Nice way to actually kick it all off. OTD up against Chinese. That's a Pro Scouts matchup. A map where like the Pro Scouts is quite interesting from the deer perspective because it's linear in the center. I actually kind of rate Order the Dragon quite nicely here. Logic being is when you go into the racks opening, you can block essentially 2 deer stacks due to the central lane. So it's actually not a bad play to invest in. Still a little bit difficult against Chinese because they're just so quick at blowing army. But we'll see how Numu wants to try and square this one up. I think Ben has been one of the more threatening players on Order the Dragon historically. What are iron clamps? Something that should involve a safe word. Is that one of the new abilities or something for Knights Templar, I'm guessing? I don't know. Someone can link me after this. We can have a look. All right. How did you guys predict? 88% for Numu. I guess I'm not entirely surprised by that. I think Ben's just playing really, really well today. And it just kind of feels like Kiliadi's not up to his usual scratch. Like, if he can't win this map, I mean, this is, I want to say, like, his best punt. When you look at the draft and think about what he's used so far, you know, HRE punted out, done nothing. Byzantines punted out. He actually done pretty well, I'd say, in that Biz game. And also, weirdly enough, Kili kind of looked a bit more comfortable when he could macro. This should be a matchup where he macros and Numu aggros. Yeah, I did just say that out loud, and I know it sounds weird to hear because Kili historically is the aggro player. But that hasn't really been the story of this series. Yeah, I don't know. Iron clamps. I can envision that being something like extra armor for a unit. Almost like, you know, they're using iron clamps so the armor doesn't come away easily. I don't know. If I had to speculate, I guess. So my one coming in, I don't think this is indicative of like Numu doing a cheesy men at arms build. Honestly, a lot of people just like going mine work for the tempo. It's really good when you build with these Gilded Archer builds in particular. And also, because you're up against Chinese that can eventually go into Barbican and get Shikanu, it gives you that layer of protection swiftly. It's an upgrade to the fortress. Okay, so iron clamps is probably for that reason. Almost just like the HRE reinforced defense. I think it's just going to be like extra health or something. Which sounds kind of boring. We'll see. I did find it interesting that, was it extra range that the Knights Templar defense is going to give them? That's kind of crazy. I don't know if they're going to have access to Lombos. I kind of hope they don't for that reason. I think that'll be busted. But something they didn't actually describe, I don't know if you guys caught on this. I don't think they said if it was range units range or all units range. Because that could have an interesting proposition. If it's like a percentile range increase, melee infantry like getting more range, for example, could be kind of crazy. Like a Sapahi type effect. Okay, checkout complete. Numu is going to prioritize the Pro Scouts timing here. So just wants to get the Scouts out. But wouldn't be surprised if we get a Rax follow-up pretty swiftly here. Other side, Kili already on his way towards Pro Scouts. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what was the list of civs we said that would be supporting Knights Templar? So we should have, like, Lithuanians. Teutonic. You're probably looking at French supporting. Venetians. Spanish. That's 5. English are probably going to have something they contribute. Just makes sense historically. So 6. I wonder if they only do 6. So it's like, you know, you choose 1 unit each age, or if there's going to be like 3 options to choose from. Antioch, it seemed. What would that really entail, I guess? I guess Byzantines will have something to contribute now that I think about it. They did help out on some of this too. Crusades, right? Mainly by giving access. So Rax follow up from Kili. Does Numu... Is he just not going to engage? No, he's just rushing. He's getting all the food home. I don't think he wants any part of this. We might actually just have a fast castle build from OTD. I mean, with this type of spawn, I guess the argument is, like, what does he benefit from a long feudal? How does he benefit? I can kind of see where he's coming from. Like, the notion is it feels bad. Like, right now, if you play this feudal, like, is this not just better for China? Because they've got the Imperial Academy buffing their economy, and they've got the taxation everywhere. Like, this is peak timing right now for them. So getting away from that, I wouldn't blame them for it, but apparently we do have Raxes on the way. Oh, I wonder if I'll actually have, like, Cyprus representing with the Knights Templar now that I think about it. That could make a lot of sense. Depends on the time period. So I believe by, like, the 14th century... I mean, Crusades were done by then, right? But, like, by then, you were talking about the, like, Iabids ruling over Cyprus, if I remember correctly. But, like, you have got a lot of those type of, like, islands, right? Like Malta, etc., where you had these different knightly orders. I don't know. It's a very kind of exciting time. I know some people want more from the DLC, but, like, realistically, I think what people need to do when they think about their expectations, and the reason you need to temper them, is, like, we are talking about a situation where we're going from one DLC every, like, 2 years to potentially, like, 2 DLCs every, let's say, year. That's a huge difference. So it looks like the Spearmen are starting to harass a little bit. Men-at-Arms is going to be the reaction. Now, that I was wondering about from Numu. Spears feels like it's way too slow. It gives your opponent time to counter, but this scales nicely into castle. Yeah, so there's going to be that classic build Men-at-Arms, get them in position, tech, and then dive. Kili is going to want to try to intercept these before they start to blow up. Instead, he's trying to ignore it. He can at least force the drop, but I think in the end, Numu is going to get his double D stack home. Yeah, he's just even going to let it. He's like, I don't care. I'm just going to let it die and walk past. MAA getting the perfect backstab. Finally, Kili is going to engage. Did he wait too long, though? It's awkward because of where you're fighting. Numu can just hug the bush to stop a 360 surround. And then you just don't win. If it's not 360 surround, this feels like a horrible fight for you. I mean, hits the spear, we need to take a scout down. It's a gilded scout. Now, remember, he was like... It's not just a spear. It's a spear on horseback, which... When you think about the logic of it, technically this should make horsemen, like, OP. They kill everything, right? They've got a spear, but they're also counter to archers. But no, that's not the way it works. He's not very good at holding that spear. And looks like we do actually have the golden cuirass. So Numu going for that extra chunkiness. Starting to whittle away at this. Looks like he might lose another Men-at-Arm, but in the end, Kili is just going to have to mirror for tech. I don't think you want to start surging more troops here. Building the Spearman Horseman is just going to set your opponent up for a Landsknecht or a Burgrave, and he'll kill you. So... Instead, Barbican at home. Kili is anticipating the dive that's going to be coming. Knows he can't stop any longer. And Numu starting to stockpile up as well. I think I prefer Burgrave here. I don't know if I'd say he has good enough map control. With the free lane nature, you could argue Regnitz works. Because your opponent won't be able to guard these 3 different locations with the tree lines splitting them. It's going to be very difficult. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Numu. He agrees. Regnitz is on the way. I mean, in fairness, he already has the racks and he's built into Men-at-Arms. So he's anticipating he's also going to get countered. It's not just the layout of the relics. It's the fact that your opponent should be seeing these Men-at-Arms and saying, oh no, I need to counter these. So if you go Burgrave, you're pretty much just double downing on what you're already doing. And as long as you're not up against an ignorant player, that's a bad idea. Hero pass down the way. Kili shouldn't get dove. I would be surprised if Numu tries to rush it in. He doesn't actually have the gold to go for veterancy because he traded it out to go for the prelate. Oh, hold on a sec. He is actually going to try for the dive. Yeah, but the hand cannon slits in range here. The veterancy is about to come through. Unfortunately, China just builds too good. We'll make it up. All right, let's do a spawn vibe check, actually. We didn't really look at who got the better end. Double gold over here. Yeah, not bad. That is so far out. They both got like these double gold stacked on top of each other far away from the base. I actually think Ben got the better spawn. He has better options on the flanks for gold, like you either go further out, get double, or you have a nice stagger effect. Whereas Kiliadi's gold is so far off in the corner, it just feels unattainable. Maybe that's the secret though, you hide it and no one sees you. What's the few bullets to the face between friends? And what's a raid between friends? Thank you very much, boy. Appreciate it, mate. Okay, so mid-arms have been swept aside. Dimmu does have more coming. We've got good crossbow switch on the way. Kiliadi's just vomiting a lot of troops, though. My issue is he's not fast enough to block these relics. It's already 2 home. Pretty much home. And a third one soon as well. Like, this is the life you love. Right now, it's looking like we're going to get a 4-1 relic split for OTD. Dude, this guy can't lose today. Did Dimmu just, like, pour himself a bowl of cereal this morning and then fill it up with beer instead of milk? I don't know, man. It just feels like he's got the extra buff today. I think this man may have the beer buff. Alright, one's if you think Kiliadi's going to win this, two's if you think Dimmu's going to take it. Because it feels like this is Dimmu's day to just stomp. Especially when I just see the crossbow count already looking pretty healthy. Gilded Crossbowmen are just the S tier unit of OTD. They're your jack of all trades, your fill and gut for everything. Kiliadi is at least reacting with Horseman, which is correct. Dimmu could be more cost efficient than going men-at-arms here. Spears would serve the same purpose. I mean, he's got 4. Like, 4 is good enough against this many ponies, for sure. Another worrisome issue is Kiliadi. Like, this gold, sure. You've protected it with Barbican, but you've only got 1,700 left. And then the options don't feel good. Dimmu's doing the correct thing. He's not taking an idle approach. He's not just staying still. Does need to be careful. Crossbow count is a little bit threatening, but we'll go for the wipe here. Men-at-arms need to be pulled back, though. They are going to get sniped fairly fast. Go to Crossbow and try and deal from the backside. He has got 2 more coming in, so Dimmu continues the push. Other side of the map, we have got a Lancer dive in, but the Spearmen are going to be there to push it away. Just pretty much crossbows remaining on both sides. Dimmu's still looking pretty scary. Although he's outnumbered, crossbow count, remember Kiliadi's issue is reaching him. Extra range on the OTD crossbows can favor them. So Lancers are going to be pushed out the other side. Will be pushed into the afterlife. I swear, when you've got like only a trickle of crossbows left, chasing these things just feels so bad. You know you're going to lose like half your crossbowmen just to gap close. So, interesting dynamics here. Kiliadi is on Song, so he will start to scale a villager lead. But, in the meantime, the Regnitz completely eclipses him. It's 4 relics in. He has at least got the 1 relic home on the other side. What I'd love to see Kiliadi do, secure the Sacred Sites. Theoretically, you should have much better map dynamics right now than Dimmu. Because Dimmu's army is smaller. It looks like it's the same size, but you have to remember that a lot of these units are taking 2 pot. It means you can't really spread out as wide as you can. I wonder if... Ah, there it is. I was about to say, I wonder if Kili actually tries for the early farm transition. It's pretty crafty, actually. Like, Numu is taking a chill pill right now. He is, however, adding his own farms. He hasn't got the Arcane to buff it up further, but honestly, I think Mind Work kind of gets slept on at this stage. Like, the scaling is pretty nice, especially when you transition between range melee. The savings add up, not to mention the timings. You know, China is not really a civ that often feels like they can get eclipsed on blacksmith timings, but with the discount plus the production speed, OTD are capable. Ah, yes. Toxic, infinite range springles. I like to imagine that, you know, you had this guy just install the springles, and then with the OTD and HRE, this guy just came in after hours with a sniper scope and just clunked it on top of the blisters. Like, yes, that will make it better. Okay. If it works, it works. Did this work? Have we got Inspired Warriors buff? I don't think we do, no. This is just prelates to heal. That's going to come in. Horsemen are trying to bypass. Spearmen will survive long enough. This is the problem with the crossbows. Remember, the base damage got nerfed. So Spearmen are lasting more than long enough to actually mop up all of the horsemen. Prelates are also going to be veiled on. Surrender placement will protect him. So Numu, as long as he keeps the crossbows alive, is going to be happy. And you can see by the military numbers, he's got to have a smile on his face. He needs to counterattack there, because there is a trade-off, a reason for this. Kili is in the middle of that granary transition. This should be as weak as he gets. Does Numu mine gold? He's got 17 out to gold. He wants a lot of crossbowmen. Like, in theory, you shouldn't maybe need that much. It feels like food is actually the bigger limiter for him. Ah, the irony. You got outposted, so you outposted. Spooner placements. Ain't they just a ball of fun? Kind of problematic, actually. Numu, he can't push off the back of this now. Unless he just commits the Spearman to burning down, but that'd be so expensive. He's going to go for it. Horsemen are going to try to bait the attention. Wrap around the back side. Numu. Maybe overextending here. That surrender placement starting to sting. And the Spearman chased way too long there. The torches were needed. Kili now stabilizing a bit in the fight. Horsemen are going to come in again. If he can just get one good lick of that Gilded Crossbowman line, it'll be curtains on any sort of push. Numu is doing a good job of trading out the backside, though. He splits it. Sends the Spearman to the back. The Gilded Crossbowman to the forward. And outplays Kili in the engagement. That was sick. That was so well micro by Numu. Really shaky position, and the longer you stand here, the worse it feels with this sprint placement always wailing at you. He threads the needle, keeps the military lead, now looks to push. And yes, OTD torch damage is higher. So you got 25 damage here, whereas it'd be 17 here. It's not a pure 2-to-1, because quite frankly it'd be busted, but it is higher. Can't believe that, man. It just feels like every time Kili looks like he's making the right play, like maybe he's just finally done it, Numu slivers out ahead again. Now, there are some problems in mind for Numu. This is building up now. Remember, we talked about Kili being weaker in these engagements. Numu is at least keeping pace. The granary buff does get kind of crazy once you have the triple online. What I like for Numu is this. Inspired Warriors is on the way. Remember, this is a huge DPS increase, like getting 2 extra blacksmith decks. Actually, it's more like 3. Because you hit for 17 already, it's a 15% damage scale. It's a, like 2.5-ish damage. And then on top of that, the extra armor. Which feels even more impactful these days because of the nerf to base damage on crossbowmen. So it just makes you very tanky, makes your opponent feel very squishy. Nestibes is a smart move by Kili. One negative here, it is not going to be the clock tower ones. He went for the Imperial Pass. The other negative is now, if we go Imperial Age, Bodkin bolts can be kind of crazy here, folks. Looks like a little raid on the flank. Numu is going Imperial, by the way. And Kili, I don't think he's ready for it. Sprint placement comes through as well to make matters worse. Villagers are potentially going to get sniped down here. Even with the bad pathing, though, just too tanky. Gets away, able to shove him away. Remember, Kiliardi, he was relying on that Sacred Site gold, but also the pressure. That's now been removed. Numu just looks very unshackled now. Okay, this isn't a bad idea, actually, from Kiliardi. Kind of crazy. You don't really see it that often in Castle Age, but Veteran Chuganu against what you're up against, like, counts everything. Numu's just being very cost-efficient and lean. Unarmored units. House of Swabi is on the way. I think for this to work for Kiliardi, he just needs to lean ahead. If he sits back, it's thumbs up for Ben for the next few minutes. But if he starts to march forward, he could easily catch Ben with his hand in the proverbial cookie bar. Cookie bar? Cookie jar. Oh my god, a cookie bar sounds incredible. How does that even work? Well, decent positioning. I don't think this is as deep as you need to be, though. He needs to be ready to roll the moment the tech completes. And here we go. Gets marching. Kiliardi actually just doubles down on it. Ram's already being built into. The signature move of the Finn. Looking to finish Numu for the first time this series. Instead, it actually might be the discount Swede who does it all. Key drop now also on the way from Ben. Okay, this could get toxic. He's still got 2 relics to play with. He hasn't garrisoned them everywhere. Cookie bar's just a table full of different cookies. That's not a cookie bar. That's a cookie jumble sale. A cookie bar should be like, I have cookie dough on tap and I can just like ooze it out, you know? And then you can be that person that leans over the bar and just like pours it into your mouth. Kiliardi right now is trying to be that person that just pours, or rather rams down your throat here. I don't like the look of this though. There's going to be a backstab attempt onto the nest of bees. Just not enough flanking troops though. Numu needs to be kind of respectful. The knobs are threatening. The mass is big, but Kiliardi needs a quicker clear here. Good news for him, the relic did not get garrisoned inside the castle, but E-repairs is still available. It's be a dive past. More Sprung placements adding up. Ben just needs to try and thread the needle here. It is a lot of bodies ready to hit the floor though. And Kiliardi, the nest of bees, the final one to be targeted down soon. In the meantime, the Gilded Crossbowmen have been eliteed up, now hitting for 23 damage each. With only 1 nest of bees left, he needs this gone now. Castle being hit into. E-repairs has been used. Repair crew is going to have to be committed. But no stone! Kiliardi! The castle's going to go down. Ben, he's trying to buy for more stone, but the repeated crossbows are shredding through the worker force. By God, I think the man may have done it. Took 3 games, but finally, the Finn looks the Finn. Hard-earned one, but this is still not over, folks. Numu, he's seeing that the numbers are finning. And I've said Finn way too many times in this cast now. I gotta stop it. I'm on Finn territory. Okay, no, I'm really gonna stop. But I think Kiliardi's pressure point is stopped as well. I mean, he's still got rams, but the numbers just don't look good for him anymore. Repeated crossbows are starting to get sniped on the back. He's gonna yoink the relic away. The price afterwards might be too high, and the Gilded Crossbow will say, no, you don't. Denial of the retrieval. Kiliardi has been booted out of the base. He does not have Imperial on the way. And any damage he done can now easily be offset by the Palace of Swabia. I think I wouldn't actually blame him for calling it now. He's got to hang in there though, right? Like, there's still a chance, but right now this looks horrible. His dive, while it looked good for worker kills, ultimately did not achieve anywhere near enough here. Numu in the next few minutes is going to offset the eco situation entirely. He's still going to be 4 relic regnants. And now you have to try and tech up while your opponent counterattacks. And this counterattack is going to be strong, folks. Elite Gilded Crossbowman. 20 damage, even more with the Inspired Warriors buff. Castle drop by Kiliadi. Yeah, let's back that bad boy up. That ain't gonna happen. Not today. And Bodkin Bolts has not been taken yet. It's the only upside right now for Kiliadi. Looks like a tiny upside though. STB's count not really high enough to truly threaten the crossbowman yet. Let's give me a keep drop attempt, but how? What? Who do you think you are? What is this in my face? How dare you, says Ben. Starts going for the snipes, gets rid of one of the Nest of Bees, just like that. You're just seeing how painful it is, no clock tower. A stark reminder why people still like it to this day. And the castle drop is going to be a big fat L. Doubt may not play much Age of Empires 4, but he's always here in spirit. Kiliadi becomes our very own version of that serb. And Numu will be cruising through, looking to bruise either Wham or Louis MT in midweek muster. Impressive series by him. Really can't fault it from start to finish. And, you know, like the credit, where credit is due, it feels like the majority of the series has been Numu just playing off of aggressive timings. Not necessarily camping at home. Like, even that early pressure point where Kiliadi tried to just, like, all in him. Numu was there with him in arms, the follow-up play, and then into the counter dive. I just feel like this is the Ben that I love watching, man. Like, he's been such a joy to watch in the midweek musters in 2025. Compared to 2024, I think playstyle-wise, it just feels like he's upped his presence. Makes for a very scary dude. Kiliadi, you know how he is. He's like, it's the last game. You might as well just try to play it out. Oh, God. What? They're so tanky. It's just... that looked so trivial. Oh, no, a whole army. Let me just kill the siege. Numu's going to have to back off temporarily. That is going to be toxic, by the way. Heavy Torches is kind of nuts here with the farm clusters. Just burn it all. I don't know what he's saying, but he's saying it with great muxy and positivity. How did Numu get out of that tricky spot? Dude, he's just built different. It was sick defense. He just leveraged the extra range so well, because even when the repeated crossbows reach the Gilded Crossbowmen, they have the Inspired Warriors for the extra armor, and then they back away. And you're stuck in an animation lock as you shoot your shots. So you always be able to just disengage from the Shiganu. And then, you know, when you aren't looking, he just kept sneaking in on these snipes. Gilded Crossbowmen have such high base damage, they're actually a decent answer to Nest of Bees. As we saw once again, time and time again rather, in these fights. Reminder, by the way, that was all pre-Bodkin. He only now got Bodkin. Now that he has Bodkin, they melt. It's insane. Look at the bonus damage there. They hit as hard against Nest of Bees as they would against, like, a Men-at-Arms. Kiliadi just slithering off in the flanks in the meantime. The castle drop has ran out of wood at the back of his base. Alright, looks like it's going to be a pop lock situation. And you are seeing that AoE fire. We very rarely actually get it in games. Elite Army Tactics also on the way. At this point, Numu's like, why won't you GG? I want a nap. It's getting later in the day. Papa's got a snooze. Knobs are at it again. He's just putting his way through the Barbican. Just like it's a house, you know, it is. It's just a garrison point, right? It's not that threatening. All right, here we go. Ready, set, and dead. Nice siege, Lamau. Knobs, more like noobs. Culverin just arrived as well. Okay, that's GG. There's no way Kiliadi hangs around more. It's depressing enough how easy it was to snipe out the siege, but now that there's Colves here as well, he'll know that this is the end. Whew. Is Gilded Crossbowman the best unit OOTD? Yep. I think it's like the most reliable backbone unit the comp has. Other high rankers are Landsknechter and Gilded Hand Cannoneers, but they're more situational. if you were to pull 200 games plus from Conk 3 level Order the Dragon, the most frequent unit to appear in post-castle play would be Gilded Crossbowman. If it ends in Feudal, obviously not going to appear, but like, if it reaches castle, it is very, very rare to not see this unit. Oh, we know how Kill Yadi is. We had to have at least one game like this. Let me know what you guys think of this, though. Numu, it's very interesting. I feel like the historical defensive style has its advantages, and we saw how he used it in this game to come back in a crazy way. But I like that we're seeing this man who just tries to take the initiative, take it early, and if he's forced back, he already has a historical, reliable way of playing defensively to get him through sticky situations against a player who feels most comfortable when he's attacking. I think everyone needs to watch more KPMM. Like, where are all the people out there sleeping on this content? Why watch a pub game when you can watch 2 of Age of Empires 4's finest clash? And then watch another series between 2 of Age of Empires 4's finest. We got them on tap. One after another after another. Me. He's like, what do I need to do to get this guy out of my game? There must be something I can attack that would just be, oh, that's GG. Because he's still refusing to wave the white flag. Kiliai's like, Finnish people don't have white flags. Because if we waved them in the winter, no one would see them anyway. They're perfectly camouflaged, so they were pointless. We didn't make them. What is a white flag? Our final landmark now to be targeted. Has he got a chance of holding this? Ha 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 ha. You funny. He can't afford another landmark, so no. And this fight is almost impossible. Like, maybe if Numu just AFKs the crossbows the whole time, yes. That'd be the one way. It's double Cove now. His army's dead. That is going to be Benny Boy with a sweet, sweet 3-0. Let me know what you guys thought of this one. I think this one will actually make it onto the YouTube. Sick defense coming out from Ben Boy. And don't forget, we do stream a lot of these games live. They just don't always make it to the edited section. I'll see you in the next chapter. Excuse me. Oh, man. Crazy game by Ben. Oh. I don't know when the match is over. It's fair to kind of like, you can kind of tell when a game has reached its conclusion. When you watch enough games, it like, yeah, it kind of fits. Okay, so we have got more games coming, by the way. Next up, we've got B versus Myriad, which is another quarterfinals. That should be happening in about 20-30 minutes maximum. So we need something to fill the gap. 1 second, let me have a look. I need to update this. Oh my god. Liquid meal may have just made the cough worse. Every time you saw them, match ends. Like I said, it just makes sense. You're never going to get it perfect unless you want to rush the, oh, it's GG! But, like, you know, you can be reasonable with it. So, 3-0. That means Numu is the first person to make it through to semifinals. Or not? I imagine Numu versus either Louis MT or Wham will not happen until Thursday. Because it's getting quite late for Louis. And I know Numu won't want to stay on much longer. And like Wham, you know, Wham and Louis. Yeah, like, well, I don't know. I haven't seen any response from Wham, so I'm just going to assume that one's probably going to be the one that happens on Thursday. Have Beastie and ML faced in KPMM? Nope, and they won't, because Beastie, after losing Frio to B last week, withdrew. So, he's a bit OP, B, apparently. Sorry, still dying. So, oh, sorry, I haven't marked it Frio, have I? So let me see. We could do some of the M Lord Numidon series now. That could be an option. Oh wait, isn't there like there's something going on? Can someone link me? Apparently there's some new news about the expansion. Right? Is that correct? Someone was saying that we have info. Someone post on Twitter? Hell yeah, dude. Go buy one. They're discounted right now. Yeah, this is the TC500 Lux from Corsair. Super comfortable. It's a fabric chair. I actually prefer fabric chairs. More breathable, right? Especially when like you have long days where, you know, we'll be casting for 7, 8, 9 hours. What is this? Oh, is that all they gave us? Just one picture? Yeah, that's a huge URL. I mean, I clicked it, but shouldn't click strangers' URLs. All right, so we've got... So you do have 3 choices then. So the Angevin Empire, interesting. That's toxic. 30% more health for fortresses and docks, bro. Republic of Genoa is going to be generating more gold. Like, through what? Anything? Oh, sorry, for the Pilgrims. The Pilgrim system we haven't seen yet, right? It's like $400 you like go buy one. I mean, dude, like, yeah, if you want a nice chair that's going to last you, yeah. It's not going to be cheap. So, like, guys, the other day, we bought a power drill. Like, we had a power drill that we bought from Amazon. And, like, we had to build something. It just wouldn't work. The battery, like, was fully charged. It just didn't care. We bought it for, like, £25. That's kind of what happens. Like, you know, if you want something that lasts, is good for your spine, etc., like, yeah, you'd have to pay a bit. Excuse me. But Kingdom of Castile is interesting. Units near sacred sites gain 20% damage and regenerate health. Bro, that sounds kind of broken. Especially if there is like a castle landmark. That sounds gigabusted. I don't know. I'm like Kingdom of Castile all the way there. A more toxic Civ on sacred sites than Delhi? I didn't even know that was possible. Is this all the info we got, by the way, or was there something else? Was that it? Was that everything we have? Did they already reveal Feudal Age or something? And I just missed it? Did I miss like a Feudal Age revelation, or did they just for some reason show Castle Age? Ah, thank you, Mixie. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we've got Feudal and we've got Castle. No Imperial though, right? So increase the health of all civilian units by 30%. Increase healing. That could be busted if there is, like, feudal healing. Is this going to be enough content for a short video? I don't know. Let's try. All right, we're getting teased by the developers. They've been revealing some small details around the upcoming Knights Templar Civ to do with the choices they can make per age. So, Feudal Age 1, we're just going through this. It's kind of interesting. Knights Hospitalier, I am intrigued by. So they are able to increase the health of all civilian units by 30%, but also the healing from all sources by 30%. Now, for a start, this has some interesting repercussions because I want you guys to envision what would happen in a team game. Because in theory, it says all sources of healing, meaning it should work. The other thing that I was wondering with this is whether there's going to be a Feudal Age healing unit. If so, this could end up being giga busted. We've already seen how ridiculously strong feudal healing in general can be, with things like the Dervish, the Imam Point, the Scholars. I would be surprised if this doesn't come with some form of healing. By the way, this could also be vile for like weird kind of funky outpost rush type plays, because you can just do textiles on top of health, right? You're gonna have like Guild of Villages level of health. Outside of that, Kingdom of France, another choice you have is the military units are produced 15% faster and cost 5% less gold. I imagine this is going to be partnered in conjunction with getting access to knights. So actually, like, not bad. You're basically getting like School of Cavalry with a very slight discount. Whether it'll be worth it or not, I'm not sure. I think anyone who wants to lean knights is just going to be a given, and it pretty much allows you to play French while playing Knights Templar. And then finally, Principality of Antioch, we have got melee units getting 10% damage. This one, I feel like, is going to be better scaling later in the game because you won't get access to knights, and because you don't have a high base damage melee unit, this is substantially less valuable. But the thing you guys have to remember is we're partnering these up with different tech choices. So, for example, where the increased health and healing from all sources gets OP is the Castle's choice. We'll get to it at the bottom, but first of all, Angevin Empire, the fortress and dock health increased by 30% is pretty snoozer. Not crazy about that. But I imagine this is going to become pulled together with the idea of getting Lombos. Might be worth it. I feel like it'd be better if you get your hands on the new Yeoman, which I have a feeling they have some sort of anti-armor component to them. Republic of Genoa is definitely an interesting one. So we've heard a little bit about the Pilgrims. There seems to be ways for you to generate gold, almost like a place of worship that you can set people to get extra gold is the theory here. A little bit, I guess, like a temple in Age of Mythology where you worship. This is going to be your chill, I don't want to do anything choice. A lot of people are going to go for this. Republic of Genoa should also, in theory, be pretty strong for the sea side of things. So I imagine they're going to provide a naval unit on top of that. Angevin could also have something like access to Admiralty, which would make a lot of sense for the Angevin Empire. And then finally, Kingdom Castile. This is the one that I think is very interesting to you guys. In conjunction with Knights Hospitalier, which has that increased healing source, imagine you combo this. Units near sacred sites gain 20% damage and regenerate health. We may have the new most toxic civ for King of the Hill. Yeah, I think this is actually going to be a crazy combo. Think about like King of the Hill as a repercussion. Your villagers can't die when they come to build like keeps on the fort. You benefit from building keeps anyway because you get things like increased attack range. And then you come in with the extra damage buff as well as the healing, which gets inflated by an extra 30%. This is going to have some interesting ramifications. I'm curious to see how also this civ in particular functions in team games. If they do right by team games and they create more stage maps, kind of like what Gorge has, where it's its own unique map, I actually think Knights Templar is going to be an insanely powerful support type civ with certain things coming into the picture, such as the Knights Hospitalier for healing, and also the Kingdom of Castile, where the damage buff in theory could affect your allies as well. Yeah, dude, oh my god, just imagine Kurotai plus Kingdom of Castile. I don't even want to think about it for a second. It's vile. Apparently, we've got also something else here. We'll use our good old Opera GX to have a look. Decline the cookies. So yeah, a little bit about the fortresses. This is what I was talking about. They have a bunch of auras coming in, and this is the one that I am intrigued by, guys. So it says, has an aura that improves nearby units' range. What does that mean exactly? Because here's my thought. And I'm going to move it up here so we can talk about the other details. Range could indicate that melee units can also get an increase in range. That would be pretty wild. I hope it's not just range units. It does make me reluctant to say they're going to have access to Lombos, because I think this would be kind of toxic. Lombos plus range on a keep drop is crazy. But some things we have learned about it is the emplacements. We already saw the Trebuchet emplacement at work. If you guys haven't seen my previous video showing that off, it is insane. It looks like it can one-hit a Mangonel, which is ludicrously powerful. Sprint emplacements are kind of a given. Bowling all as well. Treasure Towers is intriguing to me. Excuse me. It's a little bit rough. I think that the Treasure Towers, because of the Pilgrims mechanic, we were talking about this being like a worship thing, but I'm wondering if it's like a mixture of worshipping at a temple, but also trade routing. If that's the case, Treasure Towers is likely going to be comparative to the taxation system on Malian outposts, where you add extra gold by traveling. I think that's what we might be looking at here. Outside of that, like Treasure Towers, it almost feels like something you should get value out of killing, but like that's a negative. You want this to be a positive for the Civ to build. And then finally, Desert Citadels. I'm not really sure what to expect out of Desert Citadels. Probably something to do with health, same with Iron Clamps. I feel like these two are going to be something related to tankiness. Iron Clamps just sounds like it's going to be someone that makes the structures more rigid, so expect something a little bit like Reinforced Defenses, where the HRE gets the extra fire armor and armor. Desert Citadels almost feels like the same, where it's like wear and tear in the desert where you should be safe. It could be that this actually gives like an increased buff to the aforementioned ranged aura that we're being teased about here. Other interesting thing, look at the levels. You can build these in Field Age. Now that is interesting to me. I imagine they cannot have firepower in them by default in Feudal, right? That would be kind of crazy. We did see clips earlier where these were also embedded in walls. Don't expect it to be a case they chain into the walls, but there is interesting things with the shapes of like these type of structures where you can theoretically push your stone walls from angles to body block people running beyond them. So you can kind of use them as part of your wall defense. But yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking about this. I think this is all the info we got so far. What do you think we're seeing from Imperial Age? I am still not seeing the Venetians, and they were clearly referenced by the boat. So I think we're going to get Venetians as one of the Imperial Age options. There is also no representation so far for the Polish. So that's 2 of the 3. What is the final one in Imperial Age we're expecting to see? Because this is already fulfilling and ticking the box for the idea of the Javelin Cavalry for the Kingdom of Castile. Republic of Genoa, I think, is going to have something boat-oriented as well. Like we said with Angevin, it's probably going to be to do with the archers. Knights Hospitalier, we already saw them. They're the hooded black figures. It looks like they're going to be not as tanky as standard men-at-arms, but a little bit quicker. Kingdom of France is likely going to be the French Knights. I'm still not sure about Principality of Antioch, though, guys. In fairness, there is a lot of melee units that we've been seeing in the teasers for the Knights Templar, so maybe an extra one there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, though. I think this is long enough for a video to upload to YouTube, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. You're one of the people who's least interested in Knights Templar. Yeah, you're like a rare breed, mate. I think Knights Templar is like the hype thing for a lot of people in their brain. Okay, yeah, I think that's us all caught up on that, though. We should have... Yeah, perfect timing, guys. Guess what? Next series is ready to go. We have got B versus Myriad. So let me pull these in. That worked out beautifully. So we have got... Let me just list them in. 5-game series. Gorge for map number 1. We're going to have Basin, Sacred Grove, Dry Arabia, and Lipany. And draft is underway. Myriad with his H reopening. No surprise there. In fact, guys, what I'm quickly going to do, I'm going to go refill my water. So I'll be right back in 1 sec. Enjoy the draft while we wait, and I'll BRB. Also, exclamation mark Opera GX. Download this amazing Opera GX browser as well. I'll see you in a sec. All right. I'm back. Hey, sup, Fat Blop. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Just had to go say hello to Freya. Had a fun day at nursery. Okay, so how are we looking draft-wise? Ooh. That's interesting. Juji and HRE. Fablop. Yeah, Fablop does well. 96 subs. Not bad, not bad. Appreciate that. When did the subs get so low? I told you guys, that's how it works. Like, so I think the thing that people don't get with subs, and it's why I'm like, dude, if you want to sub, just sub, right? Is that the way it works. Wait, is Wham Louie happening as well right now? And there was Fruckle. Which one do you guys want to watch? I'm a bit pissed off. They didn't like this didn't get commed at all. But yeah, like the way that here, I'll put a poll up for you guys. You can choose. Which series? Wham versus Louis MT or Myriad versus B? Type some rage? Dude, like I got every right to be annoyed. Oh, okay. No. That series is not live. Okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, we'll do the Wham Louie afterwards because it's literally replays. So cancel that. This series is live. Sorry about that. I am a little bit annoyed though because like the players aren't always communicating in the share channel. Like we try to be very thoughtful with the like open formatting, etc. But like sometimes people just share your times because like I've noticed in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I feel like a lot of the time people are like happening now. I'm like, but that's not actual like real communication. Anyway, let's get ready to go. 1 second. Titles that. Let's get ready to go. Let's hop in the game. Excuse me. Gamba? Yeah, let me get that set up. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like I'm freaking throwing my toys out my pram, whatever, but like I do feel like a bunch of adults should be capable of like calming the start times in one channel. It'd just be nice. All right, let's get ready to roll. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Musters. Be up against Myriad and wait. Why are we on this map? Did we miss a game? How would we have missed a game? They just drafted. What the f... Did they just choose the wrong map? I think they just chose the wrong map. Okay, yeah, they fixed. All right, let me cancel predictions. All right, yeah. They're loading the next map, the correct map. Yeah. I was like, huh? All right, there we go. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ad now so you guys don't have to worry about them, okay? Yeah, my hopes is like, I don't know, like, my hopes for this is that players would kind of get better at just doing the, like, instinctual scheduling of, like, yeah, say when you're playing now, etc. But it kind of feels like we're going backwards as the year is going on. Some people are still very good at their communications. I praise them on it. But some people are just like, it's like pulling hen's teeth. I get to talk to Louis very, very briefly, only a tiny bit. So, like, nothing extensive in terms of time to talk to him. My days were really, really, really busy, and obviously, like, you know, he's like playing at certain times, etc. But talked to him for like a minute or two. Really nice guy, big smile on his face. Seemed super happy to be there. I love that. And yeah, a well-earned victory, man. I'm happy for him. Yeah, just comment cheap. Random, we need to light a fire under people's asses to make sure they're organized. It's like it's like a mixed bag, right? Open scheduling because we want to be thoughtful and we want people to be able to do, like, you know, when they can. But like when it's always with some players, it's literally always I can play now, and we're like, I get the spontaneity occasionally, but when it's always spontaneity, it just feels like you're not bothering to just do the basics of organizing. And if you want to be a pro player, like if you really want to be a professional, you need to learn how to organize. So yeah, I'm hoping. I've just said to him, like, we just need to remind them and be more pushy on it, like, because the goal is to get to a point where Tune spends less time having to chase players because they're like not saying when they're playing or whatever. But I feel like the last few weeks we've been going the other way. But yeah, a little bit of insights behind the scenes. It is definitely less than ideal. I think players like don't realize that like that type of attitude towards it makes me less encouraged to actually run this again. Because like the way I view it is like you just don't care enough. So I hope the players take that seriously. I like to think that they find this very useful and a positive element of like AoE4. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get ready to go. Right, they finally found the right map. 1-0. Welcome back to quarterfinals of Midweek Muster. We've got B up against Myriad. Myriad has been rising and shining early in 2025. Love to see it. Has to be feeling reasonable, at least, after his performance on the LAN in Germany. I know it always sucks to lose, but I think people can agree, like, Myriad has been on the rise. I think she had a good start to this year. Very promising results. I think he's been pretty consistently starting to make not just top 16s, but also quarterfinals here in Midweek Musters. This week, it's going to be up against the elusive B. Very difficult opponent in general. French versus usually a very fun matchup. I think China versus French has just kind of became a little bit more linear now. The fast castle just seems too good to resist. Before, it was very micro-intensive. This one, I think it's usually looking for that castle timing. But I want to say, like, you're more predictable and less protected than Chinese to go for it. So where this thing happens in every single esport, players don't take it seriously enough. Yeah, like we're just for the YouTube context, we're just having this discussion about, you know, the basics and what you want to be able to expect out of your players, like, you know, schedule in advance, communicate everything accordingly where you're meant to, and some people just take that for granted. And it is kind of a shame. Like, I didn't even like the words had to come out of my mouth, but I was like, you know, if people are going to take that for granted, it makes me wonder whether we should even run KPMMs in the future, you know? Obviously, we'll see the circuit out, but, like, a big part of it, you know, I've talked about this publicly before. KPMM needs to see the channel grow to be justified. Last week or two has been a bit rough for that. But, like, it's also, I need to feel as if the players actually want to do it. And, like, the subconscious message it sends to me when, like, you don't want to schedule on time is, like, do you actually want to do it? And that's a loss for them because the goal would be to go back and get more money next time. But, like, for the hours I put in each month, I don't think it's a lot to ask people to just communicate what they're doing ahead of time at a reasonable, like, amount of time. But B, I think B, like, you know, I'm not going to, like, target people who have been bad for it. I think B has been quite helpful for the most. Like, B is actually one of the players that's just almost, like, ready to go whenever you need him. It's usually someone else who's, like, holding it up. Myriad, I like that he also finds the time to commit, because, like, keep in mind, this guy has, like, got a career outside, right? He's not a full-time player like B. And this is what, like, I want. I want players that are trying to put in the effort, even when they've got the strenuous task of, like, having a full-time job. I think Myriad is a pristine example of someone who tries to do that right. That is doing it dirty, though. Check this out. He's got the 48 food, 25 stone, and probably about 15 wood. Overall, decent meditation garden. We don't see these as much anymore because they're considered to be ambitious. They're very far away from your base. You're not likely to be able to defend it. But Myriad is thinking down the line. He's got a boar out here. So while he won't rush out to this because against French, further down the line, after you exhaust the deer, this is a natural place to come for berry plus boar with villages. So you're already kind of encouraged to be here. The only negative, of course, is the trade-off is your gold is on the opposite side of the map, really far away. B, by the way, got a pretty damn good spawn. Double deer, close to base. Your opponent has got split deer. Dare I say, triple deer stack for French. Could have got double stone and berries. What, back here? No. That's too far apart. You wouldn't get all the berries. There wasn't really much of a better opportunity on the map for him, to be honest. This is the best one. They didn't show up today? Oh, it's not a case of people not showing up. It's just a case of people not, like, communicating. Right? Like, we have channels specifically designed for players to say, hey, me and blah are going to play at this time on this day. We even provide, like, the Discord timestamps to remind people. Sometimes people forget the Discord timestamps, which is kind of annoying, just because sometimes people's time zone ideas are wrong. But in general, it's just the etiquette to, like, respect what open format is. Open format doesn't mean, like, every opportunity you last second say, I'm ready and I'm going to play now. I get that that's unavoidable, right? And I'm not saying you should avoid that if it's absolutely impossible. But there's definitely examples where people are taking that for granted to just not let us know, which is awkward because it means that we can miss live series. And people love live series over recorded games. Nice shove away. I love this by B. He's just trying to make it even harder for Myriad to get his goodies. We are getting the spearman opening. This is to be expected. You always want to react spears first because with French, once they tech up, the first knight's going to be queued. So they're going to have pressure in conjunction with pro scouts. Even more powerful for the Civ because remember, they get the huge discount, equivocal pretty much to the cost of a knight. All right, how did you guys predict, by the way? Oh, wait, did I not sub the new prediction? I'm so sorry, guys. It's one of those days. All right, I'll give you B, Myriad. I'll give you 1 minute. Rat's coming out from B is interesting, though. Oh, he's doing it again. Yeah, B's got these really funky builds. I like them. He's been very obsessed recently at bulking up to 30 pop as quick as he can off of, like, you know, semi-fast castle timings. We've seen him do it with loads of saves where he'll just start blobbing spearmen and then just come out with raw numbers in his favor. You can do similar here, like where you just scale knights plus spears and then you just full body the fight. And the whole idea is the spearmen will bog down the other spears, so the knights can then just come in from the flanks and do damage without being threatened at, like, instant death. And it's already beneficial considering you're up against pro scouts. Myriad, by the way, did snatch away from the enemy side. But we're seeing B go for the enemy side in a bigger way. This is quite nice, actually, for French in this matchup. Against Chinese, like, they can technically supervise, but you supervising here is just so expensive because to build enough Imperial officials is sacrificing villages. That's the difference between China and Shuxi. We are seeing Myriad doing that supervision. He knows how important it is because without this supervision, you get outmassed on scouts. For a start, B already has a stable the moment it begins Feudal Age. You have to wait 30 seconds. And then to make matters worse, School of Cavalry produces quicker. So it just puts you, by the time you've massed out on scouts, 2 scouts behind at least. A little bit of a spinning clash here. B needing to be a little bit careful. Myriad does have numbers in his favor here. Yeah, if B isn't careful about this, he actually might be forced into archers, which feels tragic from this type of position. Right now, he's just hemorrhaging. Oh, no. Come on. 0 HP. It was legitimately 0 HP. It was down to 0.1. Passive regen just about saving a life. If B got that kill, it wouldn't have been too bad of a trade for him. But now it just feels frustrating. Very vexing here. You're getting heavily outnumbered. And you can see he's just trying to resist that archer switch. Because he knows what happens. If he goes archers, Myriad goes Castle Age, and you're just behind. It feels like if you don't do it, you're just going to lose the Pro Scout War. I mean, he has at least taken 1 deer pack over here. Myriad so far has just done a good job of dictating the flow of the double deer stack. That's Micro B just dragging attention away. They can try to be favored, but Myriad just still with a numerical advantage in these engagements. It's about to change, though. Nice bait and switch there. B getting all aggro onto one of the ponies. Will now be able to claim control over the second deer pack. Okay, nicely played. Yeah, B, he's doing a great job now with the remaining knights of just wasting Myriad's time. Myriad should have actually had that hook, line, and sinker with raw count, but because of what these knights are doing with their peeling 2, maybe sometimes 3 spearmen, he's able to use the small group of spears to just overwhelm the core. I think that should be the end of the hostilities. We're probably looking at semi-castle rushing on both sides. B will look to keep blowing knights because it keeps value and it gives you an army to immediately use upon tech up. But for Myriad, I'm expecting a more aggressive timing. I wonder, Myriad... This has to be a Shallow Monk build, right? I think he's in a good position to do so because he's been building Spear Steel. Sometimes you just go Mount Lu Academy here because the Shallow Monks can't really fight Knights. But the Knight count isn't out of control. I think you have a more aggressive timing with Monastery, normal Monastery over Shallow Monastery. And that also gives you extra food to regurgitate in. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be Shallow Monks. Yeah, this is one of the matchups where we have seen Mount Lu Academy coming in more frequent than the last 2 or 3 weeks. It gives you a much more efficient use of your Imperial officials. It allows you to, on a delay, spam out monks, normal monks, which are notably cheaper than going for the food-heavy Shallow Monks. And those Shallow Monks, like I said, just aren't that good against Knights anyway. Oh, look at that. I've got a Pro Scout fan in my chat. I've talked about this. It's not that Pro Scouts needs to freaking die. Like, why does everyone just assume I'm saying Pro Scouts should never be a thing? It's the opposite. It should be a balanced thing. It's not. It's in every game, and that's not good. That is not a healthy meta. That is a boring meta. That is a I'm uninstalling and installing a new RTS meta for a lot of gamers. And here's the other thing. If you're not proactive in the change and you wait for the absolute epitome of boring, then it's too late. Everyone's already left. Most Pro Scouts games, even when both people play for the Pro Scouts, is not as engaging as this one was, if we're being totally real. Yes, I want Pro Scouts to be banned from the game. China should be unpickable. Repeated crossbows should shoot themselves in the face. What else did I miss? Nester bees, when they go to fire, should just self-implode with 20% chance to happen. So, like, yeah, sometimes you wipe my archers, but other times you just insta-delete yourself. He's deleting these villagers. Check this. It's now up to a 10 eco lead. Some of that off the faster production, but it's also just been worker kills. Myriad, I'm a bit worried he didn't really get anything out of this castle play. We talked about the Shaolin monks. Doesn't even have one. Just way too pricey. All the food going elsewhere. He's looking for the switch into archery ranges now. Just great micro B. He's intentionally baiting the fight, switching the spearmen in, and then charging with the knights afterwards. And remember, this is all like with an age advantage. Myriad can't hold. He doesn't have veterancy on the spears whatsoever. Knights are going to dive in. Villagers going to get found. Several more flopping dead. I just feel like he's getting overwhelmed here. B pretty much in the driving seat here. Outpost harassment isn't going to be good enough here. This random placement should actually be able to defend him if he goes for some clutch repairs. In fact, this might be a bit too far from B. He has got the tech coming behind, but why throw away the lead like this? Yeah, he'll have to back away. So he sets on fire just to run off. That didn't feel worth it. I think B, the initial dive was great. The follow-up was a complete waste of time. He could have kept his opponent pinned without throwing away as much, but I think he genuinely believed he was going to get the outpost kill and get +5. So crossbow mass now coming in from Myriad. That's going to give him a little bit of a stay of execution, but remember, like long-term, scaling crossbows against French/Jean doesn't feel great, because theirs are just better. How does Myriad play out of this sticky bind? He's up against Guildhall, so he's technically on the clock. It's the relic race. Like, he needs to win it. And I mean big win. Like, we're talking 3 relics minimum, 4 preferably. It's possible. With this type of divide, definitely possible, but he's going to have to lean one side than the other, because B is going to take advantage of the flanks. Knight just taking on an army of scouts. You know, you'd think for how sharp their sword looks, they'd be a bit more threatening. Nope. Myriad has at least got the first relic on the way home. My worry is B's going to end up with more relics. He's got second shallow monk here, so he can play east side, then pivot west. He's going to have to be fast about this. B is already queuing up his own monks, and he has an archer switch coming. This is kind of dirty, actually. I don't think you really expect your opponent to go back for archers now. But for 3 relics, it's worth it. Imperial Spies should reveal just a selected part of the map. Oh, yeah, about that. Did you guys see the recent map that got created by someone in StarCraft 2? It looked really cool. So he created villager-only ramps. So you could go from, like, you could basically scout the enemy base with only villagers on those ramps. It was a very interesting mechanic, actually. And apparently, one of the devs responded that when he was working on Heart of the Swarm, they had experimented with those type of mechanics originally. It's kind of a cool idea. Why do people keep asking me if I watch War Chief Club? No, I haven't. Got midweek muster games, mate. Do you know how many of these that happen each week? God, what is the raw maths on it, actually? I mean, quarterfinals and semis combined can be 30 games total. 37, and then round 16. So we're talking about, like, 61 games, just if I do all of the round of 16, and they play maximum games. Nice snipe there. Looks like there was an interception. Myriad, okay. This is changing things a little bit. We said we were worried he wouldn't actually be able to hit the timing. He smashed it. 4 Relic Gaming. And B does not want to try to contest it directly. Instead, he's going to take a raiding approach. And no, I don't know who won the War Chief Club. Sorry, I was busy. I had to sing happy birthday to my daughter 5 times. Okay? Very important. I'm not even exaggerating. I think it was 5. It's either 4 or 5. B looks good. Not entirely. So this is a good start for Myriad. but keep in mind he's falling behind on economy. And Guildhall is pumping. I'm a bit worried that Myriad's going to get caught going for the pagodas while B's going for Imperial. He still has 60 knights. Like, for Myriad to feel good, he needs to find a way of killing some of these. Right now, I don't really see how he forces that type of fight. The keep on the back is just kind of sick from B. Makes him very difficult to dive in this area. Tree line is going to feel quite safe. Gold vein on the south side is a danger point. But Myriad, is he aware of it? I mean, he should be suspicious. Against French, they eat a lot of gold. And moving for the 8k just makes a lot more sense than moving for a 4k. Right now, though, he's just barreling down the center. This guy's been playing too many Dota 2 games. Feed down mid. PG behind this? I guess it's for the archers. So if you just layer in a few palace guards, they can end up absorbing a lot of archer shots in the engagements. Let's give me a raid towards the west side flank. Needs to be quick about this. You're just seeing how extensive this lead is getting. At this rate, Myriad's only choice is going to be 2TC. I think he knows the risk that brings with it. Remember, B does have these big discounts adding up. Archers, Knights, all of it. I mean, you're seeing it here. The Archers only cost 64 resources. Knights down to just 192. Myriad, it is now going to be the plan to Jiangnan. I don't think this is 2TC. Is this 2TC? Yeah, okay, he did actually switch over. He was passive stone before he actively gathered. So we are going to get 2TC plus the granary transition simultaneously. That's a lot. Meanwhile, Guildhall's already up to 1,000 resources. Against a more complacent player, Myriad's plan makes a lot of sense. But B just senses it for what it is. Why would you show up in the base and then back away, unless you thought you were out-contested? So B starts the posture. Cantled Saddles is going to be big here. Myriad doesn't really have that many spearmen in the grand scheme of things. Sacred Sites are going to start getting locked in. So Myriad able to get a little bit of gold gen here. That's also going to slow B down from a dive. Really important. Because remember, for Myriad, it's all about buying time. Second TC is online. He's got the farm area back here. This is probably the #1 best spot he has. He could also lean east side. Most people like to embed it in the closer tree line, though, because you've got more things to wall to. And there's Pumbaa. We did talk about him eventually going for this. Unfortunately, it came at the worst possible time. It's about to get worse. He's got 15 villagers out here. The scout actually hid, but good reactions. He sees it coming. Unfortunately, these villagers look like they're gone. Outpost is going to go up, but there is enough burn power here to get through it. Myriad will look to garrison and pull the other villagers away. He knows he's going to lose them. It's just about buying time so you can fortify. I just don't think he's got enough time here. As long as B attacks the one building he needs to. Oh no, he's distracted. He's diving. Let's flank attack there. We'll finally switch priority, and the timing is perfect. 7 seconds away. Has to go for the repair. Good choice by Myriad. B is distracted right now because he's busy trying to kill more villagers elsewhere. So fortification is up. Outpost is going to survive, but right now it's doing 0 damage. We may be here a while. Farms are starting to smuggle in behind this. Myriad just feeling the pressure. It's a 20 eco lead right now for B. We'll refortify. He's going to try to go for the repairs. Unfortunately, B was looking at that exact moment. It's going to make this very uncomfortable. The problem that you have now as Myriad is that B has nothing else to distract him. So he's going to be looking regularly at this. You can see he's just anticipating it. He needs to force a fight. Distraction. Something to buy time. Villagers did try for the repair. 2 of them do go down. At this point, you're inside that building drawing straws. Like, so, which one of us is going to go and repair it? You do it. No, you do it. No, you do it. I done the last. No, you do it. They blew up the building, didn't they? They blew up the building. Now the dive on the back as well. Oh, this is big! If he gets the body blocks, And that's enough to convince him. GG gets called. B doesn't even need the Imperial pull. He closes it out in the castle and takes game 1. Yeah, but you repair, right? Not me? Is you who repair, or is it me? I don't know. All right, game number 1 for Mr. B. Strong, solid start to the series. So French versus Sushi. Excuse me. And then... yeah, we're still trying to figure out some details for the rest of the series today. Am I going to have to, like, stream tomorrow? Maybe. Like, Numu's semifinals definitely won't get played today. I'm certain of that. Not sure if B Myriads would. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. All right. Anyway, game 1. The 3D Clan member. Let's do predictions. B takes the win. Game number 2 is going to be Ottomans versus HRE. Just B things, guys, on Dry Arabia. For reasons. It's a bit of a funky pick, isn't it? All right, we're running a minute and a half of ads now, okay? When it's Louis versus Wham, later. Anyone want to bet against? Oh, dude, the stare down's like, I'm waiting. Let me make monies. Whoa, is that Mr. Gukowski here to learn about the Knights Templar? Does KP cast more than 60 games a week? Yeah, there's been some cases, yeah. I mean, I've said this before, like, it's not even like a cocky statement, it's just raw statistics. I cast more games a before than anyone else in the scene. And I don't think it's even close anymore. I need to get a life. You know this guy you saw in the garrison? Oh, hello, Osh. I hope you had fun at the garrison. It's a good event. Fingers crossed they'll be coming back more. I think the Being Esports guys were impressed. Like, also AoE4, I think, like, had more viewers than they were maybe anticipating, which is good. All right, let's get ready to go. Let me get predictions up as well for game numero 2. And there it is. No one wants to bet on the Otter. Wait, they're betting on the Ottomans? All right, one and all, I'm shocked. We've got it. B, of all the players to pick Ottomans, this is the one you trust in. But Myriad, look at this powerful pick on the other side. It's HRE up against Ottomans. Dry Arabia, the purest of maps. B leading the series, but a decent opportunity for Myriad to recover, actually. Like, HRE is one of the hardest civs in general, it feels like, to beat. Like, if you had to pull a civ against all the other civs in Age of Empires 4, this might be the one that comes out the best win percentage-wise on average. It feels like HRE just embodies so many different strategies well. Like, this one in particular, actually, is kind of more obvious. Like, Ottomans can struggle quite a bit against HRE Surge Timing Feudal. But I'd say Ottomans also have some quirky plays. Like, if HRE leaned too hard into melee, you'd be surprised what Master Pahi into meta aura can do. And B, he's definitely one of the crafty players who's looking for that type of strategy. This is awkward, though. He only pulled 200 gold, and he is not ready for this, no. He went for the military school build. He didn't scout this either. Look at the rotation. B, he's coming in so late. Oh my god! It's the last thing he sees. He actually sees the spearman out on the gold before he scouts the racks. That is definition catastrophic. He can now react with like 5 villages before more spearmen arrive. Luckily for him, Myriad did stop at double spear. I think Quadra Spear would have just killed B. Yeah, Myriad wasn't really expecting this. I mean, who expects to get it this good? That's insane. He might even get a villager kill if B's not careful. Marching drill is always just a little bit tricky. It's actually crazy to think how over this game would be if he had 2 more spears. Because B doesn't have any good backup gold option. They're all here. Good micro as well. Looks like the first swimman is going to arrive. All the villagers practically dead. Wait, what was that range? Okay, what? That guy has a very, very long spear. Criminally long, in fact. That was ridiculous. That took me back to my Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 days. That's Commando Pro range. So we'll better scare him away. B's tech timing has been delayed as a result of this. So Myriad will be first up with the Archon on the way. Looking at the spawn. Yeah, B's going to want to intercept this quick because this could be an easy deer shove. Myriad is definitely playing for Pro Scouts, right? With 4 on gold, there's no doubt about it. B, is he going to do it? I think he is. Yep. Would you like to guess why he's built a Sultani trade network, folks? Oh, gee, I don't know, KP. Could it be that he's going to do Pro Scouts again on the Ottomans? Why, yes, astute viewer. B really does like Pro Scouts on Ottomans. Not many people are a fan of that. I think he's had mixed results with it. Yeah, we won't actively see him trade. No one ever seems to actively trade with this thing. It's kind of sad. Honestly, I am kind of reaching a point where I wonder why sometimes. If you know your opponent isn't going to aggro your tool, it should generate more gold. I just think the percentile increase is low enough that players don't want to assume the risk. In fact, I wonder, does Myriad look to play the Age for real here? I mean, semi-fast castle goes pretty hard here. If B wants to play Pro Scouts to contest you, you can kill with spears and you won't be able to scale an army quick enough to block the relics afterwards. Villagers are going to be able to pull back. Remember, he has got the passive gold gen here. And this is the way B usually likes to do it. He just likes to allow that last little bit of gold to trickle in off of the traders. And that can prep him getting into stables in the meantime. Myriad on the back. Will look to be a little bit of a nuisance here as B is trying to go for the deer shove-in. That'll be tricky, though. This is a bit of a choke point. It's a kill zone. Mainly for the deer, though. Nicely done, Myriad. Okay, he's going to give over the sheep. Oops. But that kind of ruins B's efficiency plan here. And Myriad is already on his way towards Pro Scouts. Meanwhile, B is still, like, what? Probably about another 20 seconds away from triggering. We do have a meta already being prepped. I wonder... Does he just spear blob? The cool thing about spear blob here is you can force H3 into archers. And once they do that, you can go back for Sipahi. But it looks like Myriad's already going there, man. Yeah, we got 1-1-1. What was the final Gamba? Oh, wow. Yeah, that was pretty tight. 54% for Myriad. So 46% for B. Okay. I like that. I mean, I think we were saying Myriad has been leveling up. I think Myriad has been cooking pretty well the last few weeks. I think most people would still say B takes the series. But Myriad is getting to the point where we're not really shocked when he takes games off of top players. That's improvement. That's exactly what Midweek Muster is about. That's what I want people to get out of this format. So there's the infamous Pro Scouts that we said B was going to go for. It was dead obvious it was going to be coming through. Unfortunately for him, Myriad's already taken the goodies. H3 X Otto. I mean, there is that small detail as well, right? But in fairness, you know, if I had to list players that people have faith in when they have Ottomans, B has to be like top 3 on almost everyone's list. Might even be top 1 for some people. He's probably the most consistent believer in Ottomans when it comes to competitive drafting. There are a lot of other players that would just completely ignore it, but not him. Like, think about the amount of times we've watched someone draft Otto, and we're like, oh, that's a bait. And then there's just B in game number 2 on Dry Arabia picking it. And looks like we do have the Drum Boy aura. Myriad, this is exactly why he knew he had to switch archers. He'll lose to this. Imam's plus melee aura is ridiculous. Redonkulous. You lose 25% of your damage, and your opponent heals between. It's just not winnable without archer mass. And B, look at this. He's looking at mirror. This is very interesting. Sometimes you think about Sipahi, but I think it would just give Myriad a little bit too much momentum. And B's just like, okay, this is just about raw archer count. Whoever wins that race wins. No! What was that? I thought it was a meta, not a pinata, but apparently big mistakes made there. B fumbles with the aura. Gets pushed all the way back. Okay, this is insanely good for Myriad. He can keep archer numbers in his favor if he's quick about this. Myriad almost does get out micro there. B able to pull away. That was sick, actually. He just barely kept the archer alive. Forced an overextension. And his Myriad has to run all the way home. Yeah, things are about to get a lot worse. Despite the mistakes of B, he has Steeled Arrow on the way. He also now is switching to Sipahi. Okay. We have problems for Myriad. He's missing Blacksmith. This is key. Every minute miss is like another 5% increase in probability of B winning. Imam's also not going to be killable. That's disgusting. That's without Undermesh, by the way. That guy should have been dead. B is going to have to slow down just a little bit here. Because when you take these type of like trickle trades, when Myriad's going to see that he's not fully winning and he's next to his base, he's going to remember Blacksmith. So like you kind of want to fake him out and make him forget. Lost the whole pack of deer? Yeah, but there's still deer to contest here. This is the thing about where B is pushing. Look at the line he's taking. He's looking to cut the extra deer coming home, but also take this pack. And with the Sipahi backup, Myriad is kind of ill-equipped to stop that. We do have the meta again. So Drum Boy Aura going to come in big here. This is a huge deal, remember. Ranged armor, the differential is insane. Steeled Arrow is on the way. Myriad cannot fight before that's complete. If he does so, he just loses the entire army. So likely B's going to be getting at least half the pack, if not the full pack. Myriad, say it ain't so. Is he thinking about this? I mean, what you don't know can hurt you, right? B doesn't get a glimpse of it, costs him 1 archer, but the backstab is coming in now. He's going to rally the troops. A-click from behind. Myriad now overextended. Meta, dangling on the edge there. Ranged armor is coming in big. No undermesh yet from B. But it's still a +1 advantage. And now the Sipahi are going to start rippling in. Yeah, there's just no front line. This is huge. Fortune gets activated. Marching drills will at least minimize the losses on the retreat. A great fight there. B should be able to come back for another deer gather. Oh, yo, and he's sticking to him. Myriad thought he was going to get the breather. And there we go. Just pull off. Heal the boys back up to full. And this is what makes this so toxic when played well. I've said this before, like, Ottomans is, I think, one of the hardest to execute at the top level in Feudal Age. But it is also, I would say, one of the highest skill ceiling civs in Feudal Age at the highest level. Because of intricate details like the auras, like the Imam's heal. Compared to, for example, the logistic play for Dervish, like, that's easy. Because those guys can just run away. They get so many get out of jail free cards. But Imams is like, if you misstep, if you misuse them in one position at all, you lose. It's very difficult to do what he's doing here, especially against one of the most economically powerful civs in the game at the 10 to 20 minute mark. Speaking of that economy power, it's going to be swinging into farms now. So Myriad's looking at long con, but B is already getting ready to get out of this age. Yeah, worrisome situation actually right now for Myriad. It looks like he's not going to fall behind though. Castle on his mind as well. His army doesn't really look that threatening, though. Raxes aren't going to be operational. I love this. B's just parking in the middle of production. Stopping Myriad from getting new troopers out. We'll look to force the E-repair, because if you can force E-repair here, you can burn the houses. Myriad is not going to... Oh, there we go. So B, just switch over to houses now. This is perfect. Pop blocking your opponent is a lot more valuable right now. Remember an Imperial Armory coming in the meantime for B. And there's 3 houses here. Like, you can completely screw him over. Myriad needs to be rushing up more behind this. Ragnitz is going to be on the way. The archers, well, they're getting ready to rotate. Could he actually sneak this in? Perfectly timed. Because if he sees it, the Sipahi with ranged armor can dive. It's only 5 spearmen. B, moments away from revealing it. He sees. He knows. Does he go? No, he's going to take the long route. Doesn't take the risk. No, E-repairs is not per building. E-repairs is you use it, it goes on cooldown. E-repairs per building would be the most stupidly broken thing ever in the history of RTSs. Thank God that is not a thing. But this is the thing. A fight over the landmark. Archers are sniping out the villagers. It's a trade out worth it here. The Sipahi going to find the way in as well. Hesitates for a second. There's still a handful of spears here. He could easily target them down, though. Sipahi, more than adequate match up against these feudal men at arms. The tech up is still not complete. And B now up by 10 eco. Relic should be on the tick list. There we go. He's picking up more aggressively located ones. It looks like Myriad did sneak out for a single relic here. A little bit hard to get home when your path is blocked like this. B is going to keep on camping for good reason. His army is undeniable right now. You just see the power of Sipahi. They're just so phenomenally tanky. High DPS. Is he going to get the bad timing? I think he's fine. So he will sneak one home. But this is looking like potentially, what, a 4-1 split? I'm a little bit surprised that B isn't guarding the relics on the south side. If there was like one mistake you could highlight he's made in this game, it would be that. He's let things slip through that shouldn't really have happened. Myriad? He's going to march for a very greedy relic here. B, wait, is this fast Imperial Age? What? He feels he's that far ahead. Surely not. We do have more knights being queued up. I think this is just a missed macro. That's insane if he was going to go for it. I mean, the problem with fast Imperial here with Ottomans is you need the military schools. In fairness, he does actually have them. But the issue is Myriad is pushing. Yeah, it's going to be like a live by the sword, die by the sword moment. Myriad knows that if he just plays this more defensively, he's screwed. So we'll go hunting. The problem is you're now overextending with archers into knights. Veterancy for archers already came through for your opponent as well, so no edge there. And I think he's just going to camp for relic now. There is a growing risk that B will actually be able to fight him directly here, though. Lancers are going to intercept. Nicely played. Let's be careful of the archers. Squishy underbelly right now. Men-at-arms did just get the two-handeds. No heavy maces, though. Prelate is going to be able to sneak in. Imam does see what just happened there. Okay, he's going to want to fight after this. B, he has got the mango. Myriad, not able to dodge. Frontline is failing him too. This is going to be a bleed through. He's trying to do what he can to snipe down the cavalry, but it's just too much. And too little front line, so it's going to be a breakthrough. Archers will be chased on through. 4-2 gets activated as well. Knights have cleared up. I don't think that prelate is going to make it home. On top of that, Myriad might be shortchanged an entire army here. Yeah, now that the Lancers have regrouped and caught up, without heavy maces, I mean, there's no chance here. Myriad cannot win this fight. The only downside right now is B. I don't think it's worth using the attack speed aura. Ranged armor would make a lot more sense. Warlord's going to come through. He can't get the body blocker, though. It is going to get denied. The dude, how is that mango keeping up this whole time? Like, sir, can you please take a chill pill? It's so painful. He was so close as well. So that's going to be a 4 relic gamer for B. Archer numbers also now favoring him. Myriad's in a bit of a death swell. He hasn't got mass farms. He can't actually afford to remass here. The deer have ran out. I just think B has outplayed him on these fights. The micro has been on point, especially in the early engagements. That timing around the meta, man, Myriad just fell for a hook, line, and sinker. The switch over the E-repair is just a big deal because it actually, I think, ended up pop-locking Myriad for like a villager or two and stopping him prepping more units while aging up. And he needed as many men-at-arms as he could get his hands on, but no bueno. Indian Knight's now going to pull back. And I imagine we're just moments away from Myriad waving the white flag. Yeah, once the goal gets reached, you're kind of impeached, you know? Because all of it is north side, and you've only got 1 relic. So although you've got 800 in bank, almost 1,000, you're never going to see it again. Wallop comes in. And now he is fully ping. And he might be about to get swept. B now 2-0 up. Apparently this man is just thirsty for more grand finals. Whew. Good start. So 2-0. That was Dry Arabia. We had Ottomans versus HRE. Kind of crazy. What's up, Wicked Skies? How's it going, buddy? Okay, so Myriad. He's still got what? Oh god, what do you actually have here? He's going OTD. Yeah, we're just going through like the most obvious picks. And B has gone Malians, which I think is an okay answer to that. Fairly tight, I'd say. B lost 3-1 in the deciding round of Clash of Moors? Damn. Look at that. Smashing people in AoE4 and almost smashing them in Age of Mythology as well. What Chad Lord? I mean, he did have #1 spot for a while in Age of Myth, right? He's a scary boy. Chim, how are we looking on scheduling, by the way? Am I going to have to go live tomorrow for semifinals? Starting to feel like it. Oh, let me run ads as well. Oh, wait, they already ran. Damn it. Okay, game 2B. Get CT from B? Counter terrorists? What? Oh, Tune, we should probably implement the drafting order switch I talked about as well. I think for next week is a good week to do it. Get them for tomorrow? Okay. So what's the schedule looking like then? I guess tomorrow we'll do Marine Lord Numadon into Louis MT Wham into like what? Is that going to leave just finals for Thursday, maybe? I think it might. Maybe I do one more series after this then. Like maybe I do Marine Lord Numadon, and then tomorrow we can do Louis MT Wham versus and the winner versus Dimu, and then like these Northside semifinals. I don't know, I always feel weird when we only have grand finals on Thursday, but I guess we can try. But no, it's weird. I don't know. I feel like interest has been down a little bit in KPMMs. I don't know if people are just tired and waiting for the DLC, maybe. stream tomorrow? I think I'm gonna have to. Like, I don't know how we're gonna like bridge this in otherwise. Unless Chim thinks we can get like double semifinals on Thursday, but I feel like that's gonna be a no, right? Like, maybe we could have the upper bracket today and then like one semis on Thursday. I'm not sure. Maybe because schedule wasn't regularly. That was part of my fault. Like, that's why I was frustrated about like the issues we had with like the LAN where we couldn't have our stream running. Because I thought that would help with it. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think I've talked about like how it hurts on the balance of like I will talk about it in a sec. All right, here we go. Game number 3. We're hopping into Sacred Grove. B up against Myriad. It's going to be another Pro Scouts matchup. This is like the last good Pro Scouts matchup Myriad has. Things are getting rough here. He's scraping the bottom of the barrel. He's already down 2. We'll put predictions up to see what people think. Order the Dragon have actually looked pretty good here. Early today, we did have Numu showing us an astounding performance with his Order the Dragon hold. But yeah, I was just saying, like, I don't know if the interest in KPM is just a little bit low because DLC is not here yet, and now people just care about DLC. Someone mentioned in the chat, like, maybe it's because, like, the inconsistency of the last week because we were in Germany. It's possible. I've talked about this, like, it's very weird. It's a very weird element of, like, being a content creator, but also being a freelance gaming presenter and host. Is like, I've talked about this before, and some people try to give me the answer of, like, oh, you can do both, and they won't impact each other. I disagree. I feel like they will always inevitably, I don't know if the words harm each other, but impact each other. Because it can kind of skew the times when you're able to stream and whatnot. And I think Twitch viewers are quite often creatures of habit. Like, they watch when people, you know, they watch for people being live at a specific time. If they're not, they're like, oh, I guess that's just not happening anymore. ML and Beastie are both streaming? Sure, but, like, at some point, you just can't use that as, like, an excuse. You've got to kind of carve out your own niche, if that makes sense. Right? And that makes you, like, I don't know. Like, I have been wondering if people are getting tired a little bit of the format. Because if they'd rather watch, for example, like a pub game between Insert Smurf and whoever over like tournament games, do we maybe need to do something different with KPMM? So this is something different. We have a Dark Age Spearman Rush with an Outpost follow-up for OTD. And look at the gold. This is sick. I actually think, like, this is the best looking game Myriad's had so far. This is the jackpot, man. Like, there's only one gold on the east side, and it's a mile away. Okay, so what's B's reaction going to be? Mansa's almost complete. He will have gold trickle to get into a ram to deal with this. So we'll be seeing an Archer opening, guaranteed. But that's good for Myriad, right? Because that means he can play into stables. For A, Pro Scouts, but B, to also block Archer Javelin. Just Pro Scouts can't deal with a deer minigame. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know if it's like the fatigue of the patch or because we weren't like live as often or something else. I don't know. We'll see. My hopes is that there's a lot of new faces looking, or rather people returning with the DLC. And that's where we'll hopefully see KPM improve. Because, like, I've talked about the goals we had in mind with it. Like, I'm quite transparent on this. I don't know, maybe some people don't like to hear, you know, streams talked about in stats way, but you kind of have to if you want to make a living and be a full-time content creator. So Pitmine should be taken out. I don't think B can contest that at all. Is he just going to rush Pro Scouts? It kind of feels like he's rushing Pro Scouts, doesn't it? The gold gen just inherently happens like this with Mansa plus the Pitmine. But I guess you could kind of just ignore what your opponent has done to your gold for now and just play for the scouts. And then when you have enough scouts, you can take out the outpost. Now, it does have a risk because that means that if Myriad walks over the stone, he can reinforce this and make it impossible. But look at the gold. Yeah, there we go. B just says, screw it. Who cares about gold and actively touching it? The deer are more important. Pro Scout's on the way. In the meantime, he has snuck up. No. Oh, no. That is brutal. He gets scouted out, building the additional mine. Now, upside at least is Myriad's unlikely to pull anything to deal with this. Okay, that is brazen, by the way. Get out of here. B's just trying to keep him on his toes. This is so annoying. If he goes spear left, spear right, he should be able to catch him. But it's a little bit more micro-intensive. If you actually get them positioned like this, you can click here and they'll run the separate ways. But Myriad doesn't realize. No, he's distracted. Scout is also at risk of going down. He's got to walk away. Oh my God. There's no way B just gets out of this. He hasn't lost the pit mine. This is pretty ludicrous. I can't believe this. So this is just getting worse and worse for Myriad. Like, yeah, he's kind of crippled B a little bit, but ultimately B has just kind of ignored the problem. and here's the thing. You think this is bad because you're using a villager, you're idling. But a villager's worth about 40 resources gathering is getting 54 gold for the pit mine. However, B may have got too complacent there. Myriad, it's one of those tricky things. You could argue that Myriad let that go on for way too long, but at the same time, it reached a point where B just wasn't paying attention. So, first blood drawn, villager does go down. It means that the pit mine is going to be denied finally. B has got javelins coming, but javs don't kill gilded spearmen fast. It takes a lot of effort. You're going to have to pull another villager. You never know how view numbers are going to turn out. I mean, you can kind of inform yourself roughly with statistics. Like, you can do things and realize whether they're more successful or not, and then understand the variables around them. Like, for Grobby, it's pretty obvious, like, why the growth came. He lily padded from game to game in a very efficient way, finding games that he liked that would increase his base. Warcraft 3 was a good base for him. He explored AoE4 when it came out. He went across to Dota. Dota was a big inflation point. World of Warcraft was this simultaneous inflation point afterwards, like a huge one for them. And at that point, because the World of Warcraft community understand Warcraft, you can then return to Warcraft 3. It's all about organic, fluid motions as a streamer, if you want to grow. Find your niches and like try to expand them. That's why I've talked about like the idea of reviewing new RTSs and other things when they come out. Why Javs? I think he was expecting the next step. But like why he would think the next step was going to be Gilded Archers instead of Horsemen, I'm not sure. It just feels a little bit weird. The bigger, more likely outcome is he just had too much gold and he wanted to spend it. Because his Mancer plus the Pit Mine is just a lot of passive gold gen. So you're either adding in cattle that you don't really want yet, or you can just add in units. And when it comes to units, the one that's going to spend gold is the Javelin. Spinning at it again. Oh, this should be fine though. Javs will scare him away. So Myriad would have to run off. I think from here you just want to get Castle Edge. He's trying to snatch away whatever deer he can. He could turn it into like 2.5 deer stacks, but B is going to be a really frustrating nuisance here with the Warrior Scouts. I like the priority, just like protect the deer, don't just take them. Myriad has got more spears. Like, technically, he should be able to stop this. But he's a little bit too discombobulated. He's all over the place. Because he wanted to stop the pit mine, he didn't actually continue down the center, and that's kind of a negative for OTD. This is a civ that just has mathematically less units, less entities on the field. So spreading wide is not really an option often. Maybe he's not going for Imba? I don't think you need Farimba here. If your opponent was playing Gilded Archers, Farimba would be kind of crazy for Javelineers, but without it, it's a little bit weirder. To me, Fulani just feels way too safe and easy. Like, why would you not here? Myriad's just kind of in a death limbo now, where he's just building Spearmen, kind of for the sake of building Spearmen. He's trying to stop the Warrior Scouts, but like ultimately these things are very good at kiting. And the Javelin Core plus Donzos is going to do well. Because remember, like Donzos, they actually come with extra melee armor. It's a little bit harder to actually wall it down. It's crazy. Like you look at the lineup from both sides and you just wonder how is OTD just getting dumped on so hard? What scares me even more is Myriad has now gone into Horseman, which are already counted. Gonzo's, baby. He's going to dive past. Warrior Scouts will go with the body blocks as well. Looks pretty easy to just push this away. What's up, Jones? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Like, it's bordering on BM, the fact he's just losing to javelins, and there's no reason for his opponent to have built javelins. Am I the only one feeling like that right now? I mean, it's not what B's doing this for to be rude or anything. It's just, from a using your gold POV, it made sense. But it is ludicrous just how effective it's proving. Looks like he might even be able to sneak in for more deer in the back. Yeah, he's already rotating around. And Myriad's in kind of a death trickle. He's trying to find Castle Age, but at the same time, he's throwing away way too many units here. This actually might open the door for Farimba. Javelineer count is looking pretty healthy. I said the Javelineers usually makes more sense when your opponent has Gilded Archers, but think about this, guys. Javelineer is going to be very good against Gilded Crossbowmen. And also even just a trickle of heavily armored infantry with the poison damage in mind. It's not like this is HRE. You don't have the better movement speed as Order of the Dragon. So you can easily get kited. This is just getting brutal. Burgrave's on the way. But B, he's almost ready to pull the trigger himself. And this is starting to reek a little of Farimba. I think there was a time where Fulani was on his mind, but like to me, Farimba just closes the game so cleanly now. He might look to just play it safe because it is just such an insane raw economy inflation. And you're already in position to kind of block your opponent's own greed. So you just kind of get the double tick box that way. B's been playing a little bit of Javelineer, right? I think most players have started to lean more and more towards it. Dumu's been the most avid believer in it, for sure. Burgrave is still hidden, but barely. I don't think he saw that. He's going to sneak in now. Yeah, tech up comes through, gets confirmation, knows it's Burgrave. And now he's ready for his own pull. It is clearly going to be the Farimba. And he's scaling javelins. Javelineers go pretty hard here. I mean, you don't really care if your opponent produces Landsknecht throughout this thing. They're not going to be able to touch you. I mean, they shouldn't be anyway. Like, actually, like, Javelineer feels even better against Landsknecht than the alternatives because you just don't want to be anywhere in melee against these heavy DPS units. Javelineers was already looking very encouraged. Farimba's a more all-in play. Farimba has an elegance to it with the Javelineer strategy, though. Like, your economy is notably weaker, so while you're more all-in, you're also more delicate. Compare it to Fulani, where Fulani's like, I can throw away 30 units. Oh, no, I lost them. It'd be a shame if I have 40 more units. With Farimba, it's kind of the opposite. Like, I threw away 20 units. Why did I do that? How do I win this now? Right, it's a very, very different dynamic. Moss playing now on the way from B. Doesn't skip a trick. Javelineer locked in. Veterancy on the way. Myriad. Honestly, sneak a Landsknecht into the enemy economy. I think you have to take some risks here. Interesting to be backed up that much to protect the pit mine. But relics are in the area, so it's not like he's just doing this to protect a house. He's getting a lot out of this. Myriad might be dead. Might is like an understatement. It's like discovering someone has 15 bullet holes in them and you're like, there's a possibility they're not breathing anymore. This is pretty bad. The problem he has is he's gone mass melee infantry against Javelineers. Which sounds like, okay, KP, what's the problem? Like, Javelineers counter range units. Yeah, but when you can't reach your opponent, you also feel like you're kind of countered. And Javelineers can't be reached. Speaking of which, oh look, units to snipe. He's not even backing away. Like, are you kidding me? He's just A-clicking him out of the game! I mean, that was like the best fight Myriad could have hoped for his Landsknecht, and it still didn't matter. This game just felt like pure BM. He borderline was meleeing with Javelin knees into Landsknecht. Ridiculous. Pellet's getting chased down. More Landsknecht getting found as well. I'm afraid Myriad is DOA. They don't want to arrive at all. At this point, Myriad is just flailing, looking for something. He has at least got a relic home. Won't be a second, though. I mean, this is looking like a 4-relic game. Behind it, we've got more ranches getting added in. For Myriad, he has at least added in some farms, but the road to recovery is very long and full of many bees that will have you screaming like Nicolas Cage. Shame of a week for Myriad. Oh, we've had quite a lot of free O's, haven't we? Yeah, actually kind of crazy. Huh. Hope some of the remaining series can actually give us some back and forth here. Doesn't feel good when you just get the stompy weeks. National Treasure or Ghost Right? No, the movie where he's like, the bees! I forget what it's called. I've never watched the movie, I've just seen the clips. There's like bad acting, and then there's something else, man. There's not gonna be a burn in here. Villagers also found on the flanks. Mira's not even reacting to this stuff anymore. He's pulling the army, but it means he's undefended at home. So, like, if Myriad wanted to get back into this, you need to address the javelins. Like, and this is my concern. What he's doing does not address javelins whatsoever. He's going Zornhau into Mass Landsknecht. He'll be lucky if he touches them. I guess Mangoes just doesn't feel playable here either. Okay, I'm going to say something crazy, and don't report me. I think you just play Springles. Springles is probably, like, the one way you can maybe deal with this. And it makes sense. You've got, like, these big sword guys, and now you get the big crossbow guys. That's what a Springwood is. Like, there's no other option, really. Men-at-Arms will get kited in kills. Knights, anything cavalry-based against Donzos is dead. And you might think, oh, yeah, but Landsknecht can clear the Donzos. The problem is you just don't have the capacity to reach. Look at this. He gives him one Donzo, like a charitable donation. Lance just trying to get a single cleave out. It just doesn't matter. He's going to be dead here. Villagers just die afterwards. We do have a little bit of a dive on the tree line. Nothing too substantial, but this is the death sentence. Myriad, that is the most painful seat shot I've seen in a long time. Even when he feels like he's BMing, he's just doing it because it's clean and efficient. All right, that is another treat. Oh. B2 OP. Dude, like I was saying, like I don't think he was BMing you, but his comp felt like it was BMing you. Like, dude's building javelins into gilded spearmen and horsemen. And you're like, what? Why? And yet it works. Oh, man. GG's, Mr. Myriad. Okay, so let me update the bracket. Give us a wink. There you go. Best winks. Perfect Winkel. One sec. Yeah, okay. So we're figuring out what we're likely going to do. Let me update the outcomes. I think what we're looking to do, guys, is I am going to be live tomorrow. And we'll do Marine Lord Numadon and Louis MT Wham. And then after that, we will do Dumu's set. Wait, no, not Dumu's, sorry, B set. We'll do B set. Give me one sec. I'm just organizing this in the moment behind the scenes, so bear with me 1 second. I reckon... Yeah. Enough time. So I think what we're going to do, guys, is tomorrow we're going to be live. And tomorrow we're going to do... Yeah, tomorrow, like I'm just confirming. Tomorrow what we're going to do, we're going to open up with Marine Lord, excuse me, versus Numadon. Then we're going to cast into... Actually, maybe we'll do it that way around. We'll do Lumity versus Wham into Marine Lord versus Numu. And then winner of that series up against B. That'll be happening tomorrow. So those are the 3 series. And then if need be, we can cast like 1 or 2 pub games in between to fill gaps between series. And then... on Thursday, we'll kick off the day with Dumu up against either Louis or Wham, and then grand finals afterwards, okay? So that's the plan. I think that makes sense. Like, we're not going to get, like, semi-squeezed in today. I think it'd be a little bit of a stretch. Excuse me. So, with that in mind, I think we might get ready to wind down, because we've been live for 6 hours. It's been a decent stream. My throat needs a rest again. Mark Stable says, I prefer this because I learn about strats. Pros don't elaborate on what's happening. Yeah, like, I mean, some are decent at it live, but it's challenging, right, when you're focused on the game. But, you know, like I said, guys, always remember, share it around, let people know. We're going to be live tomorrow. We'll be looking to go live at probably about, I reckon, 1 p.m. UK time is what I'll aim for. So check in by then. I think we went live at a similar time today. We went live a little bit earlier than that today. So, like, about 1 p.m. tomorrow, we should be live. And we will have 3 series, 2 quarterfinals, semifinals, and maybe some extra games as well. What about Louis versus Wham? I literally just said we're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to do tomorrow Louis, Wham, Marine Lord, Numadon, and then winner of that series up against B. That'll all be happening here tomorrow. So yeah. But reminder, guys, if you want to help out the channel, make sure you are signing up for Opera GX. That's right. There's the link. Make sure you're using it. I'm going to drop it in the YouTube chat as well. It helps us immensely. It's free to do. Download it, create an account, give it a try. Let me know what you guys think. It's got lots of cool things already built into it. RAM limiters, CPU limiters, so it doesn't eat up all your resources, as well as having other helpful things like a built-in ad blocker that's damn good. So plenty of things to use there. And also, by doing that, you support the channel, and it doesn't cost you anything. It just costs you a tiny little bit of time of, like, you know, downloading and creating an account. But it's free to do. Outside that, we're also doing the awareness campaign still with AMD. Click on that link to check out the new 9070 graphics cards. It's an awareness campaign in that one's case, so simply just clicking the link actually helps immensely. It lets them know that you guys are switched on and always willing to learn more about AMD. But no more games, I'm afraid. That is going to be it. We've been live for 6 hours. We'll be back tomorrow about 1 p.m. where we're going to hopefully have... I mean, we could have a maximum of 15 games. I'd be happy if we got, like, 11, maybe 12. But YouTube, I'm going to end it there. I'll see you guys tomorrow.